Now conduct roll. Supervisor McGorty?
Present.
Supervisor Mulheron?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
On my way. Here.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to invite CEO Angelo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5A, which is the election of the chair and vice chair of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors for calendar year 2021. Do we have any board comment to this item?
Well, I'd like to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to move Dan Jurdy, supervisor for the 4th District, as the chair.
Second.
Okay, and do we have any more board comment to the motion?
Question. I didn't find anything where there's a process of a rotation based on any kind of seniority, or I didn't find anything in the agenda about how it works to choose the chair and the vice chair. So it's a process or method that I missed?
There is this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. There is a method, Supervisor Mulheron. It can be found in our rules of procedure, which are on the agenda actually to be adopted. It is done by rotational. It's rotational through districts. So this year, District 4 is up for chair.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no public comment on this item. And if there's no other board comment, I will go ahead and conduct a roll call vote. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulheron?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, and I will now pass the gavel to Chair Jurdy.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for vice chair?
I'd like to move Supervisor Williams from the 5th District as a vice chair.
I will second that motion. Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Mulheron?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda, let's see, we have roll call. In order to, we have, let's see, comments via telecommunication. One comment must be submitted to speakerphone online. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request, either comment now. Do we have any comments via telecommunication or just online right now?
Yes, we have one voicemail comment.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Alan Stein. I'm calling in to express an opinion during the public expression section of the Board of Supervisors meeting. And I'd like to direct this towards the effort to create to administer vaccines in the county. Supposedly you have gotten 275, but no one knows because you don't have a widget on your website which tells us the daily number of doses that have been shipped to the county and the daily number of doses given to people in the county. We're totally in the dark. California's gotten 1,090,000 as of Monday. You were supposed to get 2,000 from Moderna. We have no idea how many have come in from Moderna. We have no idea how many have come in total from Pfizer. We need that information ASP. And if you can't, you need to fire the communications guy who is just blowing smoke. All of the county public speakers have not been giving us a total picture. So you need to change that. You need to fire Duhan, who is in charge of the disastrous rollout so far. It's rumored you've only given half of the doses so far in 2 weeks. You need to hire a logistics expert who has some common sense and open clinics in every school in the county with 10 nurses in each one so that you can give out 1,000 doses a day. You need to start thinking in terms of those numbers, because this is way worse than the polio epidemic that I grew up with. Now you're killing a whole economy. You're crippling school children who can't go to school. We need a solution. As soon as these doses come in, they should be shot up in arms. People are twiddling their thumbs in this county. You can get help for administering in the schools if you call up National Guard corpsmen who are qualified to give vaccinations. We need to start mobilizing this county immediately to get all of the vaccines into arms and to get more vaccines. I have friends in Florida who are over 60 years old, and they've already had vaccines. The ethical structure you've set up is tying you into knots. You need to think about telling people to come in, and it's first come, first serve. And forget about the once you get the shots into the arms of all the medical workers and all the people in the nursing.
3 minutes time.
Okay, do we have any other public comment?
There is no more public expression.
Okay, I will note that during our update on COVID, that there is an update on the vaccine situation, and I think it's vaguely referenced there. About a third of the doses sent to California had been administered as of Monday that had arrived. My understanding is that people don't want to open up the vials unless they can allocate all of them before they expire, because it has to be within a certain temperature. But we'll get more of an update later today in our next item. So our next item is discussion and possible action cleaning update associated with COVID-19.
Chair Jurdy? If I
Go ahead.
may, before we continue on, I just, for the record, want to make note of written public expression attached to this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So do we have county services, the update from CEO Carmel Angelo?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yes, my update is that the county services remain status quo. Our facility buildings are closed, except we do take appointments, and the public does come in for their appointments. All of our 24/7 services continue. Because we anticipate that January, per the state, that January will be a tough year for COVID, and the state actually anticipates that numbers will double, we remain closed. The buildings remain closed this month. We get a daily tally of how many of our employees are impacted by COVID. We have approximately 1,200 employees, and the numbers are going up. There was a time a couple months ago when it was approximately 30 employees a day that were impacted by COVID. That means that either they are home in isolation because they are COVID positive, or they are in quarantine because they have been exposed to someone who is COVID positive, or they are having issues with childcare. and they are home. Our numbers are running approximately 50, 55 a day now. So we know that the county organization is affected by the surge, just as the rest of the county. Other than that, I would say that we pretty much remain status quo. I'm very pleased to say that Dr. Corrin and Dr. Doohan are both on the line, and Dr. Corrin will give you an update. Dr. Doohan may assist. I'm not certain at this point. We also have with us Sheriff Matthew Kendall today, who will be talking about the jail outbreak. And I think that while we do have an outbreak in our jail, I have to say that between public health and the jail, everyone is working very hard to try to keep the inmates and the staff COVID-free and safe. We also have Dr. Parker and Judson Howe from Adventist Health with us today, and they will be giving an update on the hospital and with the COVID exposure, and also on the community-wide COVID vaccine event that we had yesterday. And so I think we have a really good update for the board today. We also have Nash Gonzalez, who is our project manager, along with Adrian Thompson, over our vaccination clinics, and he will be speaking as well. So we're hoping to cover everything for the board and the public today. And Chair Jurdy, if it's okay with you, we could start with Dr. Corrin and then go to Sheriff Kendall to discuss the jail before we discuss the hospital and vaccines. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Dr. Corrin, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, and Happy New Year to Chair Jurdy, Supervisors Haschak, our new Vice Chair Williams, and new Supervisors Mulherin and McGurty, and thank you, CEO Carmel Angelo. I want to first start with some of the data, put it in context of California. We know we're in a huge surge. California has had 2,391,261 cases. That's 45,000 more than yesterday, 1.5 times more than 3 weeks ago. In California, we've suffered 26,538 deaths, that is more than 2 times what the total was 3 weeks ago. Mendocino County total cases are now 2,663, which is 25% more than 3 weeks ago when I last addressed this body. Of those from the Latin community are 1,413. Our deaths in the county are now up to 31. Let me try and get this off of here. Excuse me for that. In isolation are 281 people, quarantined are 313. Our average daily new cases are 26.86 per 100,000. If you remember 3 weeks ago, this number was 29. And so this may seem to be an early increase after a Thanksgiving surge and a partial recovery. But we are just beginning a Christmas, New Year's surge. We have, at this time, hospitalized totally 17 of our citizens. In Ukiah, we have 11 in med-surg and 2 in the intensive care unit. Plus out of county, we have 1 in Santa Rosa Memorial, 1 in Kaiser, 1 in San Francisco CPMC, and 2 at UC Davis. The regional data, remember that less than 15% of available staffed beds triggers a regional stay-at-home order. California as a whole registered 0%. San Joaquin, 0%. Southern California, 0%. Sacramento has 11.7% available ICU beds. The Bay Area, including Sonoma County, has 5.9% of their ICU staffed beds available. In Northern California, we have 29.8%, and in Mendocino, we have 50% ICU staffed ICU bed or staffed beds capacity. Note that our hospitals are not at surge. So the care quality has been maintained. Whereas in many hospitals in counties to the south, they're going through what we call contingency care, where they're balancing the type of care that they give their patients without going to triage and denying some care. But they are having to put people in floors with lower nursing ratios. The ones that are on contingency and moving to crisis are actually running out of beds, running out of oxygen, and they're under new California Department of Public Health orders to cooperate to avoid crisis care where medical care is clearly rationed. In some counties, the Corps of Engineers and National Guard are being called upon to assist. So this is a very severe crisis. In order to maintain their levels of care, they will be looking at Northern California ICU capacity, most probably, and our bed capacity. So we should be prepared for transfers. And in turn, this could put us into surge capacity numbers, contingency, and even crisis conditions and lower levels of care. So where is it coming from? There's a serious outbreak, or was a serious outbreak among the homeless at Building Bridges, which is now contained. Round Valley Tribal in the north of the county has had an outbreak, and that is being mitigated. The jail is our largest and quite a large outbreak with over 90 inmates and sheriffs altogether involved, for which the Department of Public Health has given technical assistance. And I'm going to ask Sheriff Matt Kendall to speak to this now, if he will.
Thank you, Dr. Coyne. Chair Judy, members of the board, CEO Angelo, thank you for having me on this morning. We're in a concerning time. I wanted to be able to bring everyone up to date pretty much at the same time. We began having this issue when a corrections officer felt ill and per policy went and got tested. He came back positive with the COVID virus on December 19th. We began protocols at that time to get testing of all corrections officers and all inmates completed. We had those completed. I'm digging through my notes. I have a lot of dates here. We had those completed during that week of December 22nd. We located several inmates who had tested positive. Currently, our numbers are at 80 inmates who have tested positive. We have currently 44 in isolation. We currently have 36 who have been released from isolation. We have 12 staff members who have tested positive. Out of those staff members, 6 are remaining in isolation. 6 have completed their isolation period and are back to work. That gives us a total of 92. We have 50 in isolation and 42 released from isolation. We've begun deeper mitigation efforts. Inmates continue to be isolated, but are getting out for exercise and yard time. All inmates are issued N95 masks, which are better than the cloth facial coverings and whatnot. We put up some plastic shielding and whatnot on any cells that have grading, where we believe that there could be an issue. We have significant multiple daily cleaning efforts. No inmate workers in the kitchen or in laundry. We're serving meals on paper to limit any more movement of items that have been touched. We have mandatory weekly testing for employees, minus the positives, of course, because they show positive long after. We have mandatory weekly testing for inmates. We've had several inmates refuse testing. The ones who refuse testing, we immediately keep them in isolation as a precaution. We've deployed air scrubbers in the housing units. We have those daily meetings with public health and Drs. Doohan and Corin, Becky Emery. We appreciate that assistance. NAFCare, we spoke with them and they've increased the nursing staff by quite a bit. We're receiving 3 new nurses. Employees that we used to take the temperatures on when they came in the door are now also getting an O2 saturation check, as well as inmates, because we found that the temperature readings simply weren't effective enough because we have so many asymptomatic people that have never spiked a temperature, have shown to be positive, and a lot of the early signs that we were concerned about simply are not manifesting themselves. We have one subject who's at the hospital. They're monitoring his O2 saturations. He's an inmate, but it sounds like he's doing really well. The deputies are wearing full PPE, including the Tyvek suits and the N95 masks. And we're not rotating deputies from housing unit to housing unit. If you're working in a housing unit, you are assigned to that housing unit. Now, minus an emergency, if something terrible happens and we need all hands on deck, they have to strip off that PPE as they go out to render that assistance. As we move forward, we're going to do another round of that VRDL testing this week on anyone who has not tested positive, on the inmates and the staff. And then we're moving into that MyNext Now starting this week for all inmates. We're trying to not burden the medical staff with checking any deputies, and so the deputies are being sent to opt-in serve to handle that testing. We thought that would be a good way to share the workload on that. We're also working hard reducing jail populations. We had them down quite a bit just a few months ago. However, several things going on in the state are beginning to impact us. The fact that we were sitting on roughly 25% of our jail population were state prison inmates, and the state prisons had shut down. They weren't accepting those inmates. We're up to about, we were able to take one load down to the state prison and get those inmates delivered. They'd been sentenced to the state prison by our judges. And then the state prison shut down again. So once again, we're sitting at roughly 10% of our inmates are actually sentenced to state prison. I received an email yesterday from State Sheriff's Association advising that they had been in contact with the state prisons, and a lot of our sheriffs are being impacted throughout the state with holding these state prison inmates. And it sounds like the state prison will probably be opening up to take these inmates. We're going to have to get them tested, make sure that they're safe to go. And then we should be able to get rid of roughly 10% there. We're also working extremely hard to make sure that our home monitoring process and whatnot is in place, and we can put as many people out on home monitoring as what we possibly can to make sure that we have that room. And any new positives that pop up, of course, are being isolated, and we're building an area that is kind of outside of the standard modules in the jail to be able to have that isolation wing so that only positives are with positives. One of the things that I hope that we can work on, I know our CEO has been working on it very hard. In my conversations with most of the sheriffs across the state, the faster that we can get the turnaround on our testing, the better off we are. I know our CEO has been really putting a shoulder into this, and we appreciate it, not just at the sheriff's office, but throughout the rest of the county. A lot of these tests that we have done, if they take 3 to 4 days to get back, then we're dealing with old information. And that's something we're going to have to improve on if we want to get ahead and stay ahead of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Kendall. So where else are these infections coming from? Most cases are still non-outbreak related. They're based on small gatherings, break rooms, eating and drinking together, and leading to community spread and close contacts. So during this surge, our contact investigation, contact tracing is changing a bit. We're continuing to be able to do contact investigation to quickly contain spread. But due to the caseload, we leave most of the close contacts to the index cases to inform and refer them to our quarantine orders. Incidentally, just from my calls with other state health departments, many of them, certainly the ones in Southern California, are hardly being able to keep up even with case investigation. So we're doing reasonably well on that score. We are also integrating more state volunteers to keep up with that process. Testing is as follows. We do have the Optum Serve at the fairgrounds, which continues. Our travel team has been started at Fort Bragg and is there regularly. And color tests for the clinics are still on the way, but they are on order and they are coming. The schools, as they open, will be needing to test as well, and the state is at this point offering some assistance to the schools for that. Vaccines, the last time we had this meeting, our tabletop for the mass vaccine clinics was scheduled. We have come a long way since then. And again, at the state level meetings, there's a fair amount of recognition for Mendocino County in what we've done there. Our biggest roadblock for us has actually been getting vaccines to us for the county. And so that's a little different than what you've heard on the news about California as a whole, where 65% are staying in refrigerators and not being distributed. That's not the case here in Mendocino County. So to discuss how we receive the vaccines to the county, Becky, I think I had asked you to present that if you can. And then after that, I wanted to ask Nash Gonzalez and Adrian Thompson, who are project managers for our mass vaccine efforts, to chime in. So Becky?
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Corin. Becky Emery, I'm Department Operations Center Manager. Mendocino County Public Health is working diligently to ensure access to our vaccines. The vaccines are distributed to Mendocino County through 3 collaboratives. The first is direct administration to Mendocino County Public Health. The second is through our multi-county entities, such as Adventist Health. The multi-county entity that Adventist Health is in Mendocino participates and supports not only Mendocino County, but 2 other counties, Lake and Napa County. The vaccines are disseminated directly to that multi-county entity, also existing within the tier of the county for their dissemination. The third distribution from the state is through federal agreement with Walgreens and CVS pharmacies. To support skilled nursing facilities and long-term care facilities. The skilled nursing facilities and long-term care facilities were notified in early December of the agreement, and through the state, they received approvals for the vaccines, and they submitted their requests, and the contracts for them have been notified of dissemination dates for the vaccines. So skilled nursing facilities have received that communication direct from the state and through the pharmacies. And while we are continuing to improve our systems, we have certainly learned from the current situation and monitoring our county freezers. We do currently have digital monitoring for them, and we do in-person checks twice a day of our temperatures for the freezers. And we have trained staff on those efforts and are continuing to learn from, as I said, these experiences. And so we will be increasing our in-person monitoring and running our monitors by Wi-Fi through our call system for alarms, so that we are consistently getting notified of any changes in a rapid manner, and we'll have 24-hour monitoring of those of individuals and available and access. So with that, why don't I turn it back over to Dr. Corin, because I believe we're going to Adventist Health next. Dr. Corin.
Well, I had hoped that we would turn over to Nash Gonzalez and Adrian Thompson, who are project managers for the mass vaccine distribution events, if they could speak at this point. And then after that, we'll discuss the vaccine event with the heads of the hospital.
Good morning, members of the board. Nash Gonzalez, and with me today is Adrian Thompson. We're both co-project managers for the vaccine rollout. Just wanted to give you a quick update. The county today has received 975 Pfizer vaccines, 400 Moderna vaccines. Currently, we are in phase 1, tiers 1 through 3, which includes the healthcare workers, EMTs, medical professionals. And once we're done with this tier, we'll be moving into the phase 1B. The county has administered to date a total of 338 vaccines in 4 county vaccine clinics, which were held on December 22nd, December 30th, and December 31st, and then yesterday on January 4th. For the first clinic, we administered 77. The second, we administered 104. And the third one, which would have been on December 31st, we administered 97. All 3 were Pfizer. Yesterday, we administered 60 vaccines, which were Moderna. And this week, we have 2 more clinics scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we're looking at approximately 200 people per day for these clinics. So we've begun to ramp up. So we currently have left on hand 310 Pfizer vaccines and 340 Moderna vaccines, where we'll go through the Pfizer and then switch over to the Moderna. In implementing our plan, we're looking at ramping up to approximately 300 people per week, with those numbers going up to 600 per week in cooperation with our partners. This week, we have, again, vaccinated 60 on Monday and are looking at 200 tomorrow, 200 on Thursday. But all this will depend on the doses that are available to the county. And again, as I mentioned, 310 Pfizer on hand, 340 Moderna on hand. And with that, I'll turn it over to Adrian and see if you want to add anything to the report.
Thank you, Nash, and good morning, supervisors. Just one quick correction. We hope to increase to 600 per day, not 600 per week. And so that if we did a 3-day event, we would have a much more public and the community vaccinated if we did 600 per day times 3 events and did 1,800 in that week.
So these first few events, we've tried to work all the bugs out and tried to move things along. So I think we're ready to start ramping up.
Thank you.
We'll answer questions that you may have.
So I thought I would just complete this and then we could do the questions afterwards, if that's all right.
Dr. Corn, we've got a lot of topics here. Before we go to Adventists, maybe we could open up for the board questions because we've covered so many things, including vaccinations. So do any board members have questions on the, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Nash, when you say that we gave 60 Moderna yesterday and that we have 340 remaining, are those, can you add any clarity? Are those 340 the same vaccines that were administered by Adventists due to their refrigerator failure yesterday? Or is this a separate lot?
It's my understanding that the 400 were allocated to the county. Adventists should have had their own vaccine allocated to them.
Yeah, so I've heard mixed messages about whether our 400 were included in the refrigerator failure. Before we leave today, I wonder if we could get clarification on that. I'm not sure who's best suited to answer it, maybe Adventist.
And I'll probably turn that over to Dr. Corin.
I think that would be Adventist to answer that. That's why we have them on this call. Are there other questions?
Well, go ahead, Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. I have a question regarding, will there be a vaccine dashboard on the county website or on social media announcing how many vaccines have been distributed and how many are left? And also, is there a process through which people can sign up to get notified when there is a vaccine distribution? There is a process that some health clinics are using where people submit a form online to be able to receive an email or a text message when the vaccines are available. Based on the questions that they answer, they coordinate which tier that they would be in.
So it's probably reasonable for me to break in here and just give a little bit more about this vaccine distribution, because there is a lot of confusion and it is a complex process. The states developed an ethical and equitable framework for distribution with phases and tiers that we're referring to be sure that there's a fair distribution to all members of our community without regard to race, position, and income. It's complex and it's complicated. And in fact, on Sunday night, there was a state call by California Department of Public Health because of the slowness of the distribution getting these out. Our small county has, in comparison to others, done pretty well with development of the mass vaccine clinics that are ramping up. And we will be able to match the distributions that come from the state on a weekly basis, and perhaps even more than what we have been getting. We're now pulling together a recommended ethics advisory task force to review some changes we may want to consider for our rural county. But a great deal of emphasis is now being placed on moving the vaccines faster. And I think we're well positioned to do that. But it's been very slow to get our vaccines in a statewide manner. We are planning and designing a dashboard so that people will be informed. It's not an easy thing to do with our small county staff that is distributed with all the other activities. However, that is in the plans. I don't exactly know when that'll be up, but hopefully in the next week or couple of weeks. The other question that you raised is about signing up. And at this point, the way we have been doing these vaccine clinics is through surveying to find out where people are who want them within that tier structure. And we are able to move around more freely within the tier structure as long as we generally are moving through the priorities, which are to vaccinate those who are most vulnerable, and those are the ones who are in the skilled nursing facilities, and those who come face to face all day long with people with COVID, and those have been the hospital healthcare workers. How we will arrange signing up or calling in to do that, I think is an issue that has to be discussed. I don't think we have developed that system quite yet. Other allusions have been made about yesterday's vaccine event, and I think it would be appropriate then to turn to Dr. Basant Parker, the Chief Medical Officer of Adventist Health here in Mendocino County, and Judson Howe, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Adventist Health, and have them present.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Korn. And again, yes, my name is Judson Howe. I am the president for Adventist Health here in Mendocino County. I've been asked to come here today to talk about an incident that happened yesterday that affected vaccines here in Mendocino County. At 11:35 a.m., the executive team was meeting, and we were approached by our pharmacy director as well as our facilities director that a freezer that was containing 830 vaccines had exceeded 8 degrees centigrade at 2 a.m. in the morning. This was discovered through a manual check of the freezer in the morning, and the time of the exceeding of 8 degrees centigrade was identified via the logs that we maintain of our refrigerators. Our first phone call was to public health to inform them that 840 vaccines had been at room temperature since 2 a.m. It is the guidance from pharmacy and Moderna that these vaccines have a shelf life of 12 hours once they reach 8 degrees. And so we consider them at room temperature at 2 a.m. So it was assumed that the time clock was starting to tick at 2 a.m. And so therefore we needed to administer them by 2 p.m. First phone call was to public health to talk about how we wanted to manage this situation. It was decided that we would reach out to all healthcare workers within our ecosystem. Second phone call was to skilled nursing facilities in the Ukiah Valley. I will add that unfortunately at this time, the 101 North was closed due to a jackknife semi on the 101. So that did impair our ability to decentralize this operation to the north at that point in time. We gave 200 vaccines to the county, 30 to Ukiah Post-Acute, 40 to Redwood Cove, along with a couple of RNs. We also called MCHC and in coordination with them set up a mass vaccination clinic at 1390 Laurel Avenue, which is the Seventh-day Adventist Church adjacent to MCHC's Laws Avenue Clinic. In the time frame from about noon to 2 p.m., there were all 830 vaccines were administered at that point in time. That is the high-level time frame. Dr. Parker is also on the phone with me. Supervisor Williams, I see you have a question. I can take that now if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be helpful. For the public, I have a lot of questions coming from the public, and so just distill some of them. At what time did Adventists discover that the vaccine temperature was compromised, that it was above the storage temp?
11:35 a.m.
11:35. And the county's vaccines, about 400, actually precisely 400, were stored in this refrigerator. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were 400, yes.
And so those were compromised as well. 60 of those were withdrawn for the public health clinic yesterday. What time did Adventists withdraw those 60?
I will correct that narrative, that slight narrative, so Supervisor Williams. There was 60 other vaccines in addition to those 200 that were provided to the county outside of those 200. So really 260.
What I'm getting at is, the public would like to know, did any of the vaccines that were administered at the public health clinic yesterday come from the refrigerator that had experienced the failure?
I can answer that. So because we had a limited timeline to administer those from the refrigerator that had the failure, we were not sure that the vaccination going on at a public health site would be able to take care of the 2-hour short window that we had. So we pulled from Howard, where we also have some vaccines stored, from Howard Memorial Hospital, from a different refrigerator to give to public health to do that. So those 60 are not from the fridge that malfunctioned.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
You bet. So with that being said, Dr. Parker, if I could hand over to you for a brief medical officer perspective as well on this incident.
Right. I think most important to mention with this incident is the fact that we pulled together to make this difficult situation actually a success and a story for many. I quickly called Dr. Corin to get an okay to open it up beyond the tiers so that we would not waste any vaccines. At that point, when we were making the decision, what was key was save vaccines. Don't let vaccines go waste. And so once we got that, we sprung into action, and the rest of the story is as Judson has shared. But I want to emphasize the collaboration between public health and Adventist Health, along with MCHC and providers and other staff that came to help to make this happen. So thanks to the team here on this call, and thanks to the collaboration. I really appreciate that.
I have a follow-up question. If the refrigerator dropped or raised its temperature at 2 a.m., but it was only discovered at 11 o'clock, and you only had until 2 o'clock to distribute the vaccines, how would you prevent that kind of a failure in the future?
Right. So multiple learnings from this. Number one, the refrigerator has been replaced with a new one. The sensor malfunctioned, and so what we have assured now is the sensor was in a different mode and didn't alarm when it should have. So the modes have been changed and tested, and it's functioning. Further to that is the manual checks. And so we will do that. Additionally, we kind of spread out where we store the vaccines. So we're going to spread it out some more. That way, if any, we cannot completely eliminate the possibility of device malfunction, but if it were to happen, it would not be that many. So these are some of the interventions that we, and extra carefulness that we will bring to monitoring the
Great. And
vaccine.
Supervisor Judy, if I may add a point of clarification to what Dr. Parker said, the sensor did not fail, the alarming failed. So we do not have concerns around the accuracy of the temperature log at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is, where are the county refrigeration systems? Have they been received yet?
Yes. Let me see if I'm on mute. Yes, we do have our current freezer. That's the very low temperature freezer is online and is stable. And we are making plans to move our allotment of Pfizer vaccines to that freezer. The other allotments of Moderna will go directly into the public health freezers. I mean, they're both freezers, and they are well maintained with monitors, with alerts, and so on and so forth.
And I would add that we were notified this week that our second ultra low freezer that the state has is distributing to us, will be here this week. So we will be splitting our vaccines that we receive between the two freezers as another precautionary measure.
Okay, and people have asked me about a plan. Do we have the county-wide plan for distributing, for amping up, the distribution and vaccinations? Is there a written plan that people could see, or is that confidential?
No, we have a plan, and they do involve mass vaccine clinics that we have tried safely to work through. These are not things we just want to slap together. In contrast to what we had to do yesterday to maintain the vaccine's survival. But there are issues like potential reactions to the vaccines, including anaphylaxis. So we have had to work out how many people can we move through a place safely so that we're observing them for 15 minutes to 30 minutes, and how do we get them out? How do we keep track of who these people are and take precautions and have supplies and people on hand that if there is a severe allergic reaction or anaphylactic reaction, we're prepared at all sites wherever we have them to address those medical emergencies. So initially, as we have begun our mass vaccine clinics, we've done it on a small scale, again, to see what we can learn, and also to teach others to expand it to other sites. So other sites that we're thinking about is, of course, across to the coast. And as we get more confident, there will be other sites as well. But yes, there is a plan, and we're following that plan.
Okay, one last question for me is, if this is for Sheriff Kendall, is that we have this outbreak in the jail. What about the juvenile hall? And what are we doing I know you don't oversee the juvenile hall directly, but what are we doing in regards to juvenile hall proactively?
Well, that's a question for Chief Locatelli, but I've been in constant discussions with him to make sure that we don't have any personnel or anything moving back and forth through his area. We've also been in constant discussion about the best ways to actually keep people separated, and any of those concerns that we have that pop up, we have been in discussion over it. I wish Chief Locatelli was here this morning, but I'm certain that he's busy. A lot of the work that the CEO's office and public health are doing are going to help us to get ahead, stay ahead of it. And with the faster turnaround times on testing, which I know they've been working extremely hard on, that's going to be one of the biggest keys for us, is to be able to know immediately whether, or within a reasonable time frame, as opposed to 3 to 4 days, 24 hours, 12 hours. I think that that's going to be one of the biggest keys for us. And then that constant surveillance testing with the Minex. We've had multiple conversations with Drs. Dewan and Corn regarding this, and that also seems to be a big portion or key in getting ahead of this, staying ahead of this, and then being able to make rapid decisions before anything can spread. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
So this is for Dr. Corin. What are kind of the critical pathways to getting this out, and how much staff is assigned actually to the clinics and inoculating our population?
With all due respect, I'm going to refer that to Nash Gonzalez and Adrian Thompson about the specifics of the plan.
Thank you, Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, vaccine team. We have approximately 5 full-time staff between Nash and I running the program itself, and also the public health nurses who are helping administer vaccines at all of these clinics. We're still trying to build up staff, and we are recruiting, so we need to increase those numbers to handle more vaccine clinics. But at this time, we're roughly a team of about 8.
And we need to add to that as well that one of the very important functions that makes giving any vaccine safe is the clerical work, and that's one of the groups that we're moving up in terms of volunteers.
And what is kind of your time frame for sort of getting this in maximum ramped up mode to where you're feeling like you're distributing the vaccine at a reasonable pace to take care of the paperwork and the safety and everything else?
So we have talked about ramping up to 150 in that range this week, and next week moving to 150 to 300 per clinic, and having 3 clinics a week. So probably in 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to be able to deliver 900 vaccines each week, and that's in the range of what we received from the state so far. We will have to also contend with the second vaccines for people who received their first vaccine, so we have a plan to do that on a separate day. And I think that's as fast as we can do it safely, outside of an emergency crisis that we just had.
Supervisor Williams.
60 that were used at our clinic yesterday came from Willits. Does that mean the other 340 out of that 400 allocation are also in Willits?
So was that question directed to Adventist Health?
Well, if you know the answer, it is. If
okay,
we can ask public health. I don't think the board has clarity. We know we have 400 and 60 were used yesterday. I'm not clear where the others are. It doesn't sound like those are in our freezer. Are they in one of yours, and which one?
Okay, so we gave 200 vaccines to public health yesterday. I believe of that, about 100 went to those in phase 1A and 1B. So we would ask public health to consider that as part of the 400 that they had with us, since it went to the appropriate phases. Didn't go to the general public. And so I think that's a reasonable accommodation we're asking. We are flexible with that. So you may consider 160 as having been taken care of, and we will work with public health to assure that the rest would be available through Adventist Health System.
Okay. And then I know the CEO was intimately involved yesterday. At some point, could we check in with her and see if she has any additional details to add?
And if I may add just to Dr. Parker's comments, is that Mendocino County Public Health did pick up 200 vaccines of those that were exposed during that time. Of those, 100 were distributed to Mendocino County employees within those tiers for critical infrastructure, and 100 were partnered with the city of Ukiah to also help vaccinate within their critical infrastructure due to location and timing. And I also want to add that the city of Ukiah was a tremendous partner yesterday. Not only did they do the 100 vaccines for their infrastructure and staff, they also provided the EMT paramedic support for both of the county clinics to ensure that we had appropriate monitoring and support at all of the clinics that were being run yesterday.
Okay, do we have any more questions at this point?
Yeah, so to sort of follow up on this, Dr. Corin, when you think we're sort of at maximum capacity, we'll be putting out about 900 vaccines per week. Is that the plan?
It could be increased, according to current plans, up to 1,600. I'm sorry, up to 1,800. So we would double that, but that's going to take a little while to get there and do it safely. We've only been getting 925 of the five. But let me just say it this way: our first distribution from the state was 900, and I believe it was 25 from the state. No, 75.
It was our first distribution, if you will. It was 975 Pfizer and 400 Moderna. We are pending a second distribution. It has not been released yet from the state. So that is what we've received.
So that's our limiting factor right now, because otherwise at 900 a week, it'll take over a year to vaccinate our entire county.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is at this point, the bottleneck for us, in addition to the learning curve of developing these safe vaccine, mass vaccine clinics, the bottleneck has been getting the vaccines from the state. So while on the one hand, they're complaining that the local health departments and other vaccinators are not getting them to, the people who need them, in our county, it's been a little different. And I've made those statements to the public health department, and we're working on getting them to free up more vaccines for our county.
Well, congratulations to everybody yesterday for being nimble. That's pretty remarkable what you pulled off.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, I have another question for Sheriff Kendall. Is with the number of inmates who have, with the outbreak, who are infected and the need for isolation, do you have enough rooms in the jail cells to isolate within that structure, or do you need extra facilities to carry it out properly?
Well, I've been in discussions with command staff and our CEO regarding just that. Where we're going to need some assistance, and we've been discussing it with our CEO's office and the DOC, is on some of these releases that are going to be released on home monitoring and things like that. There may be some areas where they have to quarantine after they are released, even though we won't release them unless they have a negative test or they have been through the COVID issue. And that's where we're going to have a little bit of work to do. But if we can get rid of the state prison inmates to the state prison and then continue on with these releases, we're going to have that down pretty darn rapidly. And, at one point in time, yes, our numbers were extremely low. However, we've had a large amount of violent crime with multiple suspects. And it's that multiple suspect thing when we have 6 involved in a homicide, when we have 3 involved in armed robbery and attempted murder, that's when those numbers begin to grow of people that we simply cannot turn loose back out on the street. And, we will get our numbers back down. We've been in meetings every day regarding this. And as people are coming off of quarantine and whatnot, that's making it easier. So I don't think that we need extra facility for the jail right now. I think that eventually we're going to need those beds on the outside. And I know that with the work that the DOC and the CEO's office have been doing, we're going to have those.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we have additional questions from the board. I just have one follow-up, and thank you for everybody involved in getting the distribution in short order yesterday. But due to the highway being closed and the fact that with the limited time, you couldn't distribute the vaccines into the North County or into the coast. I guess the obvious question is, with the remaining vaccines that we have, will there be a priority to distributing those to frontline healthcare workers and law enforcement public safety in the North County and on the coast, given the fact that it was all concentrated in the Ukiah area where, given the time constraints?
If I can answer that to the extent I can answer it, let me put it this way. We had a situation yesterday where there was a tremendous loss of losing a very scarce resource. We were able to pull that together. We still have left over a lot of paperwork to do, a lot of sorting out who are those people in our, tier 1A or phase 1A, tier 1, 2, and 3 that still require the vaccines. And yes, those will be prioritized. There's no question about it. There's a lot of other record keeping, putting into the CARES state program, all the names of people who got their vaccines. It's a lot of paperwork to do. There were errors that happened that led to this, and we still need to go through and analyze what needs to be done so lessons can be learned. And that's what I'm hoping will come from this. We distributed the vaccines. We will continue to prioritize those groups that we can, wherever they are. And that is our hope as we go forward with this entire vaccine campaign. And the other lesson I think has been said before is we were able to work in a partnership that yielded saving all these scarce resources. And that's a very important thing that we don't get to see every day. So I'm hoping as we move forward, we can integrate how that happens and so on and so forth. I also just wanted to summarize my report at this point very quickly by saying we're continuing with dealing with this pandemic. We're facing a large surge right now as we walk into the effects of the gatherings from Christmas and New Year's Eve. And we expect that to be even worse than it was for Thanksgiving, which we just began to see a plateauing of. The vaccines are going to be a great boon. They're the window at the end of the tunnel. But in fact, everyone in our county needs to continue to maintain the non-pharmacologic avoidance of this disease, which I'm going to repeat again and again and again. They have to use masks. We all have to use masks. We have to do social distancing, hand hygiene, and pay attention to ventilation. The vaccination program is ramping up. It's slow statewide. The state is aware of it. We actually are ahead on two fronts, and that is developing safe mass vaccine clinics. And also, as I said, we can address any changes from the state tier system to our rural community as needed by utilizing an ethics committee. So this is not just a first come, first served basis, which plays into problems of pre-existing structural racism, people getting it who can pay more or they have access more. We want to continue to use those ethical and equitable principles, but it's very important that we all work together for this, and it is coming. It's working. In the meantime, again, mask up, social distance, improve the ventilation, avoid the gatherings, and I would end my report at that.
Okay. Supervisor Mulholland, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, I thought that we were still on the vaccine discussion. So my question or comment rather is, I would love to see in writing the plan for the rollout of the vaccine distribution. I would also love to know more about this ethics committee and who's serving on that. And in the future, I think that it would be helpful as a member of the board to receive notification when something like what happened yesterday happens, even if that's via a very short email, to see the distribution of the vaccines rolled out. And I think that everybody did a fantastic job, and I'm super grateful that it was able to be rolled out in the way that it was. But as a board member, I would prefer to see that through my email than to see it on social media. So I don't know how the other board members feel about that, but I didn't get any kind of notification that it was happening or what that process looked like. And I don't need a play-by-play of everything that happens, but certainly when there's a situation like what occurred yesterday, I'd appreciate a short email about that.
Thank you. That will be one of the lessons we learn, and hopefully we will never repeat that again. And we will keep you informed. That was not intended, but I appreciate your comment, and we'll get the other information to you as soon as we possibly can.
I actually saw it on TV this morning, so Channel 2 covered it.
Yeah, and if I may, I think Dr. Corin deserves some applaud for his quick acting and just working with us collaboratively to make sure these vaccines got out. I think we're really blessed to have Dr. Corin in his role in this county and his quick thinking around this.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to call the clerk of the board. Do we have any public questions on this agenda item?
Yes, we have one.
I'm sorry, Chair Jurdy. Before we move on, we do have some comment in-house.
Okay, go ahead.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. If you would like to go to public comment, I could speak after that. There were just a couple points that I wanted to emphasize for the board's information and also for the public. But if you would like to do public comment, I could speak after that. It's up to you.
Why don't we just go to public comment now? And
Good afternoon, board members.
hello.
My name is Anthony Adams. I'm a member of the Public Defender's Office, and I'm concerned about the rollout of yesterday's emergency distribution. There was seemingly very little direct communication with any of the criminal justice partners and sort of a haphazard manner in which information flowed. That is part and parcel understood to be a function of the nature of an emergency situation. However, it does raise a concern that has been regrettably growing in terms of the general membership of our office and the Public Defender's Office, and I believe it's shared throughout our criminal justice partners. And that is, there was no direct communication with our office that there was access to a vaccination. And it sort of speaks to what we perceive as a lack of understanding about the direct nature in which we have to interact with the public on a daily basis. It is regrettable that we're in a situation where we don't have access to work at home alternatives. There are many who do in the county, and we're grateful that they have those opportunities and want their safety. But we are not in that position. We are in the unenviable position of having to be directly face-to-face with the public at large. I've just left the courtroom, to which I'll be returning as soon as we're done here, and that courtroom is packed to the gills with people, and in the hallways trying to accommodate multiple calendars, multiple events, with many, many lawyers and many, many people who are there to participate in the criminal justice process. It is extraordinarily frustrating how much we have to deal with the public, how much we have to go to the jails, which have been temporarily suspended, but that is not a good thing. That's a bad thing, in as much as it does not allow us to properly serve our clients the way we're intended to, and it is arguably a denial of their constitutional rights to representation. All these things put us in a position where we feel that we need to have at least some recognition as a frontline worker type of group that gets some accommodation should things become available. Now, we recognize that the nature of what happened yesterday was unique and hopefully never to happen again, but I do think that I'd like to echo to a degree Supervisor Mulheron's comments that we received no notification, and it felt like a basic slight or a lack of understanding about the nature of the work that we're engaging on a daily basis. We're proud county employees, proud to serve, but we want to be taken seriously by the county and know that our health and our safety is as important as other members of the general public. So I would respectfully ask that in the future notifications be made to our office. I want to thank all of our criminal justice partners for their hard work, and I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak.
Okay. Do we have any other public comment?
There's no more verbal comment for this item.
Okay.
Done. And there is written comment attached to this item.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you. That, by the way, is the countdown that's used in a number of public meetings, and now it'll be used in our meeting. That gives a visual cue and an audio cue to the speakers. Did we have some follow-up questions from board members? We do have the CEO Angelo would like to respond to some questions that were asked earlier. CEO Angelo, maybe you could give your response now.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I do have some comments, but I think I would like to respond, if that's okay, to the last public comment by Anthony Adams. Even though there was an emergency clinic yesterday that, you know, everyone was notified, and I really commend Adventist Hospital for moving as quickly as they did to mobilize their staff, county staff, city staff to get all the vaccines out. I will say that the intent still was get the vaccine out, but still try to follow the tiers, which, you know, maybe we did, maybe we didn't. We'll find out as we go through all of the vaccine logs. But what I can say is that regarding public safety, criminal justice, regarding all of the services, the sheriff's office, the jail, probation, juvenile hall, the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, and possibly the courts, we have been looking at this in total because they, as Mr. Adams said, they rotate through the jail, through the courts. These are the professionals that work together and move through areas where we know they are at risk for COVID. So the goal has been that when we get to 1B, if we continue to follow the state tiers, and there's no reason to think that we won't, we continue to follow the state tiers, 1B would be next week after January 11th, and that's when the district attorney, public defender, probation, sheriff, when that whole group, that criminal justice group, would be vaccinated. That was our goal. However, as we know, there was an issue yesterday, and so there was a mass vaccination process. My understanding was that the district attorney's office was informed of this and that there were some members of the district attorney's office that were at the hospital getting vaccinated. That may or may not be accurate. I was not at the hospital. I don't know, but that was our understanding. So I just want to say that, and it's unfortunate that we were not able, whether it was the hospital, the city, or the county, that we were not able to get all the information out. I do believe that when we were notified and others were notified, everything was word of mouth. And so to get 830 vaccines out in 2 hours by word of mouth, you know, was quite phenomenal. We all know that. But I would like to assure the district attorney's office that they are in the 1B tier, and our hope has been and continues to be that we would be able to vaccinate them after January 11th, which would be next week. So thank you for letting me clear that up. A couple more points I would like to clear up. We have talked about the partnership between the hospital, the county, and the city, and clearly that was a partnership that worked yesterday. I don't want to forget the clinics. We know that our federally qualified health centers, our community clinics, they are a key partner in all of this. They assisted the hospital. I'm sure they would agree. They assist the county every single day. So I don't want to negate all of the good work that's done by the clinics. Regarding the data, I do agree with Supervisor Mulhern that we need to put more data out. What we're finding is we can only put the data out that we have. That's number one. And number two, that we do not have we haven't had the staff to put the data out. We have most recently contracted with 2 public information officers, and we are hoping that they will be able to help us put the data out. And again, it's the data that we get that we could put out. So I also wanted to clarify that yesterday was Moderna. That was all the Moderna vaccine, and I'm not sure there. I know that when we had people come to the sheriff's office for vaccines, there was some question whether it was Pfizer or Moderna. So yesterday was all Moderna. And so I wanted to be real clear on that. And that we did learn that, just so everybody knows, it was the 400 Moderna that we had with Adventist Health that was part of the 830. The questions that Supervisor Williams had around the 60 Moderna vaccines that were already scheduled for the Moderna clinic that we had scheduled yesterday afternoon, we are researching that, and clearly it was good to hear from Adventist Health that 60 was from a different identified batch. But again, because 400 of the vaccine that were utilized yesterday were county vaccine, we do have to work with the state and report to the state on what happened with the county vaccine. I do also want to say that I believe it was either Ms. Emery or Dr. Corin that did speak to, there are 3 entry points of vaccine into the county. So I wanted to be real clear with that, because I do believe that was new information over the last 24 hours to the public. Vaccine does come into Adventist Health through the Adventist Health system. Vaccine comes into county public health, and now we know that vaccine is going to a couple of our pharmacy drugstores, CVS and Walgreens. So I do not believe that at this point in time that Walgreens or CVS is ordered by the state or the feds to report to the county, and so that is something on an individual county basis. So I personally am not certain what exactly Walgreens and CVS are doing, and that's something that we are working on to get that information, but I do not believe that they are mandated by the state to report to the county. And if they are, that's really good, and we'll have that information, and we will be able to report that information to the public and to this board. Regarding what comes in through the Adventist Health system, we are working, Adventist Health is working with us, and as you can see from yesterday's event, we are working together on what they get and what we get, and we have been working going forward on vaccination clinics. And yesterday, of course, was an example, though an extreme example, but it shows the work between the county and the hospitals with getting the vaccine out. I do want to say that we have been vigilant with our freezer, getting our sub-zero freezer here, and monitoring our refrigeration to make sure our policies are in place when we have all the vaccine in our refrigerators. And the last thing I want to say is about the jail, that we have put in place some practices with Sheriff Kendall now and our Department Operations Center, that if someone is released from the jail, that we will quarantine them as needed. And if somebody goes into the jail, that the jail is quarantining people that have to be brought into the jail. So I think that there's very positive movement within the jail right now between the jail and public health to provide safety to the staff and to the inmates. So I want to say that we are working, as I said, because 400 of the Moderna were ours, we are working with the hospital and with the state to report the issue that happened yesterday. The state is actually very pleased with the fact that we were able to mobilize so quickly, and that they do see this as an example of a public-private partnership, the work that was done with 830 vaccines being put out in 2 hours. So bottom line is more data. We hope more data and more accurate data on our website. We're working on that. There are 3 entry points right now of vaccine into the county. We will monitor that as best we can and report that to the public. Things are working very well between the jail and public health as far as attempting to work on the outbreak in the jail. And I think that's all I have to say. So thank you, Supervisor Jurdy.
Okay, before we go to our morning break, I want to ask supervisors, do we have any final questions or comments? Supervisor Hashak.
I'm trying. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is for Sheriff Kendall. And with this massive outbreak, and you said that NAFCARE was going to provide 3 additional nurses or 3 nurses. I forget whether it was additional or not. But Do you feel like you have the resources to deal with this outbreak in the jail at this point?
Right now we do, and it's actually 3 additional nurses. CEO Angelo worked very hard with me on making sure that we can secure that extra staffing. And we're going to take our pulse in just a very short amount of time, reevaluate, regroup. And that's one of the reasons why these daily meetings are so important, because realizing that you have a need and being able to jump on it immediately is going to get us through this.
Okay, so you're feeling confident that we have the resources right now to make
right now, and then once again, daily we're checking our pulse on that to make sure that we aren't behind or lacking in anything.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any additional questions at this point, we'll go to a 15-minute break. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just to piggyback on Supervisor Haschek's question, if the situation changes and Sheriff, you do need more resources, how do we ensure that you get what you need without delays? We don't want to wait for the next board meeting to approve. And the public, I don't think fully understands, unlike say a police chief in a city who reports to city council, you report to the people, and this is your authority and your responsibility. The board's role is to assist you and make sure you have the resources that you need to get the job done. How do we ensure that that's happening without delays if the situation changes?
Well, with the trust that you've placed into CEO Angelo and the constant communication that I know that is going on, we are not running into a lot of delays. Because she has the authority to help assist in making moves almost immediately. And as long as that remains in play, and the constant briefings and the constant work on this, then we will not get behind. But we have to project, like I said, 3 to 4 days into the future. And that way we don't have a gap when something suddenly comes up and we say, we have a need now. If we were ready for it yesterday, it won't be a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions. We're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll resume at 10:38. to resume the meeting. Our microphones are muted. Clerk of the board, do you have an announcement to make?
I do. I just wanted, this is Deputy Clerk for the Board, Lindsay Doherty, and I just wanted to make a brief announcement and let the public know that videos of the swearing-in ceremonies of Supervisors Mulherin and McGorty can be found on the county. They can be found online on the Mendocino County YouTube page. Thank you.
Okay, so next on our agenda is the consent calendar. We wanted to get into the COVID at first. So, Clerk of the Board, have you established proper notice for the consent calendar?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
And I see a request for 2 items to be pulled, items 4O and 4B. Supervisor Hashak would like to comment. Are there any other items that board members would like to pull? Supervisor Mulhern?
4K and 4L. And I just was looking for maybe direction for staff on 4G. It doesn't need to necessarily be pulled.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
4L, but it was covered.
Okay, 4L. Okay.
If I may confirm for the record, please. 4O, 4B, 4K, and 4L?
And 4G, I think.
And 4G for comment? Thank you.
Well, why don't we go down alphabetically? So 4B, Supervisor Hashak, you got a comment?
Yeah, it's just a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing Positive Parenting Awareness Month for Mendocino County. And if you don't mind, I would like to read it. Is that all right, Chair?
You didn't ask that. We try to keep our proclamations on the consent calendar or just to simplify them. So do you want to keep it kind of simple?
Okay, I'll just say that it's the Positive Parenting Program and that this is offered through First Five and other agencies. So just wanted to get that recognition out there. It's a very good program for our families.
When they can get the program. I understand it's oversubscribed, so it's not available for everybody who wants it unless they get on the waiting list. So they should get on the waiting list as soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay, then I think alphabetically next would be 4G.
I don't want to pull the item, but I'm hoping that at our next meeting, the staff could bring forward what items are still open or pending from the event because it's from 2019. So I'm not sure what we still are working on. And that can wait for our next meeting.
Okay. I guess for L. Go ahead.
Do you want to do 4K before 4L?
Okay, go ahead. 4K.
Or do you want to do 4L? Oh, we're going alphabetically.
Okay.
Either way, you're the
Go ahead.
Okay.
Take your pick.
Great. I'm just wondering on 4K what the alternatives are for another contract with Dr. Dewan. It seems to me that we need some support for testing and vaccination, in particular the vaccination rollout. And I'm just wondering, particularly having a possible position on the coast as well as inland for the vaccine distribution, and if that money could be spent otherwise. And I don't know if there was anybody else that had questions on that, but
Supervisor McGorty.
I'm wondering as well. Certainly I want to support information and it's kind of if Dr. Corn is still here, what he feels his needs are to be successful, or as Supervisor Mulhern has suggested, is there are other ways of appropriating the money, or do we need a full year? Do we need a partial year? Perhaps Dr. Dewan would want to weigh in as well.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, maybe we could bring the CEO in to talk about how Dr. Dewan is being utilized in this capacity. I would be careful about breaking continuity during a 100-year pandemic midway through. Switching personnel is dangerous. There's a lot of efforts that are underway. From my view, and I've probably been in contact with Dr. Dewan, I don't know, more days than not out of the past month. There's a lot that's in progress, and it's more work than one doctor can facilitate. It's not a slight about Dr. Corin, but I know he is overwhelmed. There's more work on the table than he can take on by himself. I think it's appropriate that public health has more than one doctor, just like we would have more than one nurse.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, and I agree with what Supervisor Williams said, is that we are in this pandemic, that 100-year event. And, Dr. Dewan provides that continuity and support for Dr. Corin. I think that if Dr. Corin believes that it's needed and it's a support for him in these times, I don't think we have another choice. So I'm going with the medical experts on this.
Yeah, and I don't want to second guess anybody. I'm new on the scene. I am not a specialist in pandemics. We want the best resources available so that we always have good information to operate from and the latest data, and whatever it takes to get that done. Obviously, we're going to support as a board.
Angela, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think that it sounds like the supervisors have a keen understanding of what's happening here. We thought, including Dr. Dewan, that at this point in time, most likely she would not be with us to the extent she is. However, we also thought that the pandemic would be subsiding or mitigated at this point. We do believe we will be in this pandemic for the next year. Dr. Dewan adds a lot to this process, not only her historical perspective, but we have a health officer and a deputy health officer that both have very unique skill sets. And she brings a degree of a scientific approach to this process. And so we do believe, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Corin, and I'm sorry he's not on for this item, but I do know that we have worked as a pandemic team, and we are in agreement with Dr. Corin's leadership that Dr. Dewan is a necessary part of the team. And I would go so far as to say in a pandemic, even 2 health officers isn't enough. And so we're doing good with these 2, but if we had a 3rd physician, we probably would still need more physician time. Dr. Dewan is charging us for 15 hours a week, and I would say she puts in at least 30 hours a week. So I believe we're very fortunate to have Dr. Dewan and the work she continues to do. I will say, if you look at, let's just talk about the jail outbreak, or let's talk about any of the outbreaks that we have. For one health officer to try to keep the pandemic response going, work with the Departmental Operations Center, and work with a unique outbreak is very difficult to do. Every outbreak that we have had takes all of our time, the whole pandemic response team, and we look to the health officer as the expert in what we should do with the public health response. So I appreciate the board's understanding of this item, and I would say that under other circumstances, we would not be bringing Dr. Dewan forward for another contract, but at this point in time, we do believe for part of our pandemic response that we need Dr. Dewan. Thank you.
Okay. We've had discussion on this one. And my plan is, if we don't have objections, we're going to wrap everything in one motion, but we can only separate things out. So now let's go to item 4L.
So I have questions about the extension of this contract. It was for only $25,000 for the first 6 months, and then now it's going up by 50,000 for the following 6 months, and nothing in that I could find in the agreement states how many clients it's serving. I found my research on the facility pretty interesting. And I'm just wondering if I could have more information about how many clients are being served and why the costs went up so substantially.
Okay, do we have staff response?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Chair Doherty, we are working on getting Janine Miller on the line.
Okay. If that's the case, maybe Supervisor Hashak, you had some comments on 4.0.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 4.0 is the ordinance enhancing the code enforcement. And so there was just one issue that I wanted to bring up about the notification. And certainly MCA had a question about certified mail. And that's in section 1.08.080. I talked to Deputy County Counsel Mike McNasee yesterday about it. And I think that if we put in the certified mail and with a time limit of 5 days, that might still meet everyone's desire. You know, the desire is to make sure that we do this in a streamlined, efficient way, and yet MCA certainly wants everyone to be notified properly. So I think that if we did that, it would probably meet the needs of what they're requesting too.
Okay, it looks like Michael Maxey and John Burks are both on. Do you have a response?
Yes, hi, good morning, board. If I may, so regarding the certified, I certainly understand what you're saying, Supervisor Hashak. The problem that we're experiencing is that by the time we get to a formal enforcement action that requires that certified mail, we've already had multiple contacts. There's several avenues in which code enforcement takes to contact these folks, from site inspections, phone calls, emails. We'll use every resource at our disposal. So the problem that we have, basically exactly what MCA is describing as being the problem with, rural service and them, not getting these, is that we don't get hardly any of them back. And I don't know if that's, because they sit in a rural box that's several miles from the home, and that requires them to then go into the post office, and it creates this really tremendous administrative burden. So as it sits now, we may only get a few of these back a year. It doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. Procedurally, we're still going to send them certified mail, but it's causing conflict with our due process. Maybe Mike McNasee could weigh in on that a little bit. Please.
Morning, Board Chair. Deputy County Counsel Michael McNasee. Looks like I'm lagging a little bit, so let me know if it's a problem to hear me. I think the only thing I had to add is that I would reiterate what Mr. Burks just said. What I had suggested at the last meeting and during my conversation with Supervisor Hashak yesterday was if the board had wanted to keep in a certified mail option, what my recommendation was to keep the deemed served date at 5 days. Right now, as it's proposed, if personal service doesn't succeed, if code enforcement is unable to personally serve them, then the option would be to send it by mail and to post it on the property. And at the day of posting and mailing, that item would be deemed served after 5 days of posting and mailing. In the past, with certified mail, they would also send certified mail, and code enforcement would have to wait for either a signature to come back to say that it was delivered, or for the post office to send it back saying that it was undeliverable. And as Mr. Burke said, most of the time it would come back undeliverable. So to avoid not only the expense of doing something that wasn't working, but also to ensure a certain amount of certainty and a timeline that can be used by code enforcement in a proper manner, in a way that allows them to keep flowing with their work, and in a way that has been used and has succeeded, as opposed to spending the time and the energy and the uncertainty with certified mail. Now, my suggestion, however, was if the board really wanted to keep the certified mail as part of the process, my recommendation would be to write it in such a way that certified mail would be sent, however, that it would still be deemed served 5 days after the mailing and the posting, so that code enforcement would not have to wait for a month and a half, or however long it would take for the certified mail to come back before that they could proceed along with their code enforcement action. And so if the board did decide to go that way, I could write some language to articulate that.
Okay. Do we have any other? Go ahead.
And sorry, John Burks, Code Enforcement Supervisor, just a follow-up thought. We certainly would not take any punitive measure via something that we thought wouldn't be successful, because again, what we're trying to achieve is communication with the responsible parties to help them get into compliance. So it would really serve us, no good to send something that's not going to be effective. Our primary objective, of course, is to communicate with them and then achieve compliance. So our practice will stay the same. We'll send every option we have: regular mail, certified, posting, like Mr. McDessie had described. So that's our primary objective. Thanks.
Supervisor Mulhern.
It was unclear to me how cannabis cultivators that are in the permitting process but have not yet received either a county or state permit, what the process would be for those folks. In the ordinance, it says that they would have to have a county or state permit, but we know that there are many people that have pending permits. So can you please help clarify what the process is?
Sure. So we have an agreement with them, Supervisor Mulhern, that we have a compliance plan option, and that's specifically for the cultivators that are in application or actually have their permit issued. So that's kind of an individual mechanism to address those sites specifically. And then code enforcement doesn't make any determination regarding the status of their permit. Our involvement would simply to gain compliance on site, whatever that looks like.
If I may, through the board, if I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. To add to Mr. Burke's comments is that the compliance plan applies to phase 1 permits. As we get on to further phases, people applying for permits, the code enforcement efforts is the same. The compliance plan is the tool that can be used for people in the phase 1 permit application process. And I would direct you, Supervisor Mulhern, to 10A17-100 sub C1D. It talks about how the compliance plan will be the primary mechanism to obtain compliance from permit applicants with respect to violations directly related to phase 1 permit applications. And it goes on to say that, however, nothing in this section is intended to limit other applicable code enforcement provision or the ability of county department with the appropriate authority to enforce the code. So what that portion says is that the direction from the board is that the compliance plans should be the primary mechanism for phase 1 applicants. However, under certain circumstances, if it's not appropriate, then this allows code enforcement or whatever department has the authority to enforce the code to use the standard procedures as well. I hope that helps answer your question.
Okay, has staff answered the questions the board had? Okay, I think Dr. Janine Miller's on the meeting at this point.
Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. And just to respond to some of the questions regarding 4L, our contract with Casa Serenity, That is one of our LPS conservatorship facilities that we use. It's one of our step down programs. It's one of our lower levels that we step people down to as we're preparing to move them back into the community. When we started this year, we had nobody in that facility, but what we do is we generally try to have a contract for a low dollar amount because we know the goal is to move people out of our higher levels of care and step them down to come back into our community. So when we started, we set a dollar amount low in case we were able to use cost of serenity. There's a couple things that play into it. A client, one, has to be ready to step down, and two, the facility has to have available beds. And then three, be willing to take our client into their facility. We currently have 2 clients now at this facility. We have 1 to 2 more that they're looking at possibly taking. And so the need to increase is because we actually now have people at that facility, which we didn't have, and we are looking at anywhere from 3 to 4 clients between now and the end of the fiscal year.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion for the consent calendar, or would someone like to make an amendment to any of the consent calendar items?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to add that we add the certified mail to the notification with the 5-day running limit that the staff requests.
I would support that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Christian Curtis, County Council. Just as a procedural matter, I believe this is the second reading of the ordinance. So I believe if that's the direction the board wants to go, it would be scrapping the proposed or the recommended action on the agenda and directing staff to come back with a revised ordinance for a new first reading.
So I would ask the board, rather than postponing enactment of this ordinance, that we simply give direction to staff that they are to send out certified letters, and would achieve the same thing without postponing by a couple of months the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay, that would be all right with me if that's a staff direction.
I support it.
Yes, thank you.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. This was for agenda item 4.0, correct? May I please have a restatement of the directive?
Staff is to send certified mail to notify respondents, but with the presumption of notification within 5 days of the postage.
If I just want to clarify, if I may, Mr. Chair, if I understand correctly, it sounds like the proposal that the board is considering is adopting the ordinance as is, but also directing staff to provide notice via certified mail without writing that requirement into the ordinance, just giving that as staff direction in addition to the recommended action.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, is someone prepared to make a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Before we go there, let's see. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, one moment.
Chair Jardy, were there any additional comments on 4L? I see that we may have skipped over that.
Michael Katz is on the line.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. So, hello, I'm Michael Katz. I'm the Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and I'll be referencing the memo that we sent in regarding item 4.0. We reiterate our support and respect for the need to review and clean up the notice of violation and administrative citation process, And we largely agree with the ordinance amendments as proposed, but we do really want to call your attention to a couple of items. During the Board of Supervisors meeting on 12/8, in response to our concern about the conflict between these proposed amendments to code enforcement and the existing process of using compliance plans as per 10A17 for cannabis permit applications, it was stated that the existing compliance plan mechanism would be utilized for current applicants to the program. We requested specific language be included, which explicitly states that for applicants to the county cannabis cultivation program, the compliance plan mechanism codified in 10A17-100C will be utilized as an exception of any code enforcement action. We also request that the county state clearly for the public record that these amended processes and regulations are not intended for and will not be used to reduce the number of permittees and applicants in process as part of phase 1 as a means of reducing the county's obligation to review all applications. We strongly disagree with removing the requirement for certified mail, even as amended with the 5-day period that was just discussed, because it really violates the whole idea of the due process. Laws should not be written based on the good intentions of current policy implementation. We want to make sure that this is providing an actual notice and not penalizing people if they don't get the service, and we want to make sure the law represents that. We also want to make sure that agents, that professionals that are serving as agents for purposes of filing various permits be removed from inclusion in the definition of responsible parties and clarification of who has joint and several liability. Our rural community already has a shortage of qualified professionals to assist applicants, and this policy creates a negative incentive and may inadvertently discourage them from acting as agents on submissions and assisting the county with streamlined processing of applications. We requested the proposed section 108060H2A also be revised to define immature plants to maintain consistency with state law definitions regarding immature plants, as has been the board's direction in the past. We thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments, questions, and recommendations. We appreciate your careful consideration of the points we have raised. Thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Okay.
Next on the line is Corinne Powell.
Good morning and Happy New Year. I just want to bring attention to time lapses that I personally have experienced with planning and building services regarding the time it takes for some kind of response. I put that in a memo to the board. I have had email from Mr. Schultz this morning volunteering to assist in my permit issues. I think he's kind of missed the point, which is for weeks I have called in, gotten the phone message system, left detailed messages, and have not received a call back. I realize that COVID has definitely compromised staff availability, but I don't want any of these enforcement issues to be considered as if they were functioning correctly and time limits are applied, because quite frankly, they're not being addressed in a timely manner. So that is my point. I don't want enforcement to be unaware that it's often very, very time consuming to try to get into communication with planning and building services right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes the callers on the line.
Okay, we do have a motion. We have given direction to staff. Do we have any other comments from board members?
Chair, I just would like to have a separate vote on item 4K.
Okay.
It's consent calendar.
Well, we've given direction to staff. Do we have a motion for the consent calendar noting what? Supervisor Mulhorn, can we vote on the entire consent calendar, but you're just recording a dissent on K? Is that it?
Correct. I think that we need to have a process with which to hire a local deputy public health officer. And I appreciate the need for Dr. Doohan's services at this time, but I think that a year-long contract leaves it too open-ended without having resources in Mendocino County.
We can, Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We're going to need to remove that item for separate consideration, and we do have a motion on the floor for the balance of consent calendar.
Okay. Conduct the roll.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, then do we have a motion for item 4? Is it 4K?
I'll move item 4K.
Second.
As recommended.
Okay, can we have the roll?
Yes. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin?
No.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Mulherin dissenting.
Okay, that takes us to item 5C, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution for the Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedure, and it is in our packet. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a recommendation that page 3, Rule 3, include 2 more words. To have it say, the board observes a tradition of rotation by district for the election of chair and vice chair. It was unclear. It was unclear to me through reading not only item 5A, but also this item, how the rotation worked. It's my understanding now that it is by district, and I think that that should be included in the rules.
Sure. So that you're suggesting the 2 words being by district.
Correct.
Okay. Any other suggested motion or amendments to the rules?
So, Mr. Chair, should it be by numerical district or in numerical order? Because that's what we're doing.
I don't object to that phrasing either.
That is exactly what's happening. So it goes from district 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, and just Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, it was reset 2 years ago, and there's a difficulty in that you can't always keep it in sequence because sometimes due to elections you have people coming in, and you don't want them as a new supervisor on the board being chair the first year, right? It's better to choose somebody who has experience sitting, and so there are times when it had gone out of order. That was reset 2 years ago, and it's continuing in order for now.
I do have a question. Is the draft that's been presented to us, is it identical to last year's rules, except for I think there was one sentence in there that was in red? Or are there any other changes from the 2020 rules that are not identified on the draft?
Yeah, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. It is identical to last year's.
Okay.
With the exception of the red.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few comments. If you're ready to take them now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this is from my experience as the chair last year. And so in Rule 14, I think we need to figure out a way of dealing with a load of agenda items that might not fit into the forecasting model of the days agenda. And so I'd like to recommend that the chair, in collaboration with the clerk of the board, shall determine the appropriate scheduling of agenda items. And so if the idea is if an agenda item needs to be put off to make it work for the day, then the chair and the clerk of the board would have that right to do it. And then I continue on, any supervisor may seek to change a scheduling decision by appealing to the full Board of Supervisors. So if something got put off, if I brought in agenda item X and you, Mr. Chair, talking with the Deputy Clerk of the Board decided, well, we don't have time for that this week or the following week, and we have to put it off, then I could go to the board and say, I really need this heard, and the board could vote, majority vote would put it back on the calendar or uphold the decision of the chair and the clerk of the board. I just think that would make it cleaner because I think that the chair does need that authority.
Supervisor Williams?
How often has this been a problem? I don't know that I've had this conflict. I've had my items bumped to other meetings, and I've always shrugged it off as there's something important that needs to take its place. That's fine. It's a cooperative effort. Are we solving a real problem that we're anticipating this year, or is it more theoretical?
Well, it's certainly not theoretical because it was happening last year, but hopefully this year it won't happen. So, but I just think that the chair has to have that role of being able to determine the agenda. And I think that that's appropriate role for the chair and the clerk of the board.
So just 2 points I'd like to bring up. So obviously I was chair once before 5 years ago. And in that case, I don't remember a time when I needed to bump something to a later meeting. I just don't recall it if it happened. However, also that year, and again in the draft agenda for this draft calendar for this year, we have some additional meetings added to the calendar this year as we did 5 years ago. So I'm hoping that by having those Monday meetings preceding the second Tuesday meeting of the second meeting of the month, that we will have that additional time that we need, so we won't be in a position where we're just jamming, 12 hours worth of meeting time into 9 hours and feeling rushed at times, and also not needing to bump things to a later meeting. So I'm hoping that it won't be the issue that, I think some things happened that were unanticipated this year. Obviously, COVID was unanticipated when we adopted the calendar in January, that was going to be, dominate the year of 2020. But again, when we get to adopting the calendar later, I think if we agree to have those additional Monday meetings, we'll be able to not be in a position where we have to push as many items out to a later meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Christian Curtis, County Council. I agree with Supervisor Williams' comment that this is probably not something that's going to be coming up all the time. I would just suggest, however, that this is one of those areas where when questions have arisen, in terms of the appropriate application of the rule, since it's silent on this, I really haven't been able to provide any sort of clarity, and having something, whether it's this suggested language or something else, but just having something that decides what the process is, I believe would be helpful for staff, because in the event that there is a disagreement between the chair and one of the supervisors, I just think having a clear mechanism for resolving that would be helpful.
Okay, so we have a proposal by Supervisor Hashak. Do people want to incorporate some version of that?
If you want
repeat, please repeat, John.
Oh.
If you could repeat, Supervisor Hashak, what you are proposing.
Mr. Chair, what I said was, Chair, in collaboration with the clerk of the board, shall determine the appropriate scheduling of agenda items. Any supervisor may seek to change a scheduling decision by appealing to the full Board of Supervisors.
Matt's motion, I'll second it.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We do have public comment on this item.
Okay. So are there any other board comments on the draft rules? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I guess I would like to support the chair. So I'd like to hear where you stand on this. And I think it affects you most this year.
I think it would add some clarity. I'm just saying I'm hopeful that it won't be an issue this year because if we adopt the calendar with the additional meetings, but it does seem to add some clarity. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I have a couple others. Okay. And these don't need to be written into the document, but I'd like kind of at least consensus on it. So all board members shall be in attendance both audioly and visually during virtual meetings if possible. Okay. I think it was difficult to have, I know that there were some logistical issues last year, but it was difficult not having everyone visually represented. And I think that for the public, it's better to have that. So we're all on right now, and I think it's great. So Rule 19, okay. Before a motion or public comment is made, the Board of Supervisors shall be limited to 5 minutes of questions each and may take 5 minutes after all members have been given the opportunity to ask questions. After the second round of questions, this limit may be waived for another round by a majority vote of the Board of Supervisors or determination of the chair. And so just to make sure that we have equitable treatment of all the supervisors in the questioning. And if we're in agreement, I'm all right with not writing it down.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I don't know that we should change this one, but I am in agreement. And I think if, it's a lot of this is just show respect for your colleagues. And I think this team will be able to do that and take turns. I would hate to have a hard rule and have the unanticipated consequence of cutting off important questions that could influence a vote.
Okay. And I can agree with that, And the last one I have is after a vote has been taken and the outcome announced, Board of Supervisor members shall be limited to additional comments of appreciation, recognition, or gratitude. And I think that sometimes that what I saw was after a vote had been taken, there were additional comments added that should have been said beforehand or that were not in the spirit of moving on. I think once a vote's been taken, then we move on unless someone wants to say thank you to such and such group for their work on this issue or so forth. And I think that that's something that we can just agree to too. We don't need to write it in, but
I appreciate the spirit of that, Supervisor. I think in addition to maybe just appreciating the work of people on a particular subject, sometimes there's some follow-up direction by the board that was not incorporated into the adoption of a resolution or an action. So I think you're intending for that to still be a possibility.
I guess my question is, why wouldn't that be dealt with before the motion? The spirit of it.
Yeah, I certainly support the spirit of it. I just think sometimes there's a reason why staff wants a separate direction of the board, separate from the actual motion on the main item. And so I think we just have to be some flexibility there if that's needed.
Okay.
Any other comments or suggestions for? Okay, not seeing any. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have one.
Hello, this is Ellen Drell. Is this my opportunity to speak?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I want to thank Supervisor Haschek for his suggestions. I also, the virtual presentation would be very much welcome. I think this whole situation with COVID has made it especially difficult for citizens to interact in a meaningful way with their supervisors in many, many ways, but having actual visual connection with the supervisors, if possible, during a meeting would be especially important. And it would also reinforce the added rule that supervisors not be texting or emailing while the meeting's going on. And if they're actually in the meeting visually, it makes the opportunity for eye contact and a little more communication happen more easily. And I'd also like to just comment on the last issue that came up. I think that was a very wise suggestion that Supervisor Haschek made, that after a vote has been taken, comments simply be ones of appreciation or thank yous. And I think one of the problems last year was when the board continued to discuss an issue after a motion was made, and I think it often muddied the waters as to what was the actual direction to staff, because often motions were about directions to staff on a particular issue, and if the discussion continued about direction to staff on that issue after the motion was taken, many times it confused what the motion was. And I know that there were plenty of times when I contacted board members and said, do you know what that motion was? And there was often a lot of conflicting impressions of what the motion was. So I think that led to lots of confusion. In particular, I'm talking about cannabis issues, which I followed very closely. And the understanding between the board and the staff was often very unclear. So I didn't know that Supervisor Haschek was going to suggest this addition to the rules, but I think it's an excellent addition, and it would help to clear up a lot of misunderstandings. And if more needs to be discussed, then I think it could come up as an agenda item on a subsequent meeting. So I think it would be a good addition to the rules. And finally, I just want to say, I was going to say this as a general public comment, but missed that opportunity. You know, it is increasingly difficult for the Board of Supervisors to have really meaningful contact with the general public because of COVID, and also the failure of basically the absence of newspapers.
That was time, Chair Jurdy, sorry.
Yeah, so we have 3 minutes for speakers. If any board member, I just want to repeat, I should have said this earlier, if any board member has a question for a caller, they could certainly ask the question and we could bring the caller back in. So, but we're trying to be consistent with the 3 minutes for all callers. Okay, do we have any other, I'm sorry, did we have any other callers?
That concludes telecomment requests for this item.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion noting any changes that we've made? And we should probably recap what those changes are.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
That we incorporate what I'd said before about Rule 14, and if I need to repeat it, I will. And then we have general consensus on the way the meetings carried out for the other ones that I talked about.
And Mr. Chair, if I may ask for clarification, is that motion incorporating Supervisor Mulheron's suggested change as well?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Any other comments, or is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, not seeing any further comments. I guess we can have the roll call.
Yes. Supervisor McCourty.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashchak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to the draft calendar for this year, 5D. And as noted, every other month we have a Monday meeting preceding one of the Tuesday meetings, which should not conflict with our other assignments because it's not the first Monday of the month where we have LAFCO and MCOG meetings. And hopefully by building these extra meetings in, we won't find the need throughout the course of the year to add too many special meetings to our calendar because they'll be built in. And the intent here is to create meetings where we won't necessarily have every single thing on the agenda, because we'll have a Tuesday meeting the next day where we would have consent calendar items and some other routine items. But then we could just on that Monday just plow into some meatier items that might take half a day or a quarter of a day each, and hopefully not push our Tuesday meetings into the 6:30 time zone, 7 o'clock time zone, or feel rushed. But that's the concept there with the and so do we have any staff members who would like to introduce this calendar item?
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty. I have this draft master meeting calendar to present. If you have any suggestions or amendments to make, we would be glad to hear them.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. I just have one comment. I realize that we are meeting virtually for the foreseeable future, but I do think it is important to keep in the back of our minds or on our radar that we should be visiting other locations in the county when that's available. So I realize that this calendar doesn't specifically state any offsite meetings, but I do think it's important to have that in the back of our minds, at least for the next calendar year, if we're not able to do it this year.
Appreciate that. We were in a rotation where maybe twice a year we were meeting offsite, but then with COVID, obviously that all went to the wayside. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like clarification on those special board meetings on Mondays. How are the topics going to be determined?
So we didn't want to say they were strictly planning related or strictly cannabis related, but those would be examples of items that tend to take a long time, and some of them may end up on those Monday meetings. But again, I think the broad concept was routine items like consent calendar, board member reports, CEO reports. Those things don't need to go on that Monday agenda because we're going to have a regular board meeting on that the very next day on that Tuesday. Instead, we could just, as we're looking at the agenda forecast, we can see which items are trying to get onto our agenda or they're working their way forward, and just sort through which ones maybe make the most sense. So if we had a bunch of items that were related where we might have some of the same speakers, same members of the public, same staff members who would be addressing it, it would probably make sense to put all those items, if appropriate, on that Monday. And then if we have other, more wide-ranging topics on our Tuesday meeting, so that's kind of how I see it likely unfolding. But I think we kind of just have to see what's in the pipeline and allocate them appropriately based on what's coming forward. Do you have any suggestions on that?
Well, I do. One of them is the agenda item I have coming up later about strategic planning, and which could be one of those days. But Supervisor Williams and I have talked about, the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, and I know we all want to talk about cannabis, and with the new board, I think it would be good to have some time that we can really come up with kind of a strategic plan just for cannabis, what our vision is for the county. And so I think that would be a good use of one of these days too.
Supervisor McCordy?
Yeah, I would like to second that, and especially when there's going to be a lot of public comment, it's really good to get that into one day. so that people know that there's an agenda item on something people want to make commentary on, and we can kind of anticipate those. We certainly did that at Ukiah Unified School District. We knew there was going to be a lot of public comment. We adjust the meeting accordingly. And it's made all the harder by our virtual meetings, but I think that having a little bit more time to get people, on to speak, those things can be worked together and put together into a particular meeting day. And certainly when there's a lot of moving parts to the item that we're taking under consideration, that makes it a prime candidate along with public discussion.
Okay, any other comments, suggestions, amendments to the proposed calendar? Okay. Did we have any public comments on this agenda item?
There is no request for telecomment on this item, Chair Jurdy.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move we approve the calendar as presented.
Second.
Okay, can we have roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Hashcheck.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So then that takes us to 5E, which is discussion and possible approval of committee assignments and appointments as recommended by the chair for various committees. Just briefly, there's an awful lot of assignments, aside from our board member duties that are, assignments representing the County of Mendocino or the Board of Supervisors on other boards throughout the region. Some of them straddle multiple counties, and some of them are beyond county government. They're just county-wide organizations. And I looked at everyone's interests, their requests, and I'm hoping that the committee assignments look satisfactory, if not positive for all the board members. So any questions or comments or suggested amendments? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a few questions. The Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority. Chair Jurdy, you're on that, but you're also on the Casper Transfer Station Coordinating Committee. I see a lot, which I understand is formed under a JPA in 2011, and so we have to be careful that we're not violating the Brown Act by talking about the same subjects. Those two inherently overlap. Any other? Does anyone else have a concern about it, or is there any potential remedy?
So I would say in the past, MSWA was contracted by the county to provide garbage contract management and had a lead role in things like the transfer station on the coast. But in the last 2 years, we've actually, at least the last year, we eliminated that contract with Mendo Recycle or MSWA. So they're no longer managing our garbage contracts or dealing with things like the Coast Transfer Station. So at this point, and Supervisor Mulhern as a council member was also on Mendo Recycle MSWA, and she could speak to it as well. But it's really at this point focused much more narrowly on its core mission, which is waste diversion, recycling, hazardous waste material pickups, like the Hazelbeal that we have throughout the county. It's pared down its mission, and it also no longer has that contract from the county. So I think at this point it's really separate missions at this point.
Okay, and then next question, EDFC and West Business Development Center. When I joined, we thought EDFC was Brown Act compliant, and there was some sense that it was a JPA between the county and the cities. Turns out it's not a JPA. There's really nothing in the formation documents. And so I don't know if we can insist. I think it's just sort of what's happened is the county sends somebody to represent us. Do we want that person to actually be on their board? And then the same applies to West Company. West Company, not Brown Act compliant, doesn't need to be. Entirely private, is a contractor of the county. Is it appropriate that we're also appointing somebody to their board, or are we asking permission? It's just it's for the last couple of years, it's been a little bit awkward for me understanding what that arrangement is. I don't know that we have as much clarity as we should. And then I'll throw out my last item. I guess it's a trivia question for other supervisors. What is the remote area network? It's been one of my assignments for 2 years and it's never met. I wonder if we needed to have it on the list. Is it just in case a need arises? And I've asked various folks. Nobody seems to know.
Well, if you don't know, I don't know, because I've never been on that board.
So I'd be happy to serve on it again. But maybe that's one we could strike.
And it's a good question on EDFC and West Company. They're on this list, but you're right. Neither of them are JPAs with the Board of Supervisors having, by a mutual agreement, a written agreement anyway, that we have appointments. But it's on the annual appointment list, and I think it's a good question as to whether it should be or not.
Do we want to continue with it, or do we want to strike that for today and revisit it if we find that it is actually appropriate?
Okay. Supervisor Hashik, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I have another one. Is the Public Safety Citizens Oversight Committee, which was going to be called the Public Safety Advisory Board, and it was going to County Council. It hasn't been brought back for final vote from the board yet. So I'm just wondering the appropriateness of appointing a person to that at this point.
Maybe we could direct that question to the County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually suggest holding off on any appointments until the ordinance has been passed.
Okay, so we could definitely hold off on that one. What about the question about EDFC West Company, where those are not joint powers authorities where we, by a mutual agreement, have appointments?
And I will say, Mr. Chair, I don't know off the top of my head what the structure is and why it is that there's been a request. I think I'd have to probably conference with the clerk of the board and look at the formation documents to be able to answer whether it's necessary for the board to be appointing someone to those boards. I will say, from a Brown Act perspective, if those companies receive monies from the county, and they have a member of their board that is also a member of the Board of Supervisors, then they will need to be Brown Act compliant in the meetings of their boards. So there may be consequences on that front as to how it impacts their own business on their side.
So based on all that, if the board concurs, maybe we could postpone action on EDFC West as well as on the Public Safety Committee, and just postpone action on those three.
I would support that.
Second it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I found the process for requesting special assignments a little bit odd. And so if we do move forward today, I would hope that the General Government Committee can take a look at what the process should be moving forward, as far as maybe having a first, second, or third choices versus choosing top two, which is what I was instructed to do. So I'm fine with delaying the three that were mentioned, but I would like to put it out there that maybe that's something the General Government Committee can take a look at fairly quickly.
I think that's fine. We can make that the first referral of the year.
Chair
General Government Committee.
Chair Jody, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We have the sheriff on the line who may have a response to some inquiry about the remote area network.
Okay, great. Sheriff Kendall.
Thank you. Through the chair, to answer Supervisor Williams' question, the RAN board assists us working with some of our rural partners and whatnot, dealing with fingerprinting machines, things like that. That RAN board, we haven't had to come together in It's actually a pretty important board because it helps us share the costs for fingerprinting of county employees, fingerprinting of the public, things like that. And it also helps us in a few other ways with connectivity on some of the things that we're just mandated to do. Thank you.
So it sounds like it serves a function even if it doesn't meet very regularly. As Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, is it fair to ask, do any of my colleagues have see anything on my list that they wanted to be assigned to? I'm happy to swap or. No? Okay.
Okay, I'll take it that that's a pretty good list then. Okay, so would someone go ahead, Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'll move acceptance of the assignments with those exclusions that we mentioned before.
Second.
Okay, with exclusions of EDFC West and the public safety.
Right.
And I'll ask the Deputy Clerk of the Board, do we have any public comments, audible comments on this item?
Yes, we do. One moment. On the line is Jan McGordy. You can press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, supervisor, staff. My name is John McGordy. I'm an advocate for mental health in our community, and I'm very concerned that your 2020 roster of special assignments for supervisors did not include 2 very important community groups. I see many of like 37 appointments to committees, councils, and commissions, including the Public Safety Citizens Oversight Committee, which you, I guess, just removed, but I don't see a supervisor assigned to either the Measure B Board or the Stepping Up Committee. Both of these groups are vital to the mental well-being of our citizens. First, the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee, created with Measure B to impose a sales tax for the purpose of raising money for facilities and services for individuals suffering with mental illness, has been troubled from the start. Several times it has been suggested that a supervisor be assigned to this entity who would not have voting powers, but could provide representation of the board. This is especially important since a number of the 11 members are county staff. Second, the Standing Up Committee, which is a coalition of representatives from the various branches of the judicial system, the Behavioral Health Department, and NAMI, exists to decriminalize mental illness. So often, those suffering from mental illness or substance abuse end up in jail due to a lack of treatment and proper diversion resources. I would list all of the members, which include all of the judicial system representatives, but for lack of time, I want to tell you that Mendocino County was the first county in the state to adopt this national initiative with the support of former District Supervisor Carrie Brown, who attended meetings but was not assigned to this group. Having a supervisor assigned to this valuable juxtaposition of interest would provide your board with valuable insights into other issues you must address, such as homelessness. So I'm requesting that you please consider adding these appointments to the boards for special assignments. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just say that Supervisor Williams are on the appointed ad hoc committee to the Measure B Oversight Committee. And we've tried to attend every meetings in the last 3 months that we've been at ad hoc. And I think our commitment is to continue that presence. And so since there's not a formal position for the board on that committee, I think that we're doing a good job in being present there.
Okay, and as to stepping up, it is true Supervisor Brown attended those meetings regularly, but it wasn't on the roster of assignments. It could be, but again, the question kind of comes up if it's not by formal agreement that we have a member, we can certainly designate someone to attend a meeting, but if we're not by some sort of agreement on their board, it's just, I guess it's sort of a one-way agreement that someone will be attending. So does someone want to be regularly attending the Stepping Up? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Chair. I did attend the community forum for Stepping Up in April of 2019, and I'm happy to attend those meetings. I attend many meetings that are outside of probably scope of work as a county supervisor, so I don't mind adding that to my list. I've not been aware of when they meet, so I'm happy to add that to my duties, even though it's not a special assignment specifically.
And maybe that's a question for County Council, but maybe not. We may not have an answer right now. But when we have a situation like this where there isn't a written agreement that a board member serves on a committee, mutual agreement with that group, would we still put them on a list like this? Anyway, so that's maybe a follow-up question we'll have when we come back for a later discussion on EDFC West committee assignments. Do we have any other public comments in this item?
We have no more verbal comments, and any written comments have been attached to the item.
Okay. Well, with the understanding that EDFC West and the Public Safety Committee will come back, did we have a motion to approve? I think we did. Could we have the roll call?
For clarification, before we move on, I believe there was a referral to the General Government Committee. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, that would be a referral of the process for requesting board member input at the beginning of the calendar year for committee assignments and possible recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready for a roll call vote?
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern? You're muted. So Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashtak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Then it takes us to 5F, which is discussion and possible action. Adoption of a resolution regarding the board standing committees for 2021 and the standing committee calendar as well. Any comments? The Executive Office, Clerk of the Board, have any comments on the proposed calendar for the standing committees?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We have no comment regarding the proposed calendar at this time, only to note that we are proposing a bi-monthly schedule to sort of offset the limited meetings or the special meetings. So there will be one each month, so in a rotation. So we would have a standing committee meeting 1 month, the next month would be the limited committee meeting or the limited board meeting, etc. So this would be 6 meetings a year total for each committee that would be agendized.
And of course, we have a number of ad hoc committees that crop up throughout the year as special issues emerge. So do we have any board member comments on the proposed calendar? Not seeing any. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No verbal comments, and anything written has been attached to the item.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Actually, excuse me, we actually did have one telecomment request.
Oh, okay.
Miss Ellen Drill is now on the line.
Ellen Drill here. This is agenda item 5F. Is that correct? This is a question to the chair, I guess. Is this agenda item 5F on committees?
This is on the standing committees, the two standing committees of the board.
Yes. I would just like to say that I think the ad hoc cannabis committee should be made into a standing committee. This is an issue that has gone on in many forms, and even the present ad hoc that was supposed to zero in on supposedly a specific issue of sorting out some communications between the planning department and the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Cannabis at the state level. Has inevitably reached into other areas of the cannabis program and how it's operating, how cannabis cultivators are contacted, and how all kinds of issues. The business of the ad hoc was not completed within the calendar year and is expected to continue. So I think and the impacts of what this committee does reaches a broad range of the entire county, directly and indirectly, and there are all kinds of implications, law enforcement implications, community life implications, lots of things. It's very broad, and I think it's appropriate that the cannabis issues be part of a standing committee. And so I would recommend that be added to the standing committees that the county has. And I also think that if it's a standing committee and operates under the Brown Act, it would resolve a lot of the problems of openness and transparency on this issue that affects so many people and is so wide-ranging. And it's not to disparage the efforts that the ad hoc has made. We're very appreciative of the efforts that they have made, but it's a bigger issue than I think is appropriate for an ad hoc committee. And I think it could be handled much more transparently and successfully if it were a standing committee. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any board member comments? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I like the spirit of the transparency, and long term, maybe it could be a standing committee. The progress that has been made, I don't believe could have been made as a standing committee with Brown Act, because we have the ad hoc. I mean, Supervisor Haschak and I think we've probably missed 2 days talking in the last 3 months. And I don't think there's hardly a day that goes by where we're not talking about cannabis. The idea of agendizing at every turn. We're showing up to meet with our state partners in a way that has really facilitated candid conversation about the hurdles that we face. I think we're making progress because it's an ad hoc. If it were a standing committee, it would just grind to a halt. And I don't think we would get the sort of participation that's allowed us to make progress.
Supervisor Haschak.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I agree with Supervisor Williams in that, what Ms. Drell said was we want more transparency in this process. And I agree with that. And as much as we can, that should be our goal. But at the same time, like Supervisor Williams said, we've been meeting practically every day. And during the holiday break, we had a meeting with CDFA. We had a meeting with the Humboldt County Planning and Building Services Director. We had a meeting, we've had these meetings ongoing that if we had to stop right now and say, okay, every 2 months we're going to meet for one afternoon, it would I mean, we have a sense there's an urgency to what we're doing because of this deadline for the provisional state licenses. And if we went to this other model, it would be very detrimental. It would stop us. And so I think that what our goal should be, and I think Supervisor Williams would agree with me, is that we should try to be as transparent as possible, maybe make more ad hoc meetings public. You know, we did one virtual meeting a couple weeks ago. Keep doing that on a regular basis until we get this situation under control. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not clear. Did we have a motion to approve the consent or the calendar?
To approve it.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We didn't, though. We do have a little business to attend to before we take a vote on anything or make a motion. We do actually need to appoint people to the standing committees.
Okay. So, do the board members concur with the recommended standing committee assignments?
Yes.
I don't see them listed on this. But they were listed in 5E.
Oh, they were submitted.
I see them listed on 5E.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Yes, that's correct. They are listed on 5E and not 5F.
Okay. So did we already take action on 5E, or do they need to be incorporated into the action on 5F?
That has already been, 5E has already been resolved. We're on 5F, and that's the only matter on the table.
Okay.
Chair Hashjack, you could go ahead and state who you appointed or not, since you did appoint it early. We did not see it on the agenda item, on this agenda item. So that's why we were double checking on who you wanted to appoint. So you can state it or not state it at this point, because you've already done it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll just state it again. So the General Government Committee Supervisors Mulhern and Williams, Public Resources, Public Safety is Supervisors Hashak and McGordy. So with that, I'm sorry, we did have a motion there for the calendar for the committee. Supervisor Williams, you made a motion? Yeah, so I guess we're ready for a roll call. No, Supervisor Mulhern, sorry, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to confirm. So the resolution, it has the first and second from last year, and so I'm assuming those will just be updated. And I didn't catch who were making the motions on this one.
That will be an administrative correction, and yes, that will be resolved.
Great.
And also, who was the second on that motion, please?
I was Hashcheck.
Oh, thank you. We're ready for a roll call vote.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashchak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. It's 5 minutes after 12. We do have one more item that was projected for before lunch, but since our closed session may ask County Council, do we anticipate that closed session will take up nearly all our lunch break?
Mr. Chair, we do not. I'll say a few of the items are not County Council. I think there's a labor item on, but my understanding is that we should not be taking up the whole hour.
Okay. With that, let's just go into item 5G then. So 5G is discussion possible action regarding appointments to the Public Policy Facilitating Committee. And anyway, so do we have any Executive Office Board, Clerk of the Board comment on these assignments?
Chair Jurdy, the only comment from the Executive Office is that the board does make this appointment every year. And as you can see under the recommended action, we do recommend the continuation of Ms. Janet Pauley and and then also Chris Watt. And we did have a second district representative. So I believe that we did have our first district supervisor on here. But anyway, that's the recommendation that we have.
And I will just add that historically, Supervisor Carrie Brown has always served as first district representative on this board. So we do need to appoint a first district representative today.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay. Any board comments on this item?
Sure, I'm happy to serve in that capacity. And the people who you're proposing to appoint are quite qualified and easy to work with.
And Mr. Chair, I just like to say I support Supervisor McGorty taking that spot, but it's going to be big shoes to follow in what Supervisor Brown's been doing on that committee.
I agree 100%.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to appoint Supervisor McGorty as a first district representative and affirm the appointment of Janet Pauley as the chair of the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission as Mendocino County's second representative, and Chris Watt as chair of the Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District as the third representative.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any comments to the motion?
So as far as my voting goes, do I abstain for myself, but okay the others, or how does that work?
You do not need to abstain.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Okay, can we have the roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Before we go to lunch, I believe that there was one area that we need, the staff needs to further research regarding the board appointments. I believe that the Golden State Finance Association and the Rural County Representatives of California, that they need to be the same supervisors. It's essentially Golden State Finance is part of RCRC, and they vote together. So you have Supervisor McGorty and Supervisor Williams as the alternate for RCRC, and Golden State Finance, Supervisor McGorty with Supervisor Haschak as the alternate. My apologies for not catching this earlier, but I do believe that it needs to be that both of these appointments need to be the same board members, which would mean that either Supervisor Haschak or Supervisor Williams as the alternates may need to change. One of them. So
I'll let Supervisor Williams be the alternate.
Yeah. You sure, Supervisor Haschak? We have confidence in you. You want to flip a coin?
No. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Oh, they've already changed it?
Let's make Supervisor Williams the alternate on both boards. And can we just treat that as a clerical correction?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. And we have a closed session. Do you want us to log into our closed session? It's 10 minutes after 12 at, say, 20 minutes after 12? Or when do you want us to log in for the closed session?
That would be fine. Thank you.
Okay. And we will adjourn to closed session later, and we'll resume our public meeting at 1:30. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if we could just announce that the board will be considering items 9A, 9B, and 9C in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Here with the Zoom meeting resumed, and I'm going to report out a closed session. We had a couple of items. Let's see. Item 9A, board authorized County Council to request appellate court review. Motion by Hashak, seconded by McGorty. Passed 4-1 with Mulhern dissenting. And on item 9C, direction was given to staff. So, County Council, is there anything else we need to report at a closed session?
I would just indicate that the board briefly took up item 9B, but will tabled it for further discussion at future meetings.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to reconvene in open session, and item 5H, our discussion and possible action, including adoption of the Mendocino County's 2021 legislative platform, is next on our agenda.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Heather Crowell-Rose, a senior risk analyst with your executive office. Today I have before you the county's draft 2021 legislative platform. For the folks watching today and for our new supervisors, the legislative platform reflects the county's priorities for legislative advocacy, state and federal funding, and issues of interest to local government. Some of the topics that we have on our legislative platform that are priorities for us are disaster recovery, preparedness and resiliency, COVID-19, of course, natural resources, economic and community development, health and human services, public safety, and of course, cannabis. This item was referred to the General Government Committee last year, and on November 4th, 2020, the General Government Standing Committee did review this document. Before we get too deep into the legislative platform, I do have our legislative advocate, Paul Yoder, here, who is going to provide a brief update on kind of the status of the legislature right now.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. It's nice to see everyone. I'll just be brief, and if there are questions, you can fire away. So I want to talk about logistics very quickly and timing. As probably you all know, the legislature has already postponed its return to work. I won't say return to Sacramento, but return to work. They postponed that 1 week. They were supposed to come in yesterday. They're now planning on starting next Monday. There's some doubt about if that will really occur. There are a lot of rumors about them pushing that date again and not returning to Sacramento really in earnest for a while. However, sort of in contrast to that rumor, we think there is definitely an urge by a majority of the members in both houses to what we keep getting told is get something done in January or by the end of January, especially with respect to evictions. The current law is set to expire, as you may know, at the end of January. A lot of folks hanging out, worrying about what will happen to them beyond the end of January. And we do think the legislature may expedite some legislation again by the end of the month, but then leave town possibly again and lay low waiting for COVID numbers to go down. So that's the logistics. We don't expect any of that, no matter what, to affect, I'll say what are the deadlines for the normal introduction of legislation. The Legislative Council deadline is the third Friday in January, and the bill introduction deadline is the second to last Friday in February. And so we do expect to see the more normal number of bills, unlike last year where the bill numbers were significantly reduced. We do expect to see those return again. And we'll be going through those bills at the end of February for you and our other clients. In terms of the state budget, it won't be out on Monday. It'll be out on this Friday, is what we're being told. Timing is everything. Literally just before you had me on here, I got an email that, let me back up. You've probably heard that there's a $15 billion so-called windfall that is coming into the state of California, and that is the number that Governor Newsom is using. You may also have seen that he's going to propose $2 billion of that number to go towards the schools to facilitate their reopening, hopefully sooner than later, the public schools. The news that we just got, and I apologize, I do have to look down on my phone, but there's potentially going to be as much as another $4.5 billion in a package out of the windfall one-time monies to try to assist with economic recovery in California. Some of the pieces of that, we don't have all the details yet, but some of the pieces would be another $575 million for small businesses. That would be on top of the $500 million that was recently announced by the Newsom administration. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $700 to $800 million for a new jobs initiative, $500 million for infill infrastructure grants, and $1.5 billion, which is quite a large number, to try to kickstart or jumpstart the electric vehicle infrastructure here in California, which has been a priority of the majority party for some time. So that is hot off the presses. I do have to say grain of salt, but I've heard it from 3 people, and that's the rule we use in our firm, is the rule of 3. So I'm going to go with it. I'm going to report it in a public meeting. So we'll see what happens on Friday with that package. But that package aside, I think, we all understand that because of COVID, because of the economic downturn, there's unfortunately probably some bad news in that state budget, the 21-22 state budget that we'll see the governor produce again this Friday. So I'll stop there, see if there are any questions, and thank you again for having me on today.
I'll start off with a question. So what specifically have you heard that they're looking at for the people who have outstanding rent due? With COVID, obviously incomes for many people, especially frontline workers, have gone down and they're behind in rent. Also, landlords are struggling because they have mortgages to pay. And, I know there's been some talk of trying to have like some sort of fund that could maybe pay landlords, sort of settle the debts, maybe 70 cents on the dollar or something like that.
Yeah.
Is there any serious talk of that?
There is. So even though the recently passed federal legislation doesn't have assistance in it for states and local governments, it does have money to address renters' issues, landlords' issues. And so I think on Friday, Supervisor, you will see the governor probably propose to do something with California's share of that pot. 70 cents on the dollar, like you mentioned. I think, things are in flux, but we do know that Governor Newsom's housing and homelessness advisor, Jason Elliott, has been in prolonged negotiations with the landlords, with the apartments, frankly, with the banks. And you have to separate in the banking community. They're the banks and they're the credit unions, because they don't move exactly the same on a lot of issues, including on this issue in terms of what they might be willing to do or how flexible they might be willing to be. But those negotiations have been underway probably, we're going on 6 months. They're heating up again because of that new federal assistance. And I think you'll see more on that again on Friday. And I should mention, I'm sorry, very quickly, just for the public's benefit, the piece of legislation that's already been introduced, but the piece of legislation to focus on in terms of the eviction deadline being extended again is Assembly Bill 15 by Assembly Member David Chu. So thank you for letting me throw that in there.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Disaster preparedness is a crucial issue for our county. And we had the biggest fire in history. And also we had the Oak Fire, which was threatening Willits. And a lot of that was mitigated by disaster preparation that CAL FIRE had done. So do you know how much is being planned to increase that kind of service, for disaster preparedness and recovery?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, for the question. I think that's one of the things, even though generally the budget situation isn't great, we do think recovery, resilience, prevention, those things are part of what could be augmented or proposed to be augmented in Governor Newsom's budget. There's very few things that I think will be proposed for augmentations, but I think in this arena that you're asking about, I think there is a potential for that. I think the supervisors probably all know we're at a point in California where we're spending right around $3 billion a year now, all in, that's fire related. And there are a lot of folks around the state who are saying, at that amount of money, not only should we be augmenting what we're doing, but we should also be taking a good hard look at how we're spending that $3 billion annually. And so I think you can expect that to happen this year as well. That you may not see that on Friday in the governor's proposed budget. That last piece is something that I think you're more likely to see the legislature tackle as they start having their budget subcommittee hearings.
Okay, and just one more question.
Yeah.
Is that, there's a lot of hope in the streamlining of the different agencies dealing with cannabis into one agency. And so we're hoping that that will be an avenue for making some of the needed changes that we see need to be made for Mendocino County cultivators. So what do you see happening on that level?
I think it's very possible. I do. The governor has the right person for the job. I think maybe everybody recognizes the name Nicole Elliott, who works in the office, the GoBiz office on cannabis for the governor. She dealt with this issue when she was in charge of cannabis in the city and county of San Francisco. Our firm has a very good relationship with her. We know her very well, and I really think she's the right person for the job in terms of any streamlining that could occur. Obviously, the advocates are very active on that, and so I am hopeful about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I saw the word broadband a couple times. We worked with a partner this last year to put together 3 very comprehensive plans, detailed down to the individual house cost. We weren't successful in getting a state award, and I see that we've done everything possible. And I've seen the rural effort has been to argue, let's keep what's in place that's working. Well, what's in place has never really worked. We don't see houses being connected. And when you put us up in a contest with other rural counties, we're always going to lose. It may cost $10,000 to connect houses elsewhere. It costs $40,000 here due to the terrain, the lack of backhaul. We have pretty much every variable possible, the nexus of all of those against us. What can we do to broaden this document to ensure that we're arguing? We don't want to keep in place what we've had. It hasn't been successful. We want to argue for the governor's Broadband for All initiative, but in very specific ways that'll translate to houses being connected in the short term.
Mm-hmm. I think you have the right verbiage. I think we've been waiting for more of the right opportunities. There are bills have already been introduced, again, on broadband. I think we have not only opportunity because of COVID, but also, as I mentioned, on homelessness, on housing, on evictions, additional federal money. So there is additional federal money in the recently passed bill in Congress. So that will help. And then COVID has, it's taught a lot of people what most of us already knew. Certainly everybody, on this Zoom call, but it's taught a lot of people that distance learning, through distance learning, that just how bad broadband is or non-existent in some parts of the state. And the pro tem of the state Senate, Toni Atkins, when she spoke on the floor in December when the legislature had their one organizational day to kick off the session, the pro tem, Toni Atkins, said to her fellow senators, it's just not okay for kids to be hotspotting their homework at Taco Bell. And that's almost a verbatim quote. And I think it's important that she said it, Supervisor, because I just want to remind everybody the pro tem grew up in Appalachia, very, very, very poor, and definitely understands certain issues in a way like connectivity to the internet in a way that I think a lot of folks maybe don't. And so I am hopeful on that issue as well heading into 21.
So maybe we don't need to add it to the document, but just so you know, the cost to pick up a good chunk of the unserved area of our county is a little bit more than $500 million estimate.
Yeah.
And so when we see these grants for $10 or $15 million, that's great for a few rural blocks, doesn't come close. Yeah. And then the other item was MCA attached a memo. Rather than going through it item by item, is it possible for the board to weigh in? I found all of the items to be reasonable and in line with past discussion, especially the treated as ag idea.
Well, I agree with you, Supervisor Williams. So, yeah, I have a whole list of them, and I just wanted to know how to proceed, but I don't want to break up the conversation we're having now with Mr. Yoder.
If we could maybe, Supervisors Mulhern or McGordy, do you have anything in particular you wanted to bring up? McGordy?
Well, just the usual infrastructure, roads and road repair. What is that looking like in the governor's proposed budget? Because it's really important to certainly my district, if not everybody's.
I think, we have SB1 that's in place, and those monies are flowing. But I think we'll see what happens after January 20th back in Washington, D.C. There have been discussions about a big infrastructure bill for a long time. If that happens in and of itself, I think that would be significant for California. But I do think this is an area where, and I think, if this rumor that I reported is true, I think there's the seeds of the governor starting to want to go there and understanding that, there might be a big infrastructure bill in Washington, D.C. I think you might see the state of California with some one-time monies try to augment potentially a federal infrastructure bill. But I do think it would be one time, just mainly because SB1 was such a hard fight. The defeat of Proposition 6 to repeal it was part 2 in that fight. And, that's $6 billion annually and growing that's going out in California. And I don't see the prospects for another new ongoing source of revenue anytime soon, but one-time money, either from the federal government or the state government, I think is a possibility.
Yep, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Because I'm new to the county's process for this, I had a few notes in the legislative platform that are not urgent, but I don't know if that would be something the General Government Committee could talk about offline, or I also wanted to talk about the MCA items that were in the memo. So maybe Supervisor Hashak should go through all of his items first. And I'm just wondering about maybe some formatting things, or there's a reference on page 11 to Senate Bill 10, which actually passed. So I'm not sure if we should take that out now, or if that's something the General Government Committee should talk about when we meet.
Supervisor Mulhern, so I think that if we don't have any other questions for Mr. Yoder, we can start working on the document itself. Are there any other questions for Mr. Yoder before we let him go? Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all. And can I just say, especially Supervisor, since you are new, staff has my cell number. If you want to talk about legislative process or anything, that's a standing offer to all 5 supervisors as well as staff. And so I want to make sure you know that before I go.
Thank you.
Take care. Take care all.
Okay, I think now it would be a great time for this board to, give us any ideas that you have for the legislative platform, any corrections you'd like to make. If you'd like us to bring it back, or if you'd like us to adopt it today, just go ahead and let us know.
And if I could, since I'm the half of the General Government Committee that's still here, this year's legislative platform is a little bit shorter than it was in previous years. The attempt there was to try to streamline the document to just, make it more likely that legislative staff members would read it. The general intent is that there are broad statements. Then, as the year evolves and legislation is introduced or amended, the county staff or the chair has the authority to write a letter on the spot based on the authority given in the broad language in the legislative platform. So the intent of the document wasn't to cover every issue into minute detail, because if we could cover it in general terms, we can always follow up with specific letters. So anyway, but that was the intent. So, but if we want to make it more detailed, that's always an option. Supervisor McGordy?
Chairman Jordy, so tell me how this document's used. Who does it go to? Well, obviously we do have a legislative helper. Are we also talking with other people in California government? Are they well aware of it? Are representatives for the state assembly and Senate?
So this document, traditionally, it is always distributed to our two local legislators and our federal legislator, our third, and our, I guess you'd say 5, our 2 U.S. senators. But primarily, it's our Assemblymember Wood, State Senator McGuire, their staff, and the intent is by keeping it relatively concise, that they're familiar with all of our positions on the major topics. And then, as I said, as legislation is introduced and amended throughout the process, we're able to then send letters to committees or to the governor's office supporting, opposing, requesting changes to legislation based on the broad guidelines in our legislative platform. We don't have in-person lobby days in Sacramento at the moment, but of course that would have been a document that you or Supervisor Williams or Supervisor Hashak or someone or Supervisor Mulhern might have handed to a member of the staff member in the legislature, when you went to meet with them.
I also do have a way that staff uses this document as well. Supervisor McGordy, one thing that sometimes will happen is that a department will become aware of a piece of legislation that they either want to oppose or they want to support. And if there's no board meeting in sight, what they can often do is use this document, and if it's consistent with the priorities, then they can take action without coming back to the full board. So say it's around the Christmas holiday, but the deadline to submit letters of support or opposition are, before we can have a next board meeting. If it's consistent with the legislative platform, it does empower staff to be able to act on those items and get our voice heard when we don't have a meeting in sight. So that is one way that it does work.
It seems to be a very important document and something that we obviously need to share so that people are aware of it.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what Supervisor Williams and I think Supervisor Mulhern were talking about is within the MCA document about the redesignation of cannabis as an agricultural crop. And if I look at the other aspects of that MCA letter, and we want to be a little more brief and to the point, but inclusive of everything, I think the treatment of regulated cannabis businesses in parity with all other businesses. Because I think that's a lot of the issues that they're talking about come from that. And then support of the Appellations program. So we have supported the Appellations program. We got that passed, but I think that there's more things. So I think that overall, we're just looking for some parity for legal businesses.
So just for my opinion, I mean, I think I totally agree with that concept. That's why we, for example, when we launched the cannabis program, we put it in the agricultural department with the aspirational hope that it could be treated as an agricultural product. But one thing that at least I feel like we've heard from the public is that until the federal government legalizes it, until it's treated like any other business with federal banking, because the federal government regulates banking, not state government, not local government, that until it's treated by the federal government as any other agricultural product, there are certain aspects of the cannabis industry or portions of the cannabis industry that inherently make it different from other agricultural products and therefore create neighborhood concerns that don't exist with other agricultural products. So I like the high concept of treating it as an agricultural product, but I think there's some real issues in trying to implement that. Supervisor Hashak?
Just to looking at some of the issues that MCA brought up, it's just like disaster relief and grants. Some of those which are statewide issues, it seems like, we should be advocating on the statewide level to treat them with parity.
Supervisor McGordy?
So we have an interesting dichotomy here because we also are starting or working on a pilot program for hemp, which botanically is the same plant, except it has the difference of being a legally recognized commodity by the USDA. But in all other aspects, it's quite similar in terms of the potential impacts it would have with odor. Of course, it's grown for CBDs, not for THC. And I certainly see it as an agricultural product, and I see it also as a potential alternative crop for the wine grape industry, because there's times where we want to rotate vineyards out. It also has the potential for pretty good income, and they're very close in terms of their culture and their cultural needs. So I'm just bringing that up as a way of saying that as far as growing cannabis is concerned, it's an agricultural crop. In my thinking, it's a horticultural crop with a pretty demanding skill to be able to grow it properly. So it's the whole rollout of the way cannabis has been treated in our state's been kind of odd. And I understand it really has more to do with the fact that it's not legal in the rest of the United States, as opposed to something that grows well here and we have a skilled group of growers in the county. Oh, one last thing too about appellations. Since I've worked in the wine industry and there's a lot of parallels, I can tell you the first and foremost thing we always say about wine in Mendocino County is that we want to hear Mendocino County above all else when we're talking about promoting a region. Because, people get California, they might get Napa Valley. They maybe have been to Mendocino, but if we start talking about, Dos Rios or some of the other appellations that are kind of small, very few people ever get those, but they probably could get Mendocino County.
So how would the board like to proceed? Would you like to amend the document in some way?
I would like to ask staff to incorporate the MCA recommendations into the document, and I'm happy to approve it today, or it can come back if it has to.
I would second that.
So I would just make the comment that I don't feel comfortable incorporating all their points because I really haven't had enough time to study them in depth. I'm not opposed, but at this point I would probably abstain.
Supervisor McGordy, how would you feel about asking staff to work on it with you, given you have the strongest farming background? You could probably help how we want to characterize the language about treating it as ag in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with everyone on that. I think that Chairman Jurdy summed it up really well, though, when he talked about the whole issue of legality. That seems to be our biggest problem in terms of public perception. The other thing that I've kind of noticed being on the campaign trail, it seems like people have very strong reactions, positive and negative, and there doesn't seem to be a lot in between. It kind of reminds me of Timber Wars in a way. It's the same sort of emotional response that gets elicited when we talk about cannabis. And even though it is legal, there's still a lot of people that don't want it in their neighborhoods, and because they're for whatever reason. And it's something that we have to be kind of proactive because it's not going to disappear. And I'd be happy to work with staff on
that. We could certainly have Supervisor McGordy work with staff on this. If any other supervisor, we could certainly have two supervisors work with staff on making amendments and bringing it back at the earliest possible meeting.
I would be happy to volunteer, but if somebody else wants to, I would be happy to support you.
Well, Mr. Chair. So the normal process for the legislative platform is through the General Government Committee.
It would normally be that way, but due to time constraints and everything, I think it could easily be just brought back in a near meeting with input from, direction from one or two supervisors. I think we've had a good discussion here.
Great. I'm fine with that.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I'm also fine with incorporating MCA's recommendation, and if Supervisor McGorty wants to have additional conversations with staff before that happens, that is okay with me. I also mentioned I had just a few formatting type changes, so I'm happy to talk offline with staff about that and have them come back later. It's not urgent.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's direct that this come back with, go ahead, Supervisor Hashak. You're muted.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chair. I also had in disaster recovery, preparedness, and resiliency, I wanted to advocate for streamlining efforts to provide greater vegetation management and federal funding for healthy forest practices. Because I think those have been two issues that we certainly encountered with the August fire and just the continual threat of wildfire.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's really, well, I'm sorry, I should raise my hand.
Supervisor McGorty, yeah, go ahead.
I think that's really spot on. We pull out all stops once the fire starts, but we don't spend very much on preventing it from happening. And the shaded fuel breaks and things that have been developed around Ukiah, I think are really a smart idea. There's controlled burn associations that are forming around the state to try to help minimize some of the biomass that's potentially really dangerous. So I'd like to see the state be a little more supportive of that. There's some legislative issues around air quality and things that prevent us from uncontrolled burns. So it would be good if we could revisit some of that.
And
go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think the other part of it was federal funding for healthy forest, particularly on federal lands. And we saw the August fire start in federal lands that weren't probably as healthy as they could have been, to say the least.
Okay, all right, well, let's direct that this come back at the earliest possible meeting. And in the meantime, Supervisor McCourty and Supervisor Williams, did you say you were willing to participate in updates? Or did you feel that you were clear enough what you wanted?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the two of you will meet with staff and bring it back at the earliest possible meeting, and we'll adopt it then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you. Okay, next we're on to 5.
Excuse me, Supervisor Chair Jurdy, we do have public comment on that item.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
That's okay.
First on the line is going to be Michael Katz.
Mr. Katz, if you're muted, you could type *6 into a phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. My name is Michael Katz. I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you so much for allowing this opportunity to publicly comment. I'll be referencing the MCA memo submitted for item 5H. We appreciate and support the inclusion of a robust set of cannabis-related legislative priorities included in the draft 2021 legislative platform. The bold acknowledgement of Mendocino County as a preeminent producer of cannabis products and home to multi-generational cultivators, manufacturers, and other industry participants is exciting. We truly believe that the suggestions made in this memo are important additions to the platform and that these items are major topics for the support of the cannabis industry that has had so much trouble gaining a foothold in a licensed market. We sincerely appreciate the board's discussion and decision to adopt the suggestions provided by us, and we would be more than happy to work with Supervisor McGordy and Williams and anyone on developing the final language as to be submitted. Please continue to view us as a resource, and we appreciate your considered conversation on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other public comment?
Yes. Next caller on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Hello, this is Monique Ramirez representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this agenda item. We are really excited to hear the board supporting the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance's memo and all of the recommendations. We support them as well. We really wanted to also highlight the need to reclassify in the state building code the F1 occupancy requirements that pertain to trimming facilities for many of our producers. It's really important that we continue to lobby the state to create a new designation for this activity. Currently, trimming is under a category that includes airplane manufacturing in this type of F1 occupancy structure. It's been a struggle for many cultivators to find ways to continue processing their product on site, and many have had to turn to outside facilities to meet this requirement because they can't afford to build out an F1 occupancy structure. And so we'd really like to see more push towards finding a new designation for this. So that's one of the biggest things that we'd like to bring forward. Everything else we've stated in our memo was either mirrored by Mendocino Cannabis Alliance or something that was already stated by the county. So we're really excited. We do really want to highlight too the need to have cannabis tax reform at the state level and really push towards moving the cultivation taxes to a percentage instead of a fixed dollar amount, especially with the fluctuation of market prices, and really to try to continue to push for the state to reduce the 11% tax rate at the retail level. That's just another barrier for everyone, especially customers. They're going to continue to shop illegally because of the pricing. And so we need to push towards that so we can all be successful in this. And also, I really want to highlight the need to continue to work towards making sure that legal cannabis operators are able to access funding for grants, especially for fire prevention on their lands. And there are state grants that are out there that are, unfortunately, cannabis farms are ineligible to participate in receiving. And so I know there's things on the federal level that we can't really touch until the classification of cannabis changes, but there are things at the state level that are available to property owners for thinning out their lands and to have fire crews come up and help do thinning of their forests. And so it's really important that we somehow work to get the state to allow legal cannabis farms to participate in this activity so that we can be great land stewards of our properties and hopefully not face another catastrophe with the fires that will probably happen again this year. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
Yes, the last caller on the line is Corinne Powell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to extend a great appreciation for the work that everybody has done on cannabis-related issues pertaining to our interaction with the state and our internal interactions. I also want to commend the work of our various community organizations, MCA, the Covelo Group. The people in this county are striving so hard to make this a viable industry that reflects our heritage here. So thank you to all of you who are doing such a good job in that direction. Pertaining to the legislative platform, redesignation of cannabis as a crop is critical. At the very least, an activity. The need is for parity in agriculture. We don't have that. Probably only Supervisor Jurdy will remember my complaints 5 years ago about being adjacent to a 5-acre lavender farm, who graded his 5 acres, who put in plastic weed barriers that are still there, who had absolutely no oversight pertaining to the destruction of his property and the potential damage to people adjacent to him. And we, in our county's largest cannabis permits, can potentially cultivate less than a 1/4 acre. The county has not observed any parity either in the way that our own regulations apply. So between the two, the county and the state, every effort that we can make to continue educating folks locally and at the state level about the stewardship in our county, about the conscientious growing practices of people in our county. We want your help, the supervisors, of continuing to showcase what is so good about Mendocino's cannabis industry. Thank you very much. I think including the MCA points in our recommendations to the state will be a great step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
That concludes the callers for this item.
Okay. So it looks like we have consensus. We're going to send this. Oh, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just hoping that, I think you were about to say that Supervisors McGordy and Williams were going to meet with staff on the MCA recommendations, and I'm hoping that they can also take a look at the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group's recommendations and see if those fit into the platform as well when they bring that back.
I can agree to that.
It looks like they
as well.
And I believe Supervisor Hashak had a couple of small items also, and I think you said you had a couple of issues you're going to refer to staff offline. So with that in mind, I think we've got a consensus from the board to request that Supervisors McGordy and Williams work with staff on some revisions and bring it back at the next available meeting. Okay. Next item on our agenda is item 5I, which discussion possible action, including approval of report to the Board of Emergency Declaration for Rehabilitation of the County Project Homekey facility at 555 South Orchard Street. The kitchenette units and 30 recirculating hoods procured in the amount of $56,000. And this is being brought forward by the Executive Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO with the County Executive Office. The purpose of this item is to inform the board of an urgent project which has been declared an emergency and a related emergency purchase in support of that this project. As background, I'd like to note that California's new Project Homekey program provides local counties the opportunity to increase housing stock through the purchase and conversion of hotel buildings. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors has taken multiple actions to participate in the Homekey program, and as a result, Mendocino County was among the first jurisdictions to receive an award of funding. With board direction, the county has completed purchase of what was previously a 56-room hotel building located at 555 South Orchard in Ukiah. As required by the Homekey program, this building will be rapidly converted for use as housing. Among the many benefits of this new housing, vulnerable residents are going to be better protected from the COVID-19 pandemic, which contributes to the sense of urgency with this work. The county must have occupants in the building within 3 months, and our goal is to have residents in 28 of the units at the end of March, with a plan in place to fill the remainder of the building. To meet the state's aggressive occupancy targets, the project has been deemed an emergency, allowing for expedited processes. As components of this emergency work, staff are prioritizing completion of interior and exterior ADA improvements, installation of new kitchenettes in 30 of the rooms, remodel of the lobby area, replacement of floor coverings, filling a swimming pool with dirt, and other related work. Our architect at this point has completed plans, which are now being reviewed by the county's building official. With the many priority projects the county has underway at this time, the county is contracted with Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation, or RCHDC, for assistance with the construction processes and management. A walkthrough of the project with interested contractors took place on December 30th, and bids are due to be opened by RCHDC on January 11th. We anticipate bringing a contract for this work to your board at your next meeting in January. It looks like that will likely be January 26th. The lead time or shipping time for the 30 kitchenette units and recirculating stove hoods that will be installed in these rooms was investigated and found to be at least a month. To minimize otherwise avoidable delays to the emergency project, this key equipment was ordered on December 21st, and the cost of this emergency purchase is approximately $56,500. This concludes my prepared update and report to the board on this item, and I'm available if there's anything related along with Megan Van Sant.
Well, I'll just start off. The question I have is the staff report, I think, outlines the issue pretty clearly. What I didn't see in it is it says source of funding, not applicable, but it's not really clear. Well, what is the funding source? So the county's already ordered this, and the funding will come from what funding source?
So we're certainly moving quicker with this project than we typically do. And I think that one of the biggest sources of one of the biggest things that's appropriate in my mind on this is just the fact that it's so important to the state. So there's multiple different pots of money out there that appear like they're going to be very good fits for this. And when we bring the contract to the board in January, we're going to have we'll likely have some appropriation transfer items for consideration and approval by the board as well. At this point, with the $56,500 that was approved for the as an emergency purchase, that it's my understanding is coming out of the $550,000 available in the Homekey program grant, and it's Megan Van Sant or even Darcy Angel may be able to provide a little bit more specifics for the board today. But we do anticipate having more information and potential transfer items in front of your board at the next meeting. So to answer your question, Chair Jurdy, the initial $56,000 is coming from the Homekey grant.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern, did you have a question, comment?
Sure. So I believe that this item is only specifically for the kitchenettes and the $56,500. I have questions or thoughts on this project generally, which I haven't been asked as the new 2nd District Supervisor yet by anybody on staff what my thoughts are. So I'm wondering when I will have an opportunity to weigh in on those types of things.
And Supervisor Mulhern, I think that we could probably get in touch with you even this week. So it's I will connect with Megan Van Sant and we'll make sure that we get in touch with you and give you an update and information on what's happening.
Thank you.
Well, the recommended action by staff is to receive the report and of an emergency declaration, and so we're just receiving the report. We'll just take action, I guess, at our next meeting in January.
That's when we anticipate having a contract in front of your board.
Okay. Well, thanks for the update. Any questions from the board? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Do we have any public comments on this?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will go on to the next item, which is item 6A. Discussion and possible action regarding board priorities, rules, responsibilities, long-term strategic plan brought forward by Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I brought this forth last year at the first meeting, and the outcome was that we requested, the vision statements for each department, and those came back. And it, as far as looking at what we do as supervisors, what the organizational chart is, our roles, responsibilities, all of those issues, and how it manifests into what we see for Mendocino County. I think that coming up with a strategic plan and looking at roles and responsibilities is really critical. And it got waylaid certainly with the COVID situation. But I think that now would be a good time with 2 new supervisors to just try to see what our vision, collective vision is for the county, and to make sure that we understand how we can be most effective as supervisors. So that's the goal of this agenda item.
Oh, thank you for bringing this forward. I totally agree. We should be having a strategic plan for the county as an organization, and that I think we obviously play a role in developing that. I think county staff plays a role in that. The public plays a role in that, in developing that plan, and then everything should flow from those strategic goals and objectives. That's how it works with most organizations. I think our organization has a number of those goals embedded in other documents, as you said, but they haven't really been put together in a concise single document. And I'm hoping that this year we're going to have the opportunity to really get that concise document put together. Any board members, you have any comments about this? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I both think it's imperative that we do it, and also very jaded. I think this place can do that to a person. And I guess I'm jaded because I see an underlying problem that this county is trying to take on far more than what the funding allows. And so I would hope part of this process would be deciding what we're not going to do, where we're willing to do less and say, that's not a priority, we're going to reallocate that funding. Because I think if we were to start from scratch, in fact, I asked the CEO this question last year in open session about, is this the county government we would have if we were building it from scratch today? And she kind of chuckled and said no. Well, we need to define what that would be, and then look at the transition steps to get from what we have today to where we need to be. I don't think it's because of our staff. We have a very hardworking staff. It's more structural that we haven't, not having a plan and letting this develop organically. We've just maxed out resources, and to the point we can't invest in the seed funding for efficiency gains that would give us more to work with, because we don't have that. And we don't have the staffing to do it, to go digital, say. We're still operating on paper in a lot of cases. So I'm all for it, but I think we need to go in accepting that it may be a painful discussion about, for everything we want to do, we're going to have to talk about something we're willing to give up in the short term.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I don't disagree with Supervisor Williams about that. We really do have to talk about what do we have the capacity for. And what I think about, a family that doesn't have a lot of money, but their house is still neat and in order and everything's patched up and functional. And that's kind of how we have to think about Mendocino County, because we're this big county with a lot of area and not a lot of income. And we have a lot of needs, and we just have to say, these are the things that we can do, and we can do them well. And we need to take a look at, first of all, what our kind of objectives might be, what we think our expectations should be for the performance of the county. We should think about how we're structured in terms of all aspects of governance. Are we set up properly with the way our departments are configured? Are we doing the right thing with the CEO system versus the CAO system? Because those are questions I get a lot from people. Are we doing our leadership properly? Do we, our one planning document that we do every year is a budget. Is it realistic? Is it taking care of business? what's their capacity to manage grants, and also just kind of strategic initiatives, things that we want to get done over the course of 5 years. 5 years is a pretty common planning time for documents like this, and they need to be revisited. Certainly, as big as our organization is, even though we are a small county, it's still a big organization relative to the rest of the county. We need to have some planning to really make it make sense. The other thing that is going on is that we will have some change in staffing as people retire and we bring on new people. We want to be able to build internal capacity, I think, for leadership, and also finding executive talent within our own ranks when we can. I'm certainly a believer in grooming replacement out of your own staff if it's possible, and giving them opportunities for learning and mentoring and building is something that I think could also be part of a good plan in terms of personnel. I agree with Supervisor Williams. We have a lot of really good, hardworking people who are employed by the county, and we need to make sure that they can be successful in their careers. And I think we're trying to do that. We're trying to pay people fairly and make their careers meaningful. And that's part of what can come out of a strategic plan. Finally, measurement's a really key issue, is that we've got to be able to evaluate what we're doing, whether it's accomplishing what we hope to do, is both financial and also in terms of goals. There's going to be some important short-term ones, which is like getting through the pandemic is going to be one that's very important. But other ones too, like finally implementing an effective cannabis program that works well, I think is one that probably would be a goal that everybody on this board can agree needs to get done. It'll probably end up going through land use, but that's also other issues that we've never really solved is, it seems like everybody wants to live in the southeast corner of Mendocino County. What are we going to do to build capacity for people living in other parts of the county in terms of housing and jobs and employment? So these are all things that could be part of a strategic plan in the planning process. So I'm kind of rambling, but so there's a lot to work with here, and I recommend that we not rush through this, that we take some time and have somebody who's very good at putting strategic plans together. If you want to go online and take a look at Sonoma counties, I think that's a very good example of someone who's worked through the process and has a really great presentation on the outcome of the planning process. And certainly the public has got to be involved in this if it's going to be meaningful, because they have to own it too, along with county government. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleagues, and I just wanted to mention, I'm not sure if Supervisor Hashak had a plan for a timeline and costs or RFP process. I'd be interested to hear what his thoughts are on that. I wanted to mention that I am happy and would support this process outside of regular agenda days in order to be able to complete the process, hopefully, more timely than if we're waiting for only doing it on agenda days.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with those comments. And I think that we do need to do it outside of the regular agenda days. And I would hope that we could send this off to the CEO to investigate options for a consultant or someone who could facilitate this kind of meeting, whether it's a one-day virtual retreat or over several days, whatever it takes to do a real quality product.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I was going to try a slightly different direction maybe. Would there be support for not hiring a consultant, not having a facilitator, but showing the public that the 5 of us can work together and get this done? And I mean, so far what I've seen today, I think we have a really strong new board that can work together.
Supervisor McGordy.
So having been through this process a lot with the University of California and others, I find facilitators are still really worth the time and effort because they can kind of help you focus, which is easy for us to get lost in the weeds. And it's important to keep pulling people back in because you do want it to be a timely process. So I think that's something that I think is really important. Thank you for complimenting us, but this is a pretty special group of people. There definitely this is a talented group in my estimation, or I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was worth spending time with. One other thing we could also utilize is some existing studies that are going on right now. I know that there's a review of HSA, and I know that the Economic Development Move 2030 program is going on. If there's a way of tying those into some of the activities and coming up with a strategic plan, I think that would be worthwhile. We heard today about how we probably really need a plan for homelessness and how we address that. And that's some of the reason why we're taking some criticism from the public on the county activities, because people just don't know and they're not sure that there's a vision here. So those are the kinds of things I think that would be helpful if we can incorporate activities that are already going on. And I would break it down department by department, just as you asked for a mission statement. It's good to revisit those departments and say, okay, what are you thinking? What's your succession plan do you have with the department? What stuff's really important to you? What things do you think you do really well? What things do you think you'd rather not do if you didn't have to because you don't really have the resources for? So that part, Supervisor Williams, I think we can do internally, but then working with the public might take some help.
Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McGordy, do you have any history with consultants, maybe with the UC system, who could help us through this process? If we already use a consultant, let's pick one that has a real good track record in this domain.
I do. There's facilitators from the University of California that could be helpful, and then there's also private consultants we've worked with before. Both are useful for different purposes. And certainly University of California in the area of community development, there are people who could assist us. And I think that they would be happy for the opportunity.
How about if I work, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
How about if I work with Supervisor McGordy and we try to find a list of 2 or 3 facilitators that could potentially work with us?
That sounds good to me. And also, I heard Supervisor McGordy sort of tick off 3 or 4 questions that would be directed specifically at each department. And it sounds like those 3 or 4 questions to each department would be great to get sent to each department fairly soon so that they could be brought to that facilitated meeting. I mean, I'd like to see some information from the departments when we have sort of a running start for the meeting.
Well, we could certainly do that, and if I may, and then certainly you'd want a department representative, preferably the head at the table or in the meeting when you start, at least for the county portion of what kind of is important to us and the things we're struggling with and need fixing.
Okay, so we could certainly entertain a motion here to direct Supervisors Hashak and McGordy to further develop options for implementing a strategic plan for the County of Mendocino.
So moved.
Second.
Just one other comment. It's really important that we have buy-in from staff, and I can see them sitting on the sidelines going, oh my God, here's another huge project. So I would appreciate if CEO Angelo has any thoughts or reservations to please express them, because she would be an obvious partner in this endeavor, and we have to have total buy-in if this is going to work.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Did you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. You know, honestly, I've been here 14 years, and I would love to see a strategic plan come from this board. The board is the leadership, and I think that what the staff, we have 1,200 employees, I think what the staff want is to see a strategic plan and to see that direction come from this board. So I would be happy to support this board in any endeavor on this strategic plan. And I am certain that executive office and administrative staff feel the same way. I think there are lots of directions to go. I really look forward to Supervisor McGorty bringing his resources to the table around the UC system and working with all of you, but it appears that maybe Supervisor Haschak and Supervisor McGorty are going to look for a facilitator. So I fully support this. I know you'll have the support of the staff, and anything that we can do to assist, we're here. So thank you very much. This is a great opportunity. Thank you, Supervisor Haschak, for bringing this forward.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Can we have a roll call? Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes. First on the line is going to be Ron Edwards.
Yeah, I was on for another issue, and I'll hold till my other issues come up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another caller?
Yeah, next on the line is Michael Katz.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Katz. I'm the Executive Director for MCA, and I'll be referencing the memo we submitted for item 6A. We appreciate the intention to develop a long-term strategic plan for Mendocino County. We are concerned that cannabis is not identified explicitly in the department level plans matrix attached to the agenda item. We recommend that a cannabis development plan be incorporated into the planning and building department's plan matrix. Cannabis falls outside of the general plan due to the fact that cannabis is not currently designated as an agricultural crop. The cannabis industry also has its own permitting process, fee schedule, taxes, etc. Not including a specific plan for cannabis industry and program development would be a dereliction of the county's due diligence on behalf of a multi-million-dollar source of tax revenue and an essential sector of the local economy. We thank you so much for the opportunity to provide our comments. We appreciate your careful consideration of the points we have raised and agree with the direction of putting more time and consideration into this document and are available to support that process in any way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have another caller?
Yeah, last on the line is Corinne Powell.
Hello, thank you for taking our comments again. I believe that my main concern was, of course, that cannabis be included in this list of county departmental activities. And I think the board has reflected that they agree with that. I believe that it's less important to attach anything pertaining to cannabis to this list because it's not quite a department, but I trust that in conversations with staff, you all will figure out the way to include it at its rightful place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any additional callers?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have a motion. Can we have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, it's 3 o'clock, and we've got one more item that we're going to try to get through before we have our afternoon break, and that is item 5J, discussion and possible action regarding the operation, staffing, and fiscal plan for for an additional 10 deputies to the sheriff's operations to address organized crime and illegal marijuana grows in Mendocino County. Sponsor is the sheriff coroner. Sheriff Matt Kendall, are you on?
Yes, I am. I was just brought in out of the waiting room. I'm going to attempt to share my screen so we can go through this. I've got a few notes in my hand here, so if you hear the papers shuffling, I'll do my best to keep that to a minimum. Having a little issue sharing the screen here. Can you tell me if that is working on your end?
It hasn't so far, but sometimes there's a delay between sharing a screen and others seeing it.
Okay. Could you please let me know when it starts because I can't see my screen?
I'm not seeing anything. I don't know if the clerk of the board is seeing anything. And
no, we're not seeing anything. Sheriff Kendall, there should be an option on your screen that you can click, and it should it'll bring your presentation full screen on your screen.
Okay.
Now it works.
We see you.
Okay, is it working?
Yes.
Perfect. Chair Dirty, members of the board, first I'd like to thank the opportunity to bring this forward, and a special thanks to Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hashtag for, assisting me quite a bit on this. I really appreciate that. The Mendocino County Sheriff's Office continues to face new challenges as we move forward. Violence associated with drug trafficking organizations is going to be one of our largest challenges in the oncoming years. However, we also have several other factors which are playing into this, and I don't think that those should be downplayed. They should be talked about. Regarding violence with the drug trafficking organizations, many of these subjects are well armed and wearing protective gear. This is a pretty frightening thought. We've run into a lot of people who are much better equipped to fight us than what we would like to see. We first saw this several years ago when Deputy Sheriff Del Fiorentino was murdered, and Chief Nolte had to engage that suspect with a rifle because the subject was armed with things that we were greatly outgunned. It was a tragedy, but it's something that we need to think about. I've worked with the Human Resources Department in an attempt to locate staffing levels, which were in place prior to the beginning of my employment, and I started in 1990. Due to changes in technology, we weren't able to locate staffing numbers from the 1960s, the 1970s, or the 1980s. I've had numerous conversations with a lot of deputies who worked here when I was younger, with some who have retired. Sad to say that some of those fellas are gone now. But they advised me that we were roughly at the same numbers. So today I wanted to discuss the staffing levels with you. Based on the census data, Mendocino County has had roughly a 70% increase in population over the last 50 years. Based on what I could find, it appeared that we started out at about 51,000 in 1970. Now, I was born in 1969, and so that's pretty much almost all of my life. So the Sheriff's Office, we would like to hire 10 additional deputies over a 3-year period. 4 in year 1, and then 3 additional deputies in year 2, and then 3 in year 3 to address the increase in organized crime and illegal marijuana grows. The crime statistics connected to the increase in organized crime and illegal marijuana grows are fluid and rapidly changing. Since we began this discussion on October 6, 2020, the Board of Supervisors began this discussion with me. Additional kidnappings and crimes of violence have occurred. These are currently under investigation while more crimes associated and continue to be reported. I think it's imperative that Mendocino County addresses ongoing crisis so that all the Mendocino County residents can have a better quality of life and live in a safer community. The Sheriff's Office projects that the ongoing dollar amount for 10 deputies, well, at the end of when we can get this done, would come out to just a little over $4 million. So we look at our calls for service. COVID year has been a strange year for us, but please remember that these stats were gathered from January to November. So calls for service, based on the 2020 calls for service, we were on track to have, if we averaged the same as we had in the previous 11 months, 66,803 calls for service. Dispatched calls that were sent to the deputies for handling would average out to 47,433 for the entire year. With an average of 25 patrol deputies, each deputy would have handled roughly 1,900 calls for service in a year. A standard year of hours worked is 2,080. So that kind of gives you an idea of how much work is actually going on. We have that many calls in that many hours. It's pretty concerning. That doesn't take into account a lot of the reports and things that we're writing on a constant basis, and then of course follow-ups and things like that. In 2020, we faced a lot of issues. During the COVID pandemic and the wildfires, we had to change our focus. The additional hours worked on these issues took us away from standard patrols. Our marijuana team was pulled from the marijuana unit to work on the fires, the August complex, for over 35 days, which is about 20% of the time we would normally be investing into that marijuana cultivation season. Our major crime statistics, you can see, are a little bit askew this year. I think that some of it is probably due to COVID. Our coroner's cases are well up, and there are a lot of things involved in that. Some of it is absolutely COVID. However, a lot of it was suicide, a lot of it was overdose, and then we had an increase in homicides as well this year. When we look at some of these crimes, there are certain crimes that are only on-view arrests. And so, like public intoxication, no one picks up the phone and calls the police and says, hey, I'm drunk, I'm in public, please come arrest me. And we can see the public intoxication contacts and arrests are way down this year. However, then we have other factors that come in. When we look at actually our homicides, we were showing 13, but at that point, that was last month, and we jumped a little bit. We've had another one. So we have 14 homicides this year. If we look at assault with a deadly weapon, we have to realize that assault with a deadly weapon is a lesser included offense in a homicide. And had that person survived the attack, they would have been counted as an ADW or an attempted murder, but it is a lesser included offense. Some of the calls that we see down, sexual assault, domestic violence is still up there, but we don't believe that that's representative, and child abuse, because a lot of those calls are reported from the hospitals. And when people don't run into mandated reporters at school, at the hospital, things like that, a lot of them they just don't get reported. And during a lot of the COVID stuff, we've had fewer and fewer people going to the hospitals for routine things. And so we know that that's going to have an impact on it. One of my biggest concerns is that the child abuse cases are down, I'd say, roughly about 20%. That is very alarming because we seem to run in pretty good numbers, or at least we have been over the last few years. The other thing is burglaries, sitting at 154 for 11 months. We realize that we've had more people at home, and therefore there is less opportunities to burglarize. However, the burglaries are still up there. Our DSEP, or our Domestic Cannabis Suppression Eradication Program, that's our CAMA unit, our cannabis unit. With almost 20% of the investigative season lost to fires and COVID, my estimate is that we are extremely overworked in this area. Currently, I have one sergeant assigned to it. Let me go back there. That was an oops click. Currently, I have one sergeant assigned to it. Last year, we had one sergeant and one deputy. And of course, we're reaching out and trying to take on assistance from anywhere that we can that doesn't cost the county money. We're working with federal partners, with state partners. We're trying to use every little bit that we can that is not going to cost the taxpayers money. We were able to eradicate 49 grow sites for a total of 225,674 plants. We seized 1 pound less than 55,000 pounds of bulk processed marijuana, 183 arrests, and 53 weapons seized. Now, these weapons weren't some old 22 that was leaned up against a tree. We ran into military-grade weapons and armor, body armor, helmets. We've run into things that tell us when we meet up with these guys, it is going to be a fight. And we need to make sure that we can get our people home safely. As you can see, our corners cases are way up this year, and it is disturbing. But corners cases have actually been on the rise, or deaths in the county has actually been on the rise for the last few years. And it's not as alarming as what we think. Much of it seems to be based on a rise in population as well as an older population and aging population. However, this year we saw a significant increase in corners cases. Not all deaths in the county turn out to be corners cases. However, with homicide rates being up, suicide rates being up, COVID has to be factored in, and suicide, each corners investigation will cost us roughly 6 hours of a deputy's time from the time that he gets the call until he's got the case written and prepared and ready to turn into a supervisor for review. This 6 hours doesn't count the review time for the supervisor, nor does it count the pathology or clerical filing. Almost all of the clerical work is completed by our chief deputy coroner, who is a lieutenant, and he has one secretary. And so we're decreasing the cost of the clerical work downstream on that. SWAT calls. You can see that we've had over one SWAT call out a month, and towards the latter portion of the year, we had several in months. We had 2 that actually took us out of county, and you can see that we had an active shooter in Humboldt County and a hostage situation in Lake County. Now, this is actually a 1-year representation of it, because we went from November of 2019 to November of 2020. And there's a reason why we have to have this SWAT team called out. And the reason is the sophistication and problems that we're seeing with arming and various other things. Over the course of the last 5 years, law enforcement in Mendocino County has witnessed a trend amongst violent subjects who are carrying out home invasion robberies, kidnaps, murders, and large-scale drug dealing connected to drug trafficking organizations. The most concerning of these trends also include suspects are utilizing coordinated attacks and pre-crime reconnaissances and intelligence. They're utilizing tracking devices, digital surveillance, digital imaging. I've received a couple of calls from my friends in the hills who have said that the subjects are flying UAVs or small drones over crops, doing surveillance to be able to go in and rob. The suspects have been heavily armed with military-style rifles. They're protecting themselves, as I spoke of, with military-grade protections, including plate carriers, assault vests, and even ballistic helmets. Protective equipment and weapons commonly possessed by the suspects committing the most violent crimes in Mendocino County. They're very concerning to me, because we're finding that our initial responding deputies, we are not ready to handle that. And that's why it's very important that our SWAT team stays intact. Plan for staffing increase. I think that we should use a tiered method, equipment and training. We've got to look at vehicles and the cost of the vehicles, plans for public safety. And when I bring that up, I'll come back to it in just a minute, but I think that we have to look at several things that are causing these problems, not just a lack of personnel right now. I think there's a lot of things connected to this, and we need to look at it globally. So I provided you with the cost proposal so you can see that the accounting is accurate. At the end of the day, 10 deputy sheriffs right now would cost the county just a little over $4 million. This is where we kind of get down to the nuts and the bolts of coming up with a good strategic plan about this. Please understand that my goal is not to fleece the county for $4 million. To the contrary, I think we need to look at all of the issues that we're facing, including the marijuana cultivation ordinance, the position allocation table at the sheriff's office, building a unit to deal with the marijuana issues so that the sheriff's office and working in conjunction with other county staff, including code enforcement, we can have a measured response to these problems, because some problems, they're easily dealt with by a man or a woman with a clipboard. There are some problems that that clipboard is not going to be sufficient. We would be putting that person in danger. So the position allocation table is important, but also we need to look at increasing staffing levels at the sheriff's office. I don't want to do that at the cost of depleting the other departments within the county. I absolutely realize that the problems I'm facing are also impacting our district attorney, David Eister, and our public defender, Jeff Aaron. I do believe that as the Board of Supervisors and as myself, the sheriff of the county, I have a responsibility to work with you on these problems so that we can come up with solutions. If we agree that there's a problem, and I think that we can see one, but if we agree that there's a problem with the staffing, we need to look at all the reasons this is occurring. No growth in staffing numbers is only a portion of the issue. A large portion is the drug trafficking organizations and the criminal gang involvement in an industry that's right now beginning to emerge in Mendocino County. If we want to keep the good stewards in our county and we want this industry to thrive, we have to get rid of the bad actors. They aren't going to leave simply because we ask them real nicely. It's not going to happen. I've been deeply invested in public safety within Mendocino County, as have many members of my family. I'm absolutely sickened when I receive calls and emails and letters from communities begging us for us to stop this constant crime spree. Calls regarding gunfire all night long. Calls of missing person cases, which we realize will eventually become murder investigations, and people sheltering in their homes are not acceptable for Mendocino County. We seem to have some very good citizens who are packing up to leave this county due to the large criminal element that is beginning to move in. I know Supervisor Haschak has received a lot of the same correspondences that I have received as well, and I would hazard a guess that all of the members of the board have received correspondences or had conversations regarding these problems. I think about the growth of a number of agencies in Mendocino County and the fact that we've been forced to grow based on what the needs are and how do we best serve the public. To be honest with you, I shudder to think what Mendocino County would look like if CAL FIRE still had the same number of firemen that they had in the 1970s when my father began his career with them. I don't know that this county would still be standing had they not grown. This last year was an eye-opener to me. We must protect the citizens of Mendocino County, or we're going to succumb to the violence and the devastating crimes which we're seeing on our eyes. If we don't have the personnel to complete our duties safely, we will see people taking enforcement actions into their own hands. When we do, we will begin seeing issues come up that if a person begins enforcing the law themselves and doesn't do it correctly, and then someone gets injured or killed, have we turned that person into a criminal by failures on our part? I know that this is an interesting question. I'm going to pose it to the district attorney. Sometimes people injure or kill people due to a lack of training or a misunderstanding of the depth of the danger that they're actually in. There are things that, to be honest with you, would not be that big of an experience to me, but it would scare other people into possibly committing a homicide. So I think that we're going to see people still sheltering in place in their homes, especially in these areas in the North County. And we can have the most robust economy in the state, but if people aren't safe to go to work, that economy is going to fail. I think that we have to look at the entire picture and begin a plan today to mitigate these things. And growth of the sheriff's office, yeah, it's important, but I think that if we look at it holistically, look at where the problems are stemming from, and then begin to work out those issues and work together on it, I think that we can get somewhere. And I'm just asking for your assistance on this. And I hope that you agree that we do need more staffing. And that's what I have on that.
Supervisor Williams.
So you may notice I had asked the clerk to attach some correspondence. I quickly charted when I saw this data, and my read looking at those charts is it's during a period of sheltering for COVID, so it's a little bit skewed from normal times, but it looks relatively flat in a lot of categories. And I reflected back on when Tom Allman was first running for sheriff. Was that 08? He had these same claims that, and basically in my lifetime, the sheriff's office hasn't had an increase in deputy staffing. And I don't discount that, but I'm wondering if, as the county's revenue has grown from inflation, we've increased the wages for staff, and we're back where we were 10, 15, 20, maybe 40 years ago. And as much as I want to say, yes, let's allocate this, I look at the budget and I just don't see where it would come from. It's going to pit us up. It's going to pit the sheriff up against the DA, where I'm going to have to go to ICER and say, hey, we got to take some of your budget because the sheriff, legitimately needs more staffing. And I guess I see this fits in with the strategic plan. One area I think the sheriff may have a compelling case is some of this is a state problem. And how do I don't know if the action on this agenda item really reflects that we should be asking the state. Maybe we could shift that a little bit. And then the other thought was the sheriff's office, I don't think, is really equipped to put together the most convincing case. Do we have resources elsewhere in the county that could collect more data than what's been presented and make the compelling case that this is really due to the state's Proposition 64, and it's beyond our means, and see if we can get some assistance. Last, there's a slide I always look at that is average income in Mendocino County and Sonoma County overlaid, and they were tracking for a long time, and then somewhere around 1979, Mendocino County started not keeping up with Sonoma County. I think that's really what we're facing here. So we need to have a discussion about how do we get county objectives in terms of policy that will encourage living wages so that we can have a larger tax base to work with and fund public safety.
Well, just briefly on the wages front, and Glenn could probably add more or John to this, I'm sure as well. But I think it was around 1982 when the Great Recession hit, and the Fort Bragg lumber mill, which was the biggest redwood lumber mill anywhere, was unionized, high wages. We had a lot of industrial type jobs, and they were actually pretty high paying jobs until that recession of 82. And then there were major changes to the contracts. Other lumber companies that didn't have as generous salaries kind of took its place. And so, there's just been a huge shift in jobs in Mendocino County, where you had all these, manufacturing type jobs with pretty good wages to very few manufacturing jobs. And the ones that are here aren't all as high wage as they were at that one point. So I think there's just a number of things that you could trace back to seeing in that chart. When I look at that, and as Supervisor Williams said earlier, we don't run the sheriff's office. We don't run any particular department. We hire the CEO, we hire the county council, we hire the cultural service library director and an air district director, and that's about it in terms of direct hire. So we're not really running the departments. But when you talk about the different functions of your department, which also includes the jail, which is a pretty big part of your office. But I don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about the coroner's office, but you talked about it a little bit, and I'm just thinking aloud here. Some coroner's cases are crime related. I would guess the vast majority aren't. They're just over a decade ago when my father passed away, in his sleep at night, the next morning when it was discovered, 911 call and enrolled local volunteer Fort Bragg Fire Department, almost like out of respect or something, the local school teacher passed away. there's sort of this infrastructure that's there with the coroner's office and the local fire departments, et cetera. But I would guess that in some counties, and just a guess, that there are some counties, maybe it's not a sworn officer that's doing the investigation. Because again, many of these, I would think the vast majority aren't crime related. They're just sort of, a natural occurrence. So I'm just wondering if there's anything you have learned or are learning about coroners' offices in other counties where maybe they have some people, certain cases go to the sworn officer for a possible crime-related incident, and others are handed off to civilian-type coroners' offices because of the less expensive pension system that those civilians would have, and other lower costs that could be ascribed to those civilian cases. So I don't know, that's just one small thought on your presentation there. And I know that you're interested in trying to figure out, how you can do more with, without more money or without more general fund contribution. And so that's just a thought just on the coroner side. So I think it'd be great if either through your public safety committee or maybe even, two supervisors who working with us and the CO's office could just kind of take, like a fresh look. What is it that we could do in terms of bringing in resources for some of these kind of high level cases that are really beyond any one county? They're almost like multiple county issues. What you're talking about is really even more than Northern California, but it certainly affects many Northern California counties and us probably as much as anybody. And then there's other issues that maybe could be addressed locally just by taking a fresh look at how can we pay for these services in the most cost-effective way. So those are my thoughts. Did I see some other hands? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've talked with Sheriff Kendall quite a bit about situations in the 3rd District. And I think Sheriff Kendall is right on with his analysis of it. We have this situation where, there's cartels, there's, organized crime that has come into our county just to take advantage of what they see as cannabis industry that's can't be that regulated with what we have. And so I appreciate the sheriff's comments on that. Certainly I've received so many calls about, like I said the other day on the radio with Supervisor Williams, when I went to a CAL FIRE meeting after the August and Oak fires, and the CAL FIRE brass was saying that they couldn't go down certain roads because they met organized crime, people who wouldn't even let them down the road to fight the fire. And it was that kind of stuff is going on in our county. And so I think working with the sheriff, Supervisor Williams and I brought this issue forth in October, and I appreciate the sheriff coming forth with this information. Supervisor Williams and I have talked to Nicole Elliott, who's in the governor's office over Cannabis, told her that this letter that we're going to write asking for some funds was going to be forthcoming. We've also talked to Assemblymember Wood, Senator McGuire, telling them, yeah, we have this problem. We will be in touch with you. We will send you this letter. So I think that if Sheriff Kendall is all right, I think that when we left off last time, we were going to send this letter. And so I think that now that we have some data, maybe Supervisor Williams would like some more data that makes the point. But let's put it together. Let's get this communication going with our state electeds and people who work in the governor's office to see, what's happening with the millions of dollars coming into the cannabis program statewide, and why can't we get some of this to help us out with some of the results of Prop 64. So I look forward to, if the sheriff wants to do this, I certainly would appreciate working with him.
Supervisor Williams?
Is there a parallel with COVID? Last January, we could have said, well, nobody's died in our county of COVID, yet we knew it would have exponential climb and that we wouldn't be prepared, right? And we've been doing everything we can to prepare, and we still may not be. Is there a parallel with what's going on in the 3rd district, that although maybe it's not yet showing up in the crime stats, we see that there's a threat that's building and we need to prepare to address?
Through the chair, if that was directed to me,
yeah,
I believe that it is going to start in all of our smaller communities. It has already started in the north, where we have the least amount of resources to be able to deal with it. I look every day and I see it beginning to progress in places like Hopland, in places like Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, these smaller areas with less resources. This problem is growing. And I don't feel like it has anything to do with the legal market. I just don't. And let's face it, we can't put that genie back in the bottle, and I don't know that anybody would want to. The fact of the matter is, if we could work harder on some of those things, I don't care if you have $1 billion industry selling toothbrushes, there is going to be some corruption, because that is the way of things in this world. But we also have to make a decision about what is core government function. And I'm hoping that we can look at this globally. I think that having no growth in the sheriff's office, if CAL FIRE had had no growth for 50 years, what would we be saying about them right now after the August complex?
Supervisor McGordy.
So thank you, Sheriff Kendall, for bringing this forth and having this discussion. It's what I suspected, and now it's kind of confirmed with some data. I think you alluded to it, that this problem is not just the 3rd district, that is going on like all over, because we live in this big county with a lot of isolation, and this industry sort of started because that was what it needed to do when it was completely illegal. Now we're kind of turning the corner. We've got a legal process. Unfortunately, it's not going as smoothly as we hoped, but I think that that's going to be part of the key, is getting a good regulatory process so that legal growers are legal and we know who they are. And just as I understand, and maybe you can comment on this, Humboldt County has kind of worked towards legalization and identifying who isn't, and has kind of moved to stop the people who don't have permits. Is that what you're kind of envisioning over time? Because you talked a little bit about kind of a holistic response.
Through the chair, Supervisor McGordy, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because I have to look at every penny that goes out the door, and having a measured response to things, we have to do it not only from a financial standpoint, but from a human standpoint. There are times when, I'm sorry, I have to send a SWAT team to an illegal grow. There are times when a man showing up with a clipboard or a woman showing up with a clipboard is an absolutely perfectly fine response. And I think that as humans, we have to have good responses to the stimulus in front of us. If we don't, then we're overreactors. But there has to be these measured responses. And right now, working together with MCA, with Cannabis, I think that we need to show things are not going as well in the Emerald Triangle, in these large producing counties, as what the rest of the state thinks. Because we have been impacted in ways that are just mind-boggling to me. And it goes back to that $1 billion industry, and we know that there is going to be corruption. And for every case that I work, I'm wondering, do I send a bill to the state because of legislation that they've done? Because Lord knows, I don't want to tax the county any more than what I have to. There's a lot of taxpayers out here who probably aren't getting as much service as they deserve right now. And as Supervisor Williams brought up, and I spoke about earlier, this is affecting myself. It's affecting the district attorney and the defense. It is really a drain on assets for us. And assets are one thing. However, this last fall, when those subjects kidnapped those folks, parked at the top of the ridge, waiting for my deputy to show up, and they were going to engage him with rifles. This is a deputy that's worked with me since he was 19, 20 years old. At some point in time, you begin to look at these folks almost as family. And when we get into that, I've lost 2 of my friends to gunfire in my career. I've lost 2 of them to suicide as well. I think that we have to take a good hard look at this and decide what is core government function.
Well, and I'm kind of wondering, this project seems to be huge, and I think some of the other supervisors alluded to that. It'd be great to have some assistance from the state on this, and certainly financially, and even I'm curious, Sheriff, if you feel like assistance in terms of response would be appropriate too when you're dealing with some really hard cases.
I would absolutely love assistance in the terms of response, but no one has really brought these problems forward and thrown them at the feet of Cannabis. And I know I've spoken with Trent Taylor from the code enforcement. He and I have had numerous discussions regarding the end of prohibition, the end of alcohol prohibition. And strangely enough, people don't realize this, but it took about 15 years for that market to completely line out and become regulated. But the black market was so ingrained in it, and the mob was so ingrained in it, that there were a lot of bumps in the road. And I don't know that we can't look back to the past to kind of help us navigate the future on this. And the state needs to step up. The state needs to provide some assistance, and they're gleaning a lot of money in taxation and everything else right now. However, as usual, local government is the one that is suffering and not receiving the funds for it. They came out with a grant last year, and when I got done reviewing all of it, I went over all of the details with our fiscal group. And by the time that we got done giving money to a lot of different places for education and whatnot, it would have paid for 1/2 of one deputy sheriff for 3 years. I couldn't afford the other half. And it's like giving me a bicycle that's got 1 wheel. I can't ride it. And I won't ride a unicycle at 51 years old. So,
Supervisor Williams.
Is there a way for the board and the public to see some of what you're seeing? We hear about it, and I've looked at Google Earth trying to figure out where is this cartel activity, and how large is it. And I think I heard Supervisor Haschek on the air with me earlier this week talking about, was it Slavic languages out in the forest? I don't know quite the details, but I would love to see what it looks like.
Absolutely.
And I think that would help with our case when we go to the state. Not only do we want your data, but I think it would help to have a visual depiction of exactly what are you facing that's new.
Through the chair, absolutely, Supervisor Williams, we can get that put together for you. And there are other issues that we are running into. I think that most people realize that a big chunk of my heart is in Covelo and with the reservation up there. I mean, my daughter is half Native American. There were things that happened on the reservation up there that were completely unacceptable. People went out there and began excavating archaeological sites to grow marijuana. When those things are gone, they will never be back. It is destroying a heritage that we simply can't put up with. And we have been doing everything that we can to work with our tribes and give them 100% of the assistance they need without telling them how to do their business, because I think they deserve that. They deserve to be able to run their government in the fashion they want to. But every time they knock on the door, I do my best to answer. When I was a kid growing up, we didn't have television. We didn't have the internet. I had the Eel River and the National Forest, and it was a wonderful life. Kids up there don't have that now because it's being taken. No one feels safe going out certain times of the year. It's just a travesty.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that Sheriff Kendall and I have talked about is kind of this situation where we have people who are moving from Humboldt County to Mendocino County and trying to avoid the enforcement that's happening in Humboldt County. They come down here If the sheriff pushes on them, they go up to Trinity County. And so there's just this movement over the growing seasons of some of these people. And so I've talked to Sheriff Kendall about, what if we had some kind of coordinated approach, a collaborative effort between different counties where we could have code enforcement and the law enforcement kind of working on a similar structure at least, so that people know when they come to the Emerald Triangle, the enforcement is going to have some kind of parity between the different counties, so that we don't have this kind of shell game going on. And I think that's one approach we need to kind of look into to see if there's potential collaborative efforts that we can make.
I'd like to ask the board where they'd like to take this agenda item.
I would like to nominate Supervisor Haschek, because this is primarily his district. I know it's the whole county, but there's a lot of this activity. See if he's willing to work with the sheriff to fine tune a presentation for CDFA, Cal Cannabis.
Mr. Chair, just procedurally, I would suggest that it may be appropriate to request public comment prior to the board action.
Absolutely. Okay. Just trying to get a sense of where we're headed. Okay, so do we have any callers?
Yes, we do. First on the line is Ellen Drell.
Thank you for taking my call. This is Ellen Drell. I hardly know where to begin on this, but I have a lot of sympathy for the sheriff. I am pleased to hear that he wants to coordinate with code enforcement, because I think that is key to solving this problem. For a host of reasons that a lot of you know and probably a lot of you don't know, there are close to 1,000 people. Well, I don't know how many people are growing out in the hills, but there are at least, close to 1,000 who are growing with these receipts of payment of application fees from the county, but no follow-up. Nobody knows what they're doing. Hundreds of these people probably have no intention of ever getting a permit. They are illegal growers. They're totally out of compliance with our ordinance. But because the county staff never kept track of them, never followed up with them, never demanded particular information with them, never did Google searches of their property or satellite imagery, the county does not know at code enforcement what is going on out there. Therefore, the sheriff has no tools to separate the good actors from the bad actors, the illegal growers who maybe not are criminals, but who are violating the ordinance right and left, from the people, some whom have permits, some who need permit renewals, some who don't have permits, who actually are in compliance with the ordinance. It's total chaos, and it's because the county did not keep records and did not follow up. And now, because of this lawlessness, because Mendocino County doesn't enforce its ordinance, we get hardened criminals. So Mendocino County's become a magnet for these hardened criminals. And the sheriff is left with this situation of going after the hardened criminals and having this gray area between the illegal growers and the hardened criminals, and how does he prioritize? And he gets no help from the county. So I encourage the board and the sheriff to work on a coordinated effort to, one, separate the legitimate in compliance growers from those who are not and who have no intention of becoming compliant with the county's ordinance, and abate them, get rid of them. And once it becomes known that Mendocino County in fact has a regulated cannabis system and separates those who will abide by the ordinance and those who have no intention of abiding by the ordinance, then we won't be such a magnet for the hardened criminals. They won't be able to hide amidst all the to people with embossed receipts who might be good guys and gals. And the sheriff can't, the county is not helping the sheriff make the distinction. So I really support the idea of.
Okay. Do we have another speaker?
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Yes, I'm going to be brief here. I do believe we need more information. I know that I've known Sheriff Craver, Sheriff Allman. I haven't had a chance to talk to Sheriff Kendall about this, but it seems that we're conflating some issues here. We're not seeing year by year. I mean, remember back in 2014, 2015, when people were growing on their rooftops. We're hearing about cartels. Is this cartel on cartel violence? What are these organization crimes? I mean, we're hearing this fear information out there, but are these cartels coming in and getting an embossed receipt? In my experience with permitted people, I haven't run into those, so I would like more information on that. Has the CHP increased their staffing in the county over the years? This is really important to know those statistics. Is it a statewide statistics? I mean, we really need this broken down by grow size, acreage. That would give us more information in knowing how to go forward. Now, I really want to address an issue that was quite disturbing to me on a number of fronts. I don't know if everybody knows me, but the sheriff, when he originally put this information out, put a picture of a suspect that was accosted by neighbors. This, to me, brought back horrible images from the South. And in the sheriff's statement, he put out that he skewed the person's identity. It was very clear that this was an African-American person due to his hand. That statement just was unacceptable to me. It seems to me in this day and age of 2020, after what we went through with all of the violence in 2021 against African-Americans and brown people, that the sheriff would feel it was even appropriate to have this image go out to the public. It just is a continuation of that scare of the black and brown person. I used to comment and joke about, well, the sheriff never makes a bust and says, yes, we found Starbucks coffee and croissants. It was always, we found Mexican language newspapers and tortillas. I know on my road, there were 2 robberies of neighbors, and they were both local kids who came with airsoft rifles. What is the breakdown between out-of-state people, out of the area people coming into the county, local people? I mean, these are the things we need to know. And just the continued clarification and the muddling of those people going through the permitted process with those who are not. I mean, the board does not make that clear very often. I know Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Haschak do a good job of that. But as long as we continue to let the public put those two together, we're never going to have a real clear understanding of how to approach this program. I know we had a billboard about wearing masks coming in. Why don't we have a billboard that if you're coming in to rip people off in Mendocino County, you will go to jail? Thank you.
Next on the line is Jan McGordy.
Thank you. Hello? Am I on?
You're on.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this. I appreciate the job that the sheriff and all of his personnel do and realize how hard it is. I'm thinking that a request for, an increase in the budget is masking the bigger problem, and the one that's presented with the the increased violence is just the latest attempt to get money, because the last time I heard this was when the sheriff's office wanted to refuse to answer mental health calls, and unless they had more money. Looking at the data, there weren't that many mental health calls compared to the other statistics and line items. So also, COVID is currently the world's biggest health threat for public safety, and it's here. As we've seen, it's in the jail. And so The sheriff has also resisted enforcing any restrictions on COVID, which would be a perfect opportunity for somebody with a clipboard. But the question is, if people were being fined, does Mendocino County even have a fine, structure in place? That would be revenue the county could be taken in to increase things like this. So the problem of cannabis violence and organized crime is so much bigger than Mendocino County. They've been talking about CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE is a state organization. It's not housed here. So there's many questions that need to be answered before increasing a budget like this. And collaboration is really important at a much bigger level than Mendocino County. Just increasing deputies with only basic skills, as he said, is really dangerous. To send people out who are 19, who are children, to go out confronting people with, professional illegal activities. So this is a time when there's a movement to reconsider how the funds already assigned to law enforcement are distributed to better serve the public. So I think this issue of increasing the budget is something that should be seriously debated. And I'm hoping that your board will not take action on this today, but will find a way to find other resources at the state, at the national level that can be explored, because this problem greatly exceeds our county's resources and our capacity. So thank you.
Next is Michael Katz.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this item. Thank you, Sheriff Kendall, for putting it forward. I'd like to offer an alternative. This is Michael Katz, the Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'd like to offer an alternative perspective to the first caller who commented that many of the licensed cultivators in the county cannabis program are part of the criminal problems being identified by the sheriff. The sheriff made it very clear that people in the licensed cannabis program are not the source of the criminal activity he is seeing. Licensed cannabis cultivators are not criminals. They're not part of organized crime. They're not committing egregious environmental acts. They're not engaged in violence. They are not the problem. Over 800 of the 1,100 county permit holders and applicants who have CDFA licenses, most of them have had inspections by either the county or CDFA at this point. The number who may be bad actors is a small fraction, and conflating the violent crimes and egregious environmental crimes of illegal cartel grows with those who are in process in the county program and subject to inspection by either the county or CDFA is just false. MCA has confidence that the sheriff will continue to balance the urgent need to stem the tide of these heinous crimes while allowing non-violent and non-egregious land use violations to be handled through the mechanisms of the permitting program and through code enforcement, rather than law enforcement actions. We also appreciate the sheriff's continued recognition that regulated cultivators are not part of the problem, and that there needs to be an active pathway for those that are willing to be regulated through local permitting and state licenses. We continue to emphasize that it is counterproductive to criminally enforce unregulated cultivation by individuals who desire to be a part of the regulated market. They're not committing these crimes, do not currently have the ability to join the regulated market due to the fact that the county has not been accepting applications since October of 2019. It's also important to note that the county is set to launch its equity program to utilize equity grant funding received from the state to address the inequities of the decades-long war on drugs that has plagued our community. The receipt of these funds is a bold acknowledgement of the state that many members of our county have been disadvantaged by the war on drugs and are deserving of increased opportunities and decreased barriers to entry. Finally, MCA respectfully must register a very strong criticism of the use of the photo of a hog-tied black man in the materials included for this agenda item regarding the Sheriff's Office's assessment of criminal activity. While the stated intent of the image was to show the undesirable consequences of vigilante justice, the result has been to obscure the primary issue. The image is both misleading and harmful. Misleading in that it supports the myth that Black people, 0.6% of this county's population, are to be automatically associated with criminal activity. Harmful in that it contributes to a current racially polarized national context, especially with regard to relations between Black Americans and law enforcement. I request that the image be pulled from any future material.
Next is Jordan Ugla. You can press *6 to unmute.
Please turn down the volume on the computer that you're watching on.
Apologies, I was expecting to call in, and so I actually disabled audio on the computer. So let me get that back going. Can you hear me currently?
Yes. And your time, we're starting your time.
Hello, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me? This is frustrating. Would you please connect to... No, that won't help.
Maybe we
hello?
can get back to this.
Hello, hello.
Let's get him out of there and then bring someone else in.
Next is Monique Ramirez.
Hello, this is Monique Ramirez speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group.
Hello, hello.
Click raise hand so they know you're there.
It's
Would you like me to stop to let him speak?
Monique, we're going to have you restart your time. We apologize for the interruption.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so this is Monique Ramirez speaking for the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We really want to emphasize that whatever is decided today with the allocation of funds for the Sheriff's Department, it is imperative that Round Valley has some of this funding for a resident deputy. We know that so much of the crime that is happening right now, especially in relation to illegal cannabis activities and the uprise of it, is due to stuff that's happening in our community specifically. And so one of the things that can be a solution to helping combat this issue is to have a presence of police force in our community. We don't have that. And while they do respond to issues, it takes almost an hour for anyone to come into Covelo given the distance. And so we think it's really important to allocate funds to hiring at least one resident deputy. I know that the position has been open, and Kendall has made it known that it's been very difficult to find somebody to want to fill the position. So maybe we need to re-incentivize the salary pay in order to get someone up here. And at the very least, at least try to allocate more funding to have a 24/7 watch of having a deputy be here, and they can do shift changes. That was a recommendation made by one of our members in CCAG that we put in our memo. And we really think that this could be one of the solutions to helping reduce the criminal activity that's been happening specifically in Covelo. And we also shared the sentiment of other speakers regarding slideshow picture number 11, which featured a black man hogtied by his hands, and the attached PowerPoint presentation for the agenda item. We very much appreciate that it has been removed, and that Kendall did try to make a statement on social media over the weekend. But we feel it's very important at this moment in time, before the end of this agenda item, for Sheriff Kendall to make a formal statement of apology to the constituents of Mendocino County, so it can be recorded into the record, and so that we can all share the sentiment that we do not want to create these divisive issues between people of color in our communities. And again, we just have to stress the importance of hiring a resident deputy, doing whatever we can to entice people to come to our community. We don't just have illegal activity from cannabis, but we have all kinds of other crimes, and it's been so unfortunate to see the murders happening in our community, people dying from reckless driving, substance abuse, and we need help, and we don't deserve to be treated with no funding at all. And also, I think it'd be nice to hear more about the 183 arrests that were posted on the slideshow. How many of them were actually convicted of the crimes? And it'd be great to get some feedback from the sheriff on that. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Sherry Glazer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Glazer, we're starting your time.
Okay, thank you so much for this meeting today. I appreciate the work that everybody's doing to try to keep our community safe and protected. I have great concerns about giving the Sheriff's Department $4 million to get more deputies, more law enforcement. It seems like there is very little, if any, money in the county because of the lapse in sales tax and all of the income from tourism that we've lost in the last year. So our coffers are fairly empty, except for the DA's coffers, who seized over $3 million worth of assets last year in cash. And that's like a triple from the year before. I'm wondering where that money goes. As it said, it has been distributed. Also, there's the $4 million that were allotted for cannabis. I remember that also, that fund. I'm not sure what happened to the distribution of that, but that's a total of $7 million that we really have no accounting for, as far as I'm concerned. And to have $100,000 per deputy coming in on the budget for a $900,000 increase this year, it seems like a really high paycheck for this time when all of us are suffering, jobless. We can't even get a job. Nothing's opened, especially here on the coast. We kind of live in a ghost village now. That being said, that money could be spent on support for women and children who continue to be victims of child abuse and domestic violence. We need more support and more sheltering for these vulnerable people. I also want to echo the comments of everyone online today who are just horrified by the image of a Black man being hogtied on the sheriff's website page. I too am asking the sheriff today to make a statement in front of the board of supervisors and the Mendocino County constituents to say we absolutely object and reject any kind of images, especially when police are getting away with murder, no charges being filed against the murders of Tamir Rice, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery. We need to hear from the sheriff that our people of color in this community are safe, protected, valued, and will be protected by law enforcement, equal protection under the law. We need a statement today to help people feel more secure, and that's the first step in making us feel safe in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Next on the line is David Aster.
Hello, Chair.
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, thank you. I see just a couple of different problems with the way this presentation went today. And I think the main problem that I see is that if, as the board, other board members have suggested, that the state be asked to help with this budget hole, I suppose, or this budget request, and trying to get funding for more deputies or some sort of enforcement effort. There has to be better data presented, especially if state grant money was going to be requested, because I think the data was pretty thin on what correlations and causations. I heard that there was, there were a lot of assurances and there were a lot of anecdotals that were presented, but I didn't see quite enough data tying, this need for more deputies to the specific marijuana crime increase. So another problem that I found is that the claim that statistics are fluid, that statistics just simply are not fluid. Statistics are really facts that are compiled through research and record keeping. And these statistics can be used to show trends or comparisons. And if marijuana crimes are increasing, then statistics need to show that with clarity. And I think there was a lack of clarity in the presentation. So I believe that the more details, the better, especially if there's going to be a further presentation to the state for some advocacy on their part, because they're extremely tough to get money out of, and the more details, the better. I think that we need to look at the fact that I've been looking at the 649-page county budget and trying to go through some of the tables and charts. And if I'm correct, I think that the sheriff's total budget, the sheriff's office budget, is about $36 million a year, which I think calculates out to about $100,000 a day. That's a healthy share of the county general fund, and it's actually the largest portion of the Prop 172 state sales tax allotment to the county. So a request for more money would mean a significant percentage increase in an already sizable budget, and would add, I think, in the end by 2023, $1.8 million annually. That's a more than 10% increase of money from the county at a time of fiscal uncertainty for the county and the state. So I think the board should be more demanding and more proactive in, asking for more details. And when it comes to any sort of budget increase and budget analysis, the more details, the better. And I guess my final comment, if I have enough time, I'm not watching the clock. If people want to know some more details about what it's like to be a Black person.
And the last person on the line is Jordan Ugla.
Mr. Ugla, if you're calling in, you can press *6.
So, Mr. Ugla, you are in the room, but you appear to be muted. So you can unmute your phone by pressing *6 and then begin your time. So, Chair Jurdy, it seems like we're having some technical he's having some technical difficulties on his end.
Okay. Well, people always have the option of sending an email. So I think the board was working its way towards an action here, and we were just discussing that. Supervisor Hashak, you were wanting to work on this more. Was there another supervisor who wanted to work on this letter that we were going to send to the state? Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, actually, I had a couple of questions that I hadn't asked yet. If you have a moment.
Go ahead.
And maybe it's something that hasn't been discovered quite yet, but this list of SWAT versus clipboard type of call-outs, is that statistic available in some way right now, or is that something that moving forward that record keeping should be started from here on out? Also, do we have an analysis of how many resident deputies we have, or what the options are for possibly incentivizing resident deputies beyond what was presented today? And I'm thinking about housing, or also, maybe there's two in a location, as the sheriff mentioned. A lot of this additional crime may be in a more small rural communities. So as we're moving forward and as the sheriff and Supervisor Hashek are working on this letter to the state, it would be interesting to see what kind of options there are to incentivize resident deputies, especially for areas like Covelo where we are having high incidences of crime and where we know that community policing and having deputies live in an area is a benefit to the community and to the sheriff's department. And then also, is it an option to call in the National Guard at the first notice of a fire to support CAL FIRE's efforts so that we don't send deputies, which is a resource that's already stretched thin, so that we're not pulling them away to, as was discussed from the fires from last summer, to have to go and get CAL FIRE through. Maybe that's something that we need to work on contracts or agreements with the National Guard or other organizations. We should be working on that now before the fires hit for next summer. And then I'm just also wondering what opportunities are there for somebody within the county system or outside of the county system to help the sheriff look for more grant funds or to be able to successfully apply for those grant funds beyond what the state offers. And I think that when Sheriff Kendall and Supervisor Hashek work through some of these questions that have come up today, hopefully that's something that'll be brought forward in our strategic planning process, and we'll be able to have a really clear understanding of what opportunities there are for additional funding outside of the general fund for these types of operations.
Sheriff Kendall, do you have a response to Supervisor Mulhern's comments?
Absolutely. So it was several pieces to that. However, SWAT versus the clipboard response, I believe we have some pretty good data at the sheriff's office. I don't know what the data looks like over at code enforcement. I think it's high time that the sheriff's office and code enforcement get together under the same roof. That's going to help dramatically with a lot of these things regarding that measured response that we need to have as good stewards of the funds and good citizens, good human beings. The housing issue, housing is absolutely an issue in these small towns. Our supervisors from the coast, they understand how hard it is to secure housing in small towns. Sometimes it's often very expensive. There's very few houses available in the Round Valley area. Potter Valley is kind of the same type of a thing. If you don't have someone who moves there and buys a home, not a lot of incentive for them to stay. However, we could come up some type of a housing strategy. I know that a lot of young folks who have not yet purchased a home would be more than happy to live someplace where they can save up a little nest egg. The incentives for deputies, we have some pretty good incentives in place right now, but those incentives do not meet what Ukiah Police Department is paying as a come over to us incentive. They just don't. I'm sorry about that. And it's one of the things that with their hiring incentives, we have a lot of competition. And so to stay in Mendocino County, a person could make quite a bit of money from jumping from the sheriff's office to go to the police department. And then lastly, the National Guard response. We can try, but the issue with that was my sergeant who was running marijuana was pulled into the law liaison for the Emergency Operations Center and was embedded with CAL FIRE. We have some duties that we have to take on when these emergencies occur, and having a law liaison is one of them. And normally we want to put a sergeant in there who has the authority to direct deputies and whatnot. But as far as manning roadblocks and things like that, we had some issues with that in the past, in that 2017, 2018 fire. To be honest with you, people enjoy seeing deputies at the roadblocks. They don't like seeing the National Guard. Now, the National Guard did bring up a lot of support last year with hand crews and whatnot to help CAL FIRE, because the inmate crews that used to be with the state simply are no longer there with a lot of the different realignments. We're seeing a lot of fire camps that used to be run through CAL FIRE and CDCR, they're closing up, they're shuttering. There's no inmates left there. And so the solution so far from the state has been to bring in the National Guard troops. However, those National Guard troops are really, truly boots on the ground, helping cut hand line, doing backfire operations, and they're all trained. So those are the things that I think I got most of those answers for you. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I would be willing to assist the sheriff and Supervisor Hascheck if the board direction is to bring back data visualized as accurately as possible. I don't want to be putting any spin or trying to make a case in any direction, but if the task is just bring back an accurate representation of what's been going on over the last few decades, I'd be happy to assist them unless somebody else wants to step forward. Hascheck, are you okay with me joining you?
Of course, Supervisor Williams.
Okay, well, would someone like to turn that into a motion? Supervisor Hascheck.
Oh, I just had one question for Sheriff Kendall before we go on to a motion. Is that, you know, Ms. Drell brought up the point that we have 1,100 people in our system of, you know, applying or permits for the county, and yet the state only has between 700 and 800. So there's like 300 of those applications that aren't being, they're not in the legal market because they don't have a state license, a state provisional at least. So is there collaboration with code enforcement to kind of ferret out what's going on in our county?
To this point, we have not, I mean, we've had collaboration. When they see a problem, they will call us, but we haven't had the personnel to jump on things in the fashion that we have wanted to, because we have been so tied up in the violent stuff. And, you know, a lot of calls, the running gun battle that was reported in Covelo, that took us all night long. And, you know, and then we run into these grow sites that are literally 25,000 plants. My best estimate right now is that this summer in Covelo during growing season was over 1 million marijuana plants. 1 million. I don't know how many of those were legal. I don't know how many of those were not. But the fact is, I believe Covelo is, the valley floor itself is less than 0.5% of the landmass of Mendocino County. With 1 million plants standing there, I think we have a real problem. And I think that we have to take a good hard look at what core government function is and if this is causing a problem. And I do agree with a lot of what our local cannabis cultivators are saying. They are doing what they can to be legal and be good stewards, but we have to support them by getting rid of the other ones. And I'm certain that we can look at data. Let's take CAL FIRE out of this. Let's look at the entire county. Let's look at every portion of the county and see what growth has been there and why. And I guarantee you that the rest of Mendocino County has grown in leaps and bounds. However, the sheriff's office is not. I understand it's expensive, but the Constitution of the state of California puts public safety at the highest priority. Are we correctly prioritizing? And like I said before, we can have the greatest economy on earth, but if you aren't safe to go to work, what good does it do us?
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I move we assign Hascheck and Williams to work with the sheriff on documenting crime related to marijuana, illegal marijuana, and return with a more comprehensive presentation for board approval before sharing with the state.
Second.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion? Can we have roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Hascheck.
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
and Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we need an afternoon break and we will resume at 4:30. Okay, we have one major item left on our agenda, and that is a item. Let's see what this is. It's from Supervisors Hashak and Williams on cannabis. Would either Supervisor Williams or Hashak like to present their item?
I would be happy to. Supervisor Hashak, you're good with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we've somebody pointed out that we had cannabis on the agenda 21 times last year. A lot of that was related to what's known as phase one. And we're in a predicament where the phase one cultivators may have a county permit or an embossed receipt, but they did not have a state license. In less than a year, there will be no more provisionals. And essentially all outdoor cannabis will be illegal in Mendocino County, except maybe, I don't know, less than 6 that have use permits for various reasons. That represents about $5.8 million of revenue to the county, which it's going to the general fund. Looks to me like we've given it to public safety. And so it's a big deal if we lose that. We've been at this, I would say, impasse where county planning staff doesn't believe if we were to do the documentation to pass our site-specific review onto the state, that many state licenses would be issued. They've estimated 10 to 15% may get through. We have a lot of small farms that say, oh no, don't trust staff, they're conspiring, we're gonna get through. John and I I don't think Supervisor Hashak and I don't really know what the outcome will be. I won't be surprised no matter what that number is. Maybe the 10% is right, maybe it's 50. The point of this agenda item is to remove the county as a bottleneck. We don't have the staff, we don't have the 26 planners that we would need to get this work done over the course of the year. We haven't charged applicants for the work. We don't think there's an adequate labor market to do the hiring. And there's really no other alternative on the table to get these people a state license. They can do full CEQA analysis on their own, but the state tells us the processing will be months to years. In the meantime, they won't have a provisional. They won't be able to continue cultivating legally. They won't be able to sell into the legal market. And that may be an expense that's tens of thousands of dollars. $50,000 would not be a surprise for some of these small farms. Whereas what we're proposing is to direct staff to put together criteria for what an approved planning consultant is. They need to be approved because we're trusting them with records, and there's involvement with the county. This can't be fly-by-night folks learning as they go. This needs to be people who have experience working with CEQA. And then publish that list. Let cultivators choose their own consultant. Let them pay that consultant directly, signing a release of records so that the county will send over what we have in our file. Let the consultant write that up in accordance with CEQA and county standards, give it back to the county. A planner will look at it. It will be annotated with the appropriate documentation so that everything is together for quick review. Hopefully it's only an hour or so to review this, sign it, send it on to CDFA. In theory, if it's done right, that should trigger a state license to be issued. I understand in about 48 hours. If not, it goes back, I guess it'll go back to the cultivator, or maybe they'll be booted from the program. But I think it'll get us a lot closer to removing the county from the bottleneck. In parallel, John and I Supervisor Hashak and I will continue working on the phase 3 proposal. I think we would like to take the chair up on the special meeting concept and target January 25th. I think we can be ready by then. Any questions?
Supervisor McGordy.
So will this be kind of analogous to a timber harvest plan where you basically bring in a registered professional forester to develop your plan for you? Because those are, of course, CEQA compliant.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different in that there's CEQA in this situation is complex because there's the county permit and we have our mitigated negative deck. And then there's the state license, and the state did their environmental document based around just a discretionary process with site-specific review. So this is a bit of a compromise. It's a task of translating the review that the county did into documentation that site-specific CEQA was done adequate for the state to reuse that work. And if a cultivator has done everything right under our permit, that should be possible. If But what the consultant can author is basically what review the county has already done. It's a show your work element of CEQA. If we can show the state we already did this review, then the cannabis cultivator doesn't need to do redundant site-specific review with the state. Saves them a whole lot of money and time. And the reason why planning staff believes a lot of these will fail, and they've walked us through, and I believe some will. I mean, there are some where there's a pond that's put in, there's a structure built, no permit, it has a septic, or maybe it doesn't have a septic, and over property lines. If there's a whole lot of code violations and they're not following county code, well, if somebody writes that up, that's probably not going to trigger a state license. But for somebody who's tried to do everything right, and maybe they're not even fully to code, but they have a compliance plan, we think this will get them a state license. We do want to conditionalize it because we're taking the training wheels off. This will not be a process where an applicant just submits and then the county kicks it back and they submit it again and then again and again. We're not going to put any safeguards on. This is up to the consultant to work with their, it's up to the cultivator to work with their consultant, make sure they follow CEQA, make sure they reference the appropriate documents, make sure it's a really together stack that the county can sign off on and send to CDFA and live with the result. Does that answer it, Glenn?
Pretty much. So I just wondered if you also have CDFA on board with this, if they accept it conceptually.
Funny you should ask. We met with CDFA yesterday and ran this by them and said, well, we would meet again, assuming it gets approved. And we asked if they would like to change any of the language. And one of the concerns, and it was our concern as well, would it be better for the county to hire the consultant and have a little bit more responsibility in that process? Ultimately, it didn't seem like there was enough advantage in going that route. And I think the ad hoc isn't convinced that we have adequate county staff to even be taking those payments and doing the processing and the record keeping. And again, we don't want to be the bottleneck. So in the end, CDFA didn't request any changes. They stated that they would work with us. This seemed to meet their requirements and to come back after it gets approved. And then they did note that at some point in the future, maybe 60, 90 days out, they would like to have a conversation once we see how it's working. If it's a success, they may want cultivators to specify how they're going to meet CEQA. They don't want it to be open-ended. There's a bit of a fork in the road. They can do their own full CEQA and submit to CDFA, or they can document what the county has done as far as review. But they don't want it to be this open-ended, ambiguous next step. And the reason why is the provisional depends on the applicant being in progress with CEQA. And they believe in progress means they have a defined path. So it's not something that anybody would have to step up tomorrow and decide, but there may be a timeline at some point put in place.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Supervisor Williams really laid it out well that, we're under this pressure with the end of the provisional deadline at the end of this year, and we need to show progress to CDFA. This is one way we're showing progress, that we're giving people one pathway that they can take advantage of to get their annual license. We believe it will work for a certain percentage of the people. That will be great. For those who aren't on that pathway, they'll have another pathway, going land use process, and so at some point soon, they'll have to decide, hey, we're going to, pay the consultant, we're going to go the regular ordinance way with the Appendix G, all that, and do the site description, and we'll submit that to CDFA, or hey, like Supervisor Williams said, we aren't going to make it, we'll go this other pathway. What we'd like is that the staff come up with some guidelines for people, to educate them, to say, okay, this is, a viable pathway. If you've met these criteria, then you'll be, you might consider going this, the regular pathway that we're creating. if you don't meet these criteria, then you'd better go the land use because we doubt that you will be successful with CDFA. So that's kind of an educational point. And I had a good conversation with a cultivator yesterday about, the consultants could be creating a template, and expediting the process that way. So people can kind of plug in as much as possible, and it would cut down some of the cost for the cultivators. So we're looking at trying to make it as efficient as possible for those people in phase 1 and 2.
So, go ahead, Supervisor McGordy.
So what would be your standards? I mean, who would be these consultants? Do they exist, or would they have to be a pool developed, or how would you do that?
For example, I reached out to LACO because I know they do similar work for Humboldt County on, the closest parallel may be what we're looking at is phase 3. And they're familiar with what needs to be done, and they're willing to engage in the process. They haven't formally committed because we don't have a process yet, but that was one of the first steps, is make sure that some consultants will come forward that have the domain experience and have the capacity to take on the work, and that appears to be the case.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And another component of this is making sure that we're getting all the people who are in the permit process through the SSRs, the site-specific reviews, and getting the biologist on board from CDFW, and doing the air quality bottleneck, trying to get that worked through, because we're hitting a couple bottlenecks, and with the CDFW biologist, we feel like that will start moving quickly once we get them on board. And air quality, we need to work with them more to make sure that we can process those applications. So we want to make sure that people who are in the permitting process can get through at least, and then, at least we would provide the support that the ordinance required.
So I like the concept. I also like the concept that Supervisor McCourty referenced with timber harvest plans, how there are registered professional foresters, biologists, botanists who all get involved in creating a timber harvest plan for a property owner. And I think there is a direct parallel. My understanding is that the reason why that system works is because people are putting their professional license on the line. I mean, my understanding is that in very, very rare cases, there might be foresters who can't get their timber harvest plans approved because they had stated something in the past, or maybe repeatedly, that just wasn't true. So that needs to be some sort of checks and balances built into the systems, that someone's putting their reputation and their license on the line, that what they're presenting is truthful. And I think that can be achieved through this list of professional planners or botanists, biologists who would be involved in preparing these documents. I think that might be, at least that's my interpretation of what Supervisor McGordy was getting to. I don't know if he has something more to add on that front.
No, that's exactly what I was getting to. And I know that, for instance, when the timber industry took a bit of a dip, that some of the resource management consultants who do timber harvest plans started doing work in vineyards with the hillside vineyard ordinance that they have in both Napa and Sonoma counties. They've worked on those. So there are professional people who can do this. It's not cheap, though. I mean, that's one of the things that we have to recognize, is that depending what you're asking for, it could be expensive. So that is another question of what's the capacity of the 800 to 1,000 people who are out there to go through the planning process.
Well, market rate seems to be about 160 to 175 an hour, and we're envisioning 15 to 20 hours of work. Okay. And so it is an expense, but it's far less expense than full CEQA.
Yeah, well, that's helpful. And then the checklist is essential. I mean, there's got to be component parts to whatever you're asking for, so that when they're finished, they've got something that the state wants and that the county needs as well. And hopefully we'll address some of the records issues as well, because I understand there's been some lost records as the cannabis program's kind of gone between two departments and multiple staffers. Hopefully we can stabilize that and make that better.
I do see that we have planning and building services on the call. I assume that they have something to add to this discussion.
Hello, Chair Girardi and board members. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. I'm here with Julie Acker-Grog, our Chief Planner, and also Megan Duquette, our Senior Program Manager, who runs the Cannabis Division right now. And, we're here to support whatever direction the board gives on this item. This CEQA checklist is, as we know, working with the ad hoc is a heavy lift to get done. I think we should give it a shot to see if we can find professionals who could help do this. And, this year's coming. We need to help people get annual licenses. And I think it's a worthy endeavor to try to give it a shot. So we're here to answer any questions you have of us. And that concludes my response.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do. One moment. First on the line is Sarah Bodner.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Sarah Bodner speaking on behalf of the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County. And I want to start by saying welcome to the new supervisors. And I'm hoping that the county's New Year's resolution can be to fix our cannabis program and find a way forward. I want to express our support for this agenda item and also extend gratitude to the ad hoc committee for being somewhat relentless and turning over every stone and trying to figure a way out of this impasse that we find ourselves in. It doesn't seem like there's any easy answers, and we're hopeful about this plan being a good potential path for some. We hope that, including some of our own members, we can find a more cost-effective way out of the impossible position we're in with state licensing right now. And we look forward to reporting back. We're committed to sharing our experience in attempting this pathway and communicating with county staff and electeds to let you know how it goes. And we hope that this will also not detract from the effort to move forward with phase 3, because we're concerned that this pathway may not be feasible for many local cultivators, and that there are cultivators who are currently not in our permitting program that would like to participate in a legal and safe industry. So we just want to encourage the board to continue efforts on phase 3 as we head into this new year. Thank you.
Next is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. It's nice that we're finally getting to the point to where we've been hearing some people won't make it, some will, and it's kind of nice to see that there will be some way to actually know who those people are. My concern is for those people who have done their fish and wildlife, who have done their water board, and find that they are at this point now to where they might not be able to go forward. And a former board member at one time said agencies are really good at regulating people who walk through the front door. So now are these people who have been working hard, doing everything they can to go forward, but aren't able to get this last stumbling block, are they now going to be thrown in front of all of the problem cultivators, people who didn't even bother to go through the program? Would they be able to withdraw their application when they find out they can't make it? Or what is going to happen to these people that have been spending money for the past 3 years of trying to be compliant and now all of a sudden will be out there exposed? Thank you.
Next is Corinne Powell.
Good afternoon again. I just want to comment. It's very convenient to see the countdown time on your screen. Thanks for adding that to this Zoom situation. I appreciate the introduction from Supervisors Williams and Haschek. If you read my letter on this item, I was particularly concerned and confused about the wording in a particular presentation as it was in the county documents. So I'm glad to hear that perhaps when it comes back, it won't have such bizarre language. But most importantly, and something that I'm hoping the board and the planning department will discuss before the end of this meeting, is what will be policy on renewing permits at this time. There are so many dangling issues which may or may not be applicable to some, may or may not be completed for some. And I would really like to hear from Planning and Building and Megan as to what renewal applicants should be doing. It's a lot of money to put on the line for a renewal if it's going to be denied because of one of these regulatory glitches. So thank you very much. I look forward to your answer.
Next is Ellen Drell.
Hello again, this is Ellen Drell. Am I on? It's my end. It sounds kind of funny. Just let me know if I can be heard.
We're hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear all of Supervisor Williams' explanation, so I still have some of the questions that Corinne raised in her letter, which I thought was very good. And in particular, I would like an explanation of the phrase from this item, the risks inherent in attempting to reuse the county's Phase 1 site-specific review documentation for the purpose of a state license. What does that mean? And part of the question is the risks to whom? Is this risks to the applicant or risk to the consultant? I'd like an explanation for that. And I also wonder if the state, if the county acknowledges that it is still the lead agency and that ultimately it is the county's responsibility to confirm that in fact each permittee is in compliance with the county's ordinance, because if it's in compliance with the county's ordinance, because the county's ordinance is in compliance with CEQA, then that confirms that the permittee is in compliance with CEQA, which I believe is what the state wants. So I would like a response to that first question. And then the other thing that I wanted to say was a little bit ago, Supervisor Haschek thought that the consultants maybe could create a template for the cultivators to help get the required documentation for a site-specific description together that will satisfy the state. And my question is, the state actually sent out a template to everybody in May of 2019, which laid out exactly what they're asking for to have a complete site-specific description. Why can't that be the template that's used? So that step is already taken. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Hello, good evening. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of MCA. Thanks to all of you for hanging in there on this long day, continuing to talk about these important issues. In general, we support the concept of this proposal, but it is clear that there are still a lot of outstanding questions. We continue to advocate for the multi-pronged approach that has repeatedly been committed to and to which Supervisor Haschek was really referring. As for the proposal itself, in our memo submitted on Sunday, we outlined several items that deserve additional consideration as an idea like this is discussed prior to its adoption. We would recommend that cannabis ad hoc staff and relevant stakeholders review and provide any input to any framework or plan that's proposed. We are concerned that without adequate ground level input from staff and stakeholders, any proposal could result in a realization down the road that is not functional or practical to implement. We urge confirmation with CDFA's understanding the details of and agreement to any developed program, and ultimately their agreement that this process would constitute the necessary steps to demonstrate that the CEQA process is still underway for purposes of retaining, renewing provisional licenses. We believe it's essential that any and all documents that can be used to satisfy CEQA requirements be admitted into the county process, not exclusively documents collected during the initial application. We recommend careful consideration be given to the different risks in different pools of permit holders versus the pool of applicants with authorization to operate but without county permits. We recommend that the statement clarifying risks inherent in attempting to reuse the county's Phase 1 site-specific review documentation be provided for review and comment prior to adoption and execution, that these clarified and fully defined risks must be made explicitly clear to all Phase 1 stakeholders. Ultimately, we're also concerned about what if there are not enough consultants to be used, especially if people are having to choose which path they're going to take. We would want to get an idea on specific thresholds and objective criteria used for the sensitive species habitat review, which was the item staff was most concerned about in terms of people not making it through, especially if people have to choose. And ultimately, we really maintain our concern about the county recommending applicants submitting documents directly to CFA, given the unknowns of the timeline and whether or not applicants' existing provisional license would be negatively impacted by the county relinquishing its position as lead agency. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next is Monique Ramirez.
Hello, this is Monique Ramirez from the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this agenda item. Some of the questions that we raised in the agenda or our memo that we submitted were about, first of all, we'd like to understand if the ad hoc has any idea of how many consultants are going to be included on this list, if they've kind of have any rough estimates right now. Secondly, we would like to know about the sensitive species and habitat review issue that we know now that many of the applicants that have are actually permit holders in our county were issued incorrectly, and what the county is planning to do to correct it, and if those people are being prioritized to have that worked out first. We feel it's really important that if those people, for whatever reason, can't pass the sensitive species review, that they know right away before they continue to make investment in this industry. We'd like to understand how the checklist for kind of giving the cultivators in this process kind of a window into, oh yeah, this is going to help you move forward in this direction. This path isn't. We really appreciate this concept of a checklist. We've identified some of the biggest questions that we've had come forward in our membership that we hope can be included when the staff puts together this kind of document to give to everybody that will help us decide which path we need to go. At the beginning of the call or the meeting, Williams made a comment that, you know, if people go the route of their own CEQA, that they'll lose their provisional license status. And I just want to make sure that that has been totally confirmed by the state, because if some people aren't going to be able to use this pathway that is being identified today, I'm really concerned how that's going to impact the people that are going to need to forge their own path with CEQA, and how we can still allow them to operate and not lose their provisional license status. So I'm hoping that we can get some clarity on that. We also really support the ideas that Corinne Powell has made in her memo, as well as today, about the renewals for many of us that are coming due soon and how that's going to be worked out, especially since there's still a moving target here. And I think that's pretty much it. We're really appreciative of all of the work of the ad hoc, and we're excited for this year, and hopefully we can come to a solution so we can all get licensed and be done with this mess. So thank you so much.
This concludes today's telecomment.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have a proposal here. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, there were a lot of questions brought up during those public comments, and I think Supervisor Williams and I can probably answer some of those if you want to give us a few minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the first was Ron Edwards brought up the issue of priority and where people, if they didn't make it through this system, would they be given priority? And so I don't think that's something that we've worked out, but certainly that would be an intent of ours. And maybe I don't know if Supervisor Williams shares that, but these people who've been in the system, we would want to give them priority, but that's a board decision that we'd have to make at some point. Corinne Powell brought up the issue of renewing permits. And so I wanted to get planning and building to answer that.
Thank you. Supervisor Hasha, could you just repeat the question for us so we can make sure we can answer it fully?
Yeah, Corinne Powell wanted to know what is happening with renewing permits, where we are, and how this will affect them. So what are we doing as far as renewing permits at this point?
This is Senior Program Manager Megan Duquette through the chair.
Go ahead.
So we are continuing to process renewals, and as we process those, we're reviewing the files, and should there be a circumstance as staff reviews their application for renewal and reviews the file, and if they happen to not have, for instance, the sensitive species review, they would be notified and requested to submit the requested documents so that we can begin that processing of sensitive species habitat review, et cetera.
Okay, and then the risk involved. And I think that was in reference to the risk of going through this pathway and not being able to pass. Okay, and is that your understanding of that question, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, and I think it's come out in several forms today, and it's very valid. We have cultivators who are worried that if they make the wrong move, if they go down the wrong path, if they don't act, they could lose their state license, which is what's required to cultivate in the state of California. Mendocino County, you need a permit, but if you're in the state, you also need that state license. And that's a very real concern. And I think it's caused this process to stall because everybody is fearful. Well, the other fear is the alternative. We do nothing. You're looking at 361 days before almost all cultivation is illegal in our county. We're back to the old days. The only way to move forward is to meet CEQA. I think a lot of the CEQA details we should probably take to a town hall style. I don't know that we need to keep the whole board. If you're interested, we're happy to, but we could spend all day talking about cannabis, and there's a lot of other items. But specifically on Ellen Drell's concern about the state, it's been posed in a lot of ways. We should fight the state, and we have this MND. Well, the state has an environmental document that is a discretionary process. And although we consider our county ordinance to be ministerial, the state is considering it to be discretionary. And they're saying there's some elements of it, like the LSA, that are discretionary. Well, it's a good thing because our discretionary process generates documentation that they can then reuse. That's what gives us the the stepping stone to meet the state requirement. We're not going to win, whether or not we're right. We're not going to win fighting the state claiming they should look at our MND and not require site-specific review. They're not going to issue state licenses. Maybe someday that'll go to court and we'll find out CDFA had a bad interpretation. We can't hold up all cultivation in our county and risk $5.8 million of ongoing revenue on a theory that the state could be wrong. The state may be right. We've had OPR look at it. The attorneys of CDFA, our county council, we're waiting on a second opinion at our county level from an outside attorney. But it sure looks like the state may have the power to do this. They didn't have to, they could have made it easier, but this is what they've done. On the sensitive species and habitat review, the key component for our new supervisors is about 190 permits were issued by our county without performing the sensitive species and habitat review, which is a required element. I don't know what happened. This was years ago. Those cultivators have vested for their county permit. We're not going to yank it now, but they need a state license. When we go to document, or if this item passes, when they go to document the review that's been done, the state will notice they can't check the SSHR box. That'll be a problem for a state license. That's our responsibility. They paid us to do the permitting. We now have a contract with Department of Fish and Wildlife for a couple of biologists to actually do this work. That needs to continue moving forward. The template, great idea. Support groups, probably a good idea too. The idea here is, instead of the county being a bottleneck, let cultivators go work with industry, get it out of our planning department. When they're done and they have a solid document, they can bring it back. We don't care how they get that solid document. Use the consultant, draft it, and give it to the consultant, whatever it takes. Get us what we need so that we can approve it and give it to CDFA. Renewals, I think John has check covered. Those will continue processing. And then last, the scope. When we discuss cannabis, there are 100 problems we can look at. We can say, hey, this looks good, but what about this other thing? We're keeping the scope narrow today. This is one of the major problems. If we can get this one checked off, we're going to come back. There's some more problems. But this is a huge hurdle that unblocks some of our county resources to work on other problems at hand that affect the future, while letting cultivators continue forward and choose their own destiny. If they have a solid cultivation site and they've followed our ordinance to a T and they have good documentation, they should be set. If they're one of these cultivators that paid us 3 years ago and has been unresponsive for the last 3 years, I don't know, they may not get their state license. They may get booted from the program. Frankly, some of what the sheriff talked about may overlap here. Those people from 3 years ago who haven't been working with us, maybe they shouldn't be in our program. So I see that this helps the cultivators, it helps enforcement, and it helps get our planning department back on track.
And if I could, excuse me, if I could just add that CDFA needs to see progress towards CEQA. And if we don't show that progress, they'll start booting people out of their provisional license system. And so we need to do this to show the good faith and make this pathway work. And I think that we'll have a follow-up meeting with CDFA within a few weeks to talk about how, timelines that they want to see and we think that we can meet.
Okay, how do you guys want to wrap up this item?
Well, I would make a motion. I'd make a motion to accept the recommended action and to have a report back at the next meeting about progress in planning and building to create some of these the framework and everything that we need.
Do we have a second to the motion?
Yeah, I would second that.
Supervisor Williams, do you think that captures everything you wanted in the motion?
It does. I would like to state for the record that when the county does the review of the work coming back from the consultant, given that is unfunded work, we haven't had a fee hearing to cover that. Planning may bring a fee hearing forward. I would imagine it'll be the typical $90 an hour, and that's probably a couple hours of work. But one of the the problem we're in has come out of undercharging for services and then not having the funds to subsidize it later. We charge $1,500 for a process that may cost $15,000. So I want to be clear that it's not in the motion, but I think it's inherent in the process that if planning discovers there will be work on their side, they will include that work in a future fee hearing.
Okay. Are there any additional comments on the motion? Supervisor Mulhern.
I think that most of my questions have been answered, and it sounds like the ad hoc is going to be bringing back the information, specifically in a very simple, informative sheet and checklist for our cultivators to know what their path forward is. The only things I had questions left were would there be grant opportunities for cultivators that can't afford the consultants, and also will staff at planning and building have time to release the records that the cultivators may need to take to their new consultant? Seems like planning and building staff has been pulled in a different direction, and I just I don't know how who's on staff that's going to have the time to stand at that counter and make sure they're making copies for everybody or whatever that looks like.
That's probably a question for planning director.
Chair Judy, if I could address that question. This is Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Service Director.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we would have to use our existing, we have 5.5 current staff. We're hiring another administrative person, will be up to 6.6. And then that's the staff who will be using to make copies of files and give out the checklists and give them the templates and to get people going and keep the list updated of these third-party professionals. So that's how we would have to do it.
The other question was about grants. The equity program for folks, cultivators who qualify, they may be able to use some of that towards the fees at hand, at least on the county side. And I think, I know Supervisor Haschek has been further investigating and could come back with a plan at a future meeting.
Supervisor McCourty.
Just out of curiosity, is this application a paperless application? Is it done electronically, or how is it received?
So this is what we're talking about now will have to be electronic, and I expect the document to be annotated so that if it references other documents, include those documents and have clear annotations of what those documents are titled. The goal is to have the consultant prepared in a way that streamlines the review. We can't have our staff searching for documents, and that's what it entails now. If they want to write a project description, they may be looking at the last 50 years of cannabis-related development on a parcel. It's an enormous task. Whereas we're going to let the cultivator go write that up with their consultant, however they want to coordinate that effort, bring it back to our staff, but bring it to them with all of the pertinent documents and evidence. Because ultimately that's what we're signing off on, that this is true and correct, that we have, and those documents are the ones that were reviewed. So it's not an open-ended, go create a new work product. It's document what's in the existing county file, the review that the county performed, fairly narrow. As far as what's digital and what's paper today, there's, when you talked about lost records, well, some people emailed their records to say an ag employee who's no longer with us. It's probably sitting in his email box. Maybe IS could find it. We have no way to match that up. We don't know which box and where, and what did it have a file name when it was attached? And there's some paper records, hand-drawn records that have been submitted over the counter, some by email. But then you have environmental health records. You have records in other departments and other files. If there's a drying shed that has electrical, well, we may need to write about when that was finalized. So you can see how it's a sprawling mess. It's more than just the cannabis application. It's all of the other development related to cannabis. And if it were just the last 2 or 3 years, it wouldn't be a problem, but we're looking at potential decades. And I think a lot of the cultivators, they probably know their parcel, and maybe they have those records on hand, more accessible than county staff.
Okay, we do have a motion. Can we call the roll?
Yes. Supervisor Hashcheck.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Yes.
And Chair Journey.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thanks. There's only a few items left on our agenda. Let's see. Yeah, that would be CEO report. There's no CEO report this meeting. Do we have any reports from board members? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. When the pandemic started in March, I began hosting a meeting as a Ukiah City Council member with members from the various cities, as well as city staff and county staff and our state legislature, Jason Lyles from Senator McGuire's office. Supervisors Williams and Jurdy were invited to those meetings. I would like to continue those meetings as the lead as a county representative and on the Board of Supervisors, and I believe with permission from the chair, invite Supervisor Williams, as we were both assigned to West Company and EDFC, who also attend those meetings. It's called Mendocino Business and Government Leaders Discussion on COVID-19 Economy and Recovery. So it's not an official ad hoc, but it is something that we've been working on, and I would like to continue working on that. I just want to let the board know.
Yeah, I think those meetings were very helpful. Thank you for helping to facilitate those. And I agree. I think also the information that you brought in from Senator McGuire's office, Jason Lyles, was often very helpful as well. So if you want to continue with those meetings, I think that's helpful for the business community and for the county to get information from the business community. Any other supervisor reports? Supervisor Hashek.
Oh, I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff that's working so hard on this COVID outbreak. You know, the surge, it's really taxing on all the county staff, the sheriff's department. Everyone is feeling it, and I just really appreciate what people are doing in that regards. I'd also like to welcome the 2 new supervisors. It's really great to have you. And, you know, Supervisor Williams and I did a town hall right after the last meeting we had. I think December 14th, we had the town hall. It was very well attended. It was a virtual meeting and covered on lots of different media. So I think a lot of good information got sent out, and we'll try to do another one soon. And then I've been on the Workforce Alliance and Measure B ad hoc committees, met several times. And like we've said, Supervisor Williams and I met with CDFA, Cannabis yesterday. And during the break, we met with John Ford from Humboldt County. And so we've been busy. Anyway, Happy New Year, everyone.
New Year.
And I also want to welcome the new supervisors and thank Supervisor Williams for bringing us a view of the moon over the town of Mendocino.
So I met with FirstNet yesterday. This was set up by Huffman's office, and I'm very thankful for that effort. And FirstNet is cell service for first responders. Why it's critical for us is there's areas of the county that have very poor VHF coverage. We have a radio network that where replacement parts are purchased on eBay because there is discontinued equipment. FirstNet may plug in and fill some of those needs in the most rural areas where maybe we won't have to invest quite as much in county infrastructure. And of course, where FirstNet towers are placed necessitates bringing in fiber. And that fiber, hopefully, we can piggyback and provide broadband deployment. And so they express commitment to build a tighter relationship to show where they're planning to go with development, which may help us structure projects, especially projects related to the governor's broadband for everyone initiative. And then I monitored the vaccine clinic put on by Public Health, I don't know, about a week and a half ago, and left very impressed how well it was planned. Our planning and building department has been involved in this. They have a plan that can scale up when supply allows. And I know after seeing the refrigerator failure and all the chaos that's ensued the last couple of days, it's here I am talking about how well organized and how much confidence I have, but I think that's really the case, that they've done an excellent job thinking about how, when the thousands of doses arrive, how we're going to get those out throughout the county in a safe manner. And then I've been in communication and closely tracking the outbreak at the jail, which to me looks like one of the worst in the state. And I think the sheriff is in a very difficult position. This is entirely his authority and responsibility. And he really doesn't have a lot of resources at his disposal. And the state doesn't have many resources because of outbreaks elsewhere. And the reason I bring this up to my colleagues is I think we should be ready for any request the sheriff brings on short notice, give him what he needs, because these are lives. The fatality rate of inmates across the state is about twice as bad as the general public. And unless we have a way to separate the positives from the non-positives, the spread will likely continue. And these people are in our care, no matter what their history is or why they're there. They are our responsibility. And I'd also like to welcome the 2 new supervisors. I've enjoyed spending the day with you.
Okay, all right. Well, that concludes our meeting, and it is only 5:24.
Way to go, Chair.
So thank you all. We've got, I think, a good calendar for the year, good committee assignments, and we'll adjourn the meeting right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.